Welcome, everyone, and thanks for making the effort to get here on time, and for coming not just from Toronto, but from some quite far-flung places. We have visitors, members of our partnership from Zimbabwe, Tanzania, and Zambia. We have a contributor from Argentina, and many people online as well, aside from that. So welcome. Welcome to York if this is your first time here, and welcome back if you've been before. My name is Richard Saunders. I teach African political economy in the Department of Politics here at York. And I've been here for 20 years. It's been my great pleasure while at York to engage with a wide range of African partners, some of whom are here today, many who are online. Amongst my other duties, I'm the principal investigator of a research partnership on resource nationalism in Southern Africa, many of the partners of which are represented here and online today. I want to welcome them, some for the first time to Toronto and York. I also want to welcome others online and here in the room who are working in other spaces in the Global South: Latin America, South Asia, Southeast Asia, West Africa, East Africa. Welcome to all, and welcome online especially. For those who can't be with us, we understand it's a long way to come. We appreciate the efforts of those who are staying up late right now in Southeast Asia and those who have come a long way. And I really hope that this conversation that we've hoped to foster by the structuring of the agenda for this conference takes place and is fruitful to everyone. We're looking forward to engaging around issues of common methodologies, common research problems, engaging with the same kinds of mining companies and strategies around ESG and around advancing a resource sovereigntist or a resource nationalist agenda. We've seen it many different ways. We'll hear more about that in the course of the next few days, about the kinds of activities, the kinds of thinking, kinds of new policy innovations, and successes and failures, and what we can learn from each other. We really hope that this is a conversational kind of conference in which we can engage with each other outside of our own geopolitical silos across the Global South. And as we think about shared spaces and common spaces, I want to just take a pause for a moment to reflect upon where we are here, especially for our visitors, but for all of us too, where we are meeting at York University. York University recognizes that many Indigenous nations have long-standing relationships with the territories on which York University campuses are located, including the Kiel campus, and these precede the establishment of York University. We acknowledge that we're on the presence of the traditional territory of many Indigenous nations. This area of Toronto has long been caretaken by the Anishinaabe Nation, the Haudenosaunee Confederacy, and the Huron-Wendat. It's now home to many First Nations, Inuit, and Métis communities. We acknowledge the current treaty holders for this area, the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nations, and note that this territory is subject to the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Belt Covenant, an agreement to peaceably share and care for the Great Lakes region. It's now my pleasure to invite Professor Ravi DaCosta, the Associate Dean for Research and Graduate Studies of the Faculty of Liberal Arts and Professional Studies here at York, the largest faculty at York. And this faculty, and Ravi in particular, have been very strong, consistent, and enthusiastic supporters of the various forms of engagement of this partnership around resource nationalism in Southern Africa over the last 6 years. Certainly this conference would not be taking place, would not be funded, and there would be not a mobilization for it at York if it wasn't for Ravi's and the faculty's support. So I'm very grateful for that, and I'd like to ask Ravi to say a few words of welcome.
Thanks, Richard. Thanks very much for those kind words. Yeah, my name is Ravi De Costa. I'm the Associate Dean. Also here to offer best wishes and from the Office of the Vice President, Research and Innovation, Amir Asif, the Vice President, sends his regrets. I don't know that Amir and indeed the Office of the Vice President have really valued partnership grants and the work that comes out of it. So we've also relied on their support. I'm really delighted to be here because I know this gathering is a result of an enormous amount of effort and trust and vision and persistence. And I know that because it was many years ago that Richard first told me about this work and the ideas and the plans that have led to this program of research and of which this meeting is part of. That was in the early weeks of the pandemic, you might recall, when building a major international project involving extensive field work and partnership building in 4 countries seemed, well, ambitious. And since then, you and your collaborators have navigated vaccine mandates and quarantine, visa and security challenges, institutional and state bureaucracy, and the occasional adverse peer review, amongst other things. And it's really wonderful to see the result of all this work. And partnerships are really very important to us in the faculty and at York University. We've had a lot of success in securing large grants. But I think that's really because many of us, particularly in our faculty, but also across the university, really see the value of our research in that way and the need for it to make meaningful contributions to people's lives and communities and the well-being of our planet. And the success of partnered research really depends on the realization of those values. I'd really like to express my great appreciation for the dedication and active involvement of the many organisations that have collaborated in the Partnership Development Grant Project that focused on resource nationalism in Southern Africa. Interdisciplinary and multi-sector team, political scientists, anthropologists, economists, lawyers, historians, sociologists, as well as community activists and rights advocates come from many esteemed institutions. I'd like to acknowledge the Southern African Institute for Policy and Research, the Zimbabwe Environmental Law Association, the Dar es Salaam University College of Education, as well as the universities of Ottawa and Windsor. Your commitment to this work and research has been pivotal to the success of the project and in shaping a new cohort of scholars and scholarship about resource governance in East and Southern Africa. But today's conference and the next few days will build on that work, as Richard said, to see it as part of a rising political wave of policy reform across not only Africa, but the wider global South. This research project spanned over 4 years and 3 countries, Tanzania, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. And over the next few days, speakers will address the fundamental questions, not only from the Southern African experience, but from many other places in Africa, as well as Latin America and Asia. I want to particularly acknowledge our keynote speakers, distinguished keynote speakers, Professor Emeritus Bonnie Campbell from the Université du Québec à Montréal, Professor Nathan Andrews from McMaster University, and Dr. Jafes Poncian from Makwawa University College of Education. It's also wonderful to have many participants from Southern Africa, Latin America, Europe, and other regions, both here with us in the Senate chamber and online as well. Liberal arts and professional studies remains deeply committed to internationalization and the pursuit of excellence in research and teaching, and fostering global perspectives and engaging in research are essential components of that work. But this is really just the halfway mark. As Richard knows, many partners from the Partnership Development Grant Project, as well as others, are going to continue working together as part of the recently launched Social Science and Humanities Research Council Full Partnership Grant, African Extractivism and the Green Transition, which Richard leads, and we're honoured to be the host institution for. So we anticipate welcoming many of you back to campus in the coming years, and I look forward to doing so. Thanks very much for being here today, and I hope you enjoy the conference.
I'd like to get things started by giving a little bit of background on if you want, the origins of this conference and conversation we hope to have, and the work that many of us in the room have been doing together over the last 5-6 years now. This conference has its origins in actually 6 years of collaboration, going back to 2018, among a number of Southern African partners in Tanzania, Zambia, Zimbabwe, and some in Europe. It started with a connection grant from the Social Sciences and Humanities Research Council of Canada, SSHRC, which brought together an initial core team of people who had been working around issues of resource governance, its percolation into the realm of national politics, and the beginning of emergence in Southern Africa of a common language, a common vocabulary of resource nationalism. We got together in Harare in 2018 to say, you know, are you picking up what we're picking up in these different places? What do we make of it? There's a similar vocabulary, but there are very different kinds of practices going on. What's driving these practices? Is there a research agenda here? And what do we do with it? And the answer was, well, yes, we decided to take it forward. And that was the beginnings of what became a partnership development grant and what we've now called the Resource Nationalism in Southern Africa Partnership, a research partnership, many of the results of which we'll be discussing over the next 3 days, and materials are now being produced out of that partnership. So that PDG, or Partnership Development Grant in 2020, which is now coming to a close with this and a few other functions, is involved a team of academics in Canada and these 3 case study countries, of NGO researchers, of activists, of lobbyists, and occasionally of policy specialists or mining sector specialists, mineral economists, a wide range, an interdisciplinary partnership, if you want. And the focus of this partnership was really on coming to terms with resource nationalism and what it means in Southern Africa, how something new seems to be happening, and how to understand it and make the most of it in terms of a policy supportive way. So resource nationalism, we came to kind of use the working definitions provided by Wilson 2015, kind of a broad definition which goes that resource nationalism involves governments exercising control over resource industries through selective and discretionary resource policies, which are designed to achieve some set of political and/or economic benefits that otherwise would not have happened without it. For us, resource nationalism practice is more than a set of policies. It's a politics too. It sometimes involves social movements. It involves political parties, and it involves political campaigns beyond the realm of simple policy making. Resource nationalism is typically, when it comes to policy, is involved 3 distinct but kind of overlapping sets of policies and strategies. And here we follow Haslam and Heydrich from 2016. One is obviously about the maximization of public revenue through new forms of taxation, mining fiscal regimes, and so on. The second is about regulation of ownership, foreign ownership, joint ventures, the participation of locals in smaller scale mining, a whole set of regulations. These are also a component of what we've seen as resource nationalist policies. And third, and a very important one in terms of the developmental impact of resource nationalist strategies has been developmental spillovers. Forward-backward linkages, supply chains at domestic level, employment creation, skills upgrading, lending and facilitation of funding into small-scale processing and into extraction processes themselves. So 3 different distinct but overlapping kinds of policies, which we generally think of as being critical to as criteria for denominating something as resource nationalist in phrasing and scope. In Africa, we've seen 2 waves of resource nationalism. The first was in the 1960s and 70s and the early post-independence period. In Latin America, we recognize it was much earlier. Some would argue that in the United States, it was even earlier under Teddy Roosevelt. But in Africa, it's really in the post-independence period that we see kind of a first wave. And it's really quite a limited portfolio of policies and positions that we see. It's usually involved the direct intervention of the state in mining and nationalization and various forms of state, not capture, but state taking a major direct role as a producer, processor, and exporter in these countries. We know what happened with that in the end, particularly under weak regimes, but also in the face of the onslaught of neoliberalism and structural adjustment and the unbundling of state capacities and institutions and parastatals in the 1980s and 90s. In the 2000s, we've seen a resurgence of resource nationalist talk, rhetoric, and politics, very similar in some ways to the kind of language that we saw in the first wave in the 1960s and early 70s, but also very, very different in terms of the suites of policies, methods of implementation, scale of implementation around the region in Southern Africa. And that's what interests us. We know we're pretty much in agreement that the commodity supercycle of the first years of the 2000s was a catalyst for thinking about getting a better deal out of minerals and mining in Southern Africa. It was a catalyst, but that doesn't explain everything. We've seen the cultivation of a broad range of measures, indirect and direct regulatory interventions. We've seen a suite of taxation instruments, local content policies, artisanal small-scale mining inclusion, recalibration of what it means to have local participation, joint ventures, the emergence of ESG, and CSR as kind of mediating devices for controlling or work mediating the role of foreign miners in the region. Our partnership from 2018 on really comes in response to this second wave of resource nationalism. And the thing, many of us political scientists and social scientists, the things that really tweaked our interest and raised our curiosity was the notion and the reality that resource governance politics, resource nationalist politics, debates about reasserting domestic control in some way had entered into the realm of national politics. It was no longer a sidebar issue just for ministries of mines and for NGOs. It really entered directly into the space of national political debates and, importantly, national political competition. In electoral challenges and contestation in the first decade of the 2010s, resource governance and resource management and getting a better deal for national economies became a central feature of many, if you want, political contestations and governing agendas. That's what tweaked our interest. What does this language, sometimes quite militant language of resource nationalism, what does it actually produce? Where is it coming from? Is this just elite instrumentalization of grievances against foreign mining companies for not delivering on the goods in a period of a mining boom in the 2000s, or is it something more than that? What is the genesis of this language? Why is it entered into the national political framework, and what opportunities does that present to take it forward and actually restructure control of the mining sector, foreign-dominated mining sector, for a wider redistributive benefit for the citizens of the country? Since the early 2000s, we've seen that there's been a need to do this, to understand what's been going on, the experiences, the dynamics, and the outcomes of resource nationalist policies. And there have been a lot of different policies, similar rhetoric by governments, different kinds of policies. In the media and business, and kind of, if you want, in the popular mainstream assessments of resource nationalism, it's the same old story is often been portrayed in the last 20 years, that this is a smash and grab by governance. It's elite predation. It's just a repeat of what happened in the 1970s. It's somehow related to a resource curse as well because of the commodity supercycle, very negative connotations. And furthermore, the underlying argument being that resource nationalism is really about states versus foreign mining companies, that there's not many other stakeholders involved in the genesis of this or in pursuing this agenda. It is politically driven by elites for better or worse intentions. Academics, uh, widely speaking, not critical progressive academics, but mainstream academia has kind of fallen into the same kind of stereotype or trope, if you want, of state versus large-scale foreign mining conflict. They haven't generally seen beyond the realm of good and bad militant or soft regulations, or aggressive or passive. They haven't seen beyond kind of the tropish or stereotypical style of looking at a binary conflict into something more nuanced. We don't think in this partnership, and it's the beginning point of this partnership, we don't think these lenses are very helpful. We don't think that they really allow us to see the complexity, the nuances, the different origins, and the really, in some cases, really important policy innovations that we've seen in Southern Africa in the last 20 years, especially in the last 15 years. So this is our project's point of departure. Commonly agreed amongst a range of interdisciplinary researchers working in different countries. And we have kind of three common points of departure. One is that the realm of national politics has been very central in percolating and creating a space for innovative policy making. And if we want to understand the new wave of resource nationalism, we have to understand how the mineral sector, the mining sector, as a leading exporter and a creator of wealth, if not fully employment, has been at the center of a contestation between a diversity of stakeholders. Resource nationalism hasn't been about state versus large-scale mining. It's been about demands of a whole range of stakeholders at domestic level. Resource nationalism and its iterations in policy interventions has been fundamentally a domestic issue in the 2010s. It takes place at the level of national debates involving state interests, but also a range of business, community, advocacy, progressive activists, all fighting and trying to determine, if you want, the meaning of the vocabulary and policies in place. We think that aside from, in addition, looking at national politics, this is a space which has percolated a whole bunch of experiments, interesting experiments in resource nationalism. We also have to look at the changed international context of resource nationalism in the 2010s. And in Africa, that changed context involves the emergence of new non-traditional players as large-scale mining operators. Not only China, China's obviously there as both an extractive agent and also consumer of African minerals and a provider of finance and technology. Not only China, but also Brazil, also India, and a range of other actors, but basically China, sometimes Russia. A range of different actors which offer a range of opportunities and options for different ways of financing, different ways of thinking about joint ventures, of processing and a transfer of technology. It's opened the terrain of resource nationalism in a much wider way, which wasn't there in the Cold War world of the 1960s and 70s. And finally, the last thing we keep in mind in our partnership is that what we have seen and what we are seeing in Southern Africa is a real diversity of resource nationalist experience and outcomes. We understand that origins of resource nationalist debates across the region have been quite similar. Commodity supercycle, failed expectations of incomes, of transfer technology, low development spillovers. This was a beginning point in the first decade of this century. But since then, we've seen a whole range of policies implemented, and the trajectories of those policies was what interests us the most. What happens when one implements an indigenization policy around capturing the large-scale mining space in a place like Zimbabwe. The language, the legal codification, the institutions are there. What happens in practice because of power, coalitions, and interests underneath the legal and institutional process? What role do elites play in deflecting the trajectories of good policies? What roles do embedded civil society interests and mining communities play if they're strongly represented in association links with the state? What role do they play in uplifting and raising the trajectory of policymaking over a longer period of its implementation? So for us, it's not just the beginning of the policy and the codification, but it's about the trajectory of what happens. And trajectories of policymaking and implementation happen for the most part at national level. So we're very interested in looking at the participation role of domestic stakeholders in the policy process of resource nationalism, not in just the vocalizing and articulating grievances, which often comes through at election time and campaigns, but the durability of those kinds of demands, experiments, and innovations. How do we explain the different iterations of resource nationalism in Southern Africa and their policymaking trajectories, not just their beginning points, but where they end up? And are there some kinds of trajectories and ways of intervening from within the state and outside, which are more amenable than others to a progressive outcome, to a redistributive and durable outcome? It's a lot to cover. And, we were looking for theoretical methodological frameworks which would really speak to this textured and more complex way of understanding policy as a process and with structural boundaries around it. And we've drawn in the partnership on three basic kind of literatures which we've tried to put into conversation. The first is the developmental state literature, about state capacity, pockets of excellence, how states can intervene, even though they might be generally weak, how they can intervene strongly in reordering, restructuring economies for gain, how they include people in that. We've drawn on the political settlements literature, kind of a modified version of political settlements literature, to look at domestic policy bargaining. What kinds of political coalitions lead to good outcomes in lifting trajectories of policymaking? What do we learn from that? Closely knit coalitions or, elite-dominated centralized policymaking, which has been able to capture elements of civil society and bring it along? What kinds of political settlements do we see operative in different countries or in the region around this key issue of resource nationalism? And of course, the final sense for dealing with the mining sector and, whose, main outputs go into international commodity markets and global supply chains, we bring to bear a kind of a critical Gramscian international political economy perspective, looking at the evolving structural constraints of the mining sector in particular, how they blunted initiatives, what transnational regulatory codes have done to kind of inflect trajectories of policymaking themselves, what states have done to counteract these. What are the opportunities for cartelization, for example, of some precious minerals? Cobalt comes to mind. But there are others. What have been the experiences in that regard? Are there hybrid reforms emerging from within countries or within regions in response to the challenges and sometimes hostile environment of transnational regulation of commodity markets, extractive processes, including ESG? We've also, where it's been fitting and appropriate in some of our studies, sub-studies, drawn upon feminist political economy, neo-institutionalist approaches, and similar kinds of critical, useful literatures to understand and put into context some of our sub-projects within the partnership. But, the overall framing of this project is really to look beyond the binary approach to resource nationalism. And this means when it comes to doing our research, to foregrounding citizens and constituency organizations and key stakeholders in, I don't like the term stakeholders, but we know what it means. Key stakeholders in local mining political economies and what kinds of coalitions and links that have been drawn between them. So it's domestic policy dynamics, which are the first language we speak when we started to design our studies and determine who are going to be our target key informants and who is going to be our target audience beyond the realm of academia. How can we use evidence collected across the region with comparative best practices and innovations, and how can we use that evidence to target policy dialogue processes in the region and within communities of stakeholders themselves? So domestic constituents of the mining political economy are both the beginning of the investigative process when it comes to actually doing the field work we've done and the endpoint. Following this conference, we have a policy seminar in Ottawa to engage with African diplomats, but also Canadian government officials. And then following this, in the year to come, we have a program to roll out policy workshops at national level in each of our case study countries in Africa to raise the issues of policy and evidence-based research and what we think it means in terms of pointing the way forward to more successful policy tweaking in these countries under sometimes very difficult positions. So we foreground domestic stakeholders, and we want to learn about their experiences, their expectations, how they've engaged, the impacts of policies on their livelihoods, and what policy formulation processes themselves look like and how they might be tweaked. Amongst the broader contextualizing questions that we have in all of our studies, therefore, brings us back to the kind of beginning point. There's a new kind of politics which has emerged in the region. And we asked kind of a basic question as, does the democratic opening moment matter in Southern Africa? We know it's a space where these ideas have come up for contestation as a real terrain of debate. But in the long durée of policymaking, does the democratic space actually matter? It creates the debate, but does it sustain it? We've come up with some, I think, quite interesting findings around the meaning and the limited nature of the democratic opening and of open policy processes. There's another question we have, and it's kind of lingering in the background in our research, and that is the contagion effect. One of the problems we see in Southern Africa, we really discovered this as we share our research. Many of us are country experts in a particular place, and in Zambia or Tanzania or Zimbabwe. What we've realized in the space of the last few years is how siloed our research and experiences have been, and how little we understand of similar kinds of complexities in countries that are not that far away, which have similar issues of managing mineral resources in a more effective way. The contagion effect. Have continental and regional level policymaking advances and innovations, have they made a difference in other countries? And a good example of this is the old debate and question around the domestication of the African mining vision. A kind of a vision and a set of proposals, not a blueprint, but a set of propositions for how countries could better manage, more equitably manage and benefit from the mineral resources endorsed by more than 50 heads of government of the African Union in 2009. One of our contributors played an important role in the formative process of the African mining vision. So there's a document there, there's a process, there's a process of domestication of that vision. What has it actually led to in terms of adoption and using of some kind of a rough template to take things forward? It's not only the African mining vision and the SADC mine, Southern African Development Community mining sector. There have been various harmonization strategies, official documents, study groups, evidence-based research supporting it. What has actually come of it? Do these kind of processes and evidence-based knowledge, do they actually get picked up? If they do, how? How do we support that? If they have not, why not? And what's missing? What is the key? It's a procedural question around research, which we also ask. Why have these things been taken up or not? Are best case innovations replicable? We'll hear in across the 3 days from Southern Africa about some very interesting experiments and innovations. Have these things been replicated? Can they be replicated? What are the watchwords around this? Can, in the end, resource nationalism rhetoric be sustainable? We know the language is appealing, emotive, harkens back to its nationalist past. Is it actually sustainable in terms of finance, institutional investments, and the way in which it is engaged with or marginalizes political elites? It's a lot of questions. It's a big project. So the question we had at the very beginning was what, how do we break this down into manageable bite-sized pieces? And how do we link those, those processes together in a coherent project? We have 3 countries, of course, that we're based in and work through. All of them have strong mineral sectors in which in 2 of them, mining is by far the largest exporter, and another, Tanzania, it's growing rapidly. So 3 countries, Tanzania, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. And the way that we start to think about how to break down this mining political economy in a way which allows us to look at political coalitions and policy making amongst different kinds of stakeholders. The way we did this was to establish 3 research clusters. And the research clusters do a few things. One, they point to major points of contestation within resource nationalist policy making, areas of dispute, which are really central components of making changes. And the second factor in these clusters underpinning them is different configurations of stakeholder interests who are contesting these studies. We wanted all key stakeholders to be part of the study. So our 3 research clusters are ASM, artisanal small-scale mining, fiscal linkages, which is about taxation and revenues, and productive linkages, which is really about forward-backward linkages, local content, industry, manufacturing, development spillovers. Each of these sectors, clusters, represent something. Obviously, ASM is about rural, disenfranchised, irregular, informal forms of mining, which there have been attempts to formalize, and their links both in conflict with large-scale mining interests, but also conflicts and contestations with governments seeking recognition, support, and affirmation. ASM. Fiscal linkages has a different kind of stakeholders who are leading the contestation. One, obviously the state, but 2, large-scale mining companies around revenue and taxation and disputes over mining fiscal regimes, but also social justice and social welfare activists, those who are looking to have a greater redistributive value from mining. They're very focused on the earmarking of taxes, increasing tax regulation, stopping illegal flows, illicit transfers, if you want, financial flows, so that they can be redistributed for social benefit, windfall taxes, which can be used for a range of developmental purposes, including investment in local businesses. So a different kind of set of stakeholders, which we're attuned to in fiscal linkages. Productive linkages, it's much more so about local industry, the mining service sector, mining suppliers, processors, and SMEs, small and medium scale enterprises, who are the low-hanging fruit of upstream linkages, supply chain linkages for the mining sector. Where does CSR fit in that? What kind of mandated policies? We have seen some percolate out of these resource nationalist contestations. So different clusters which are about big issues, dispute issues, but also involving different configurations of stakeholders. Allows us to start to speculate about what kinds of stakeholders in which countries are more powerful to assert their agenda and maintain an agenda in the implementation of policy. So we've had 3 years of research in the end, thanks to COVID, extended, sometimes difficult, and a lot of things coming out of this. In each of our research clusters, we've had sub-projects to break down those clusters even further, to focus on discrete policies. We'll be hearing, I'm not going to go into those, we'll be hearing about those different sub-projects over the next 3 days. They will be the subjects of our 3 thematic panels from the partnership, the first panel of every morning. We'll be hearing more about them. If you want to read in the meantime, and learn more about the raw research we produced and the kinds of policy briefings and recommendations we'll be making. We've already produced 7 policy briefs, 3 on countries, 3 on the research clusters and overview. We have a working paper series, which is much more detailed information on the specific research sub-projects at country level and also comparatively. And we have conversations, part of which we're going to be engaged in today. When we had our last research review workshop in Lusaka last July, at which the raw materials that we had collected were finally presented, and we had discussion of what to do with them, it came up very strongly at that workshop that the partnership was very keen to engage with research and experiences outside of Southern Africa. Not only in West Africa, which is also an important concern for us to engage there for obvious reasons within the context of the AU, but much more broadly. Many of us in our work and our teaching, our research are familiar with larger debates from different geopolitical areas. We're very strongly aware of debates around neo-extractivism and new cosmologies of thinking about the use of mineral resources and development, what development means in itself in places like Latin America. We've seen other places with similar kinds of approaches. For example, the ban on exports of raw ore. We've seen other places pursue this in quite a sophisticated way. Indonesia, an example, but there are others, which that speaks to us. So we're interested in engaging in those kinds of experiences as well. We've heard of, we see in places like Zimbabwe claims of indigeneity and indigenous communities and free, prior, and informed consent percolating into policymaking in an inconsistent, uneven way. And we're interested in engaging with others outside of our region on what indigenous or subnationalist approaches to land acquisition, resource rights, monitoring, and free, prior, and informed consent practices, what that looks like, and how they might inform policymaking going forward, especially in some regions of traditional authority landholdings in the region, Southern Africa. Local politics and the subnational. Issues of earmarking of taxes, something which has been mooted in some places like Zimbabwe, but has not happened. But nonetheless, remains an issue of interest in research and evidence collection. We're interested in others' experience around that. And particularly, as climate change and renewable energy issues emerge, and our new project on critical minerals, which we'll talk about at some point this week, gains traction, we're interested to hear what strategies around critical minerals, renewable energy minerals, the green transition and global supply chains means, how they can be managed, how they can be mediated, and the purposes for doing that. Last but not least, for reasons why we're seeking to engage with colleagues from other places and activists from other places, is that, the sad truth of it is that many of us are confronting and dealing with precisely the same mining companies and blocks of capital and transnational constrictions and regulatory obstacles in Southern Africa, in Latin America, in South Asia, and elsewhere. We're dealing with people, with organizations and people who are causing the same kinds of problems in our commodity chains, in our investment patterns, in lowering bargaining levels for what's acceptable as a friendly environment. And so we have things to learn from each other on how to deal with similar kinds of positions and strategies taken by the same companies. So we see a lot of benefits from sharing experiences from our side, but also from hearing from those in other places, different kind of methodologies in some cases, and with interesting innovations and experience to bring to the table. So that kind of framed the goals for this conference. And we really wanted it to be a conversational conference, one which offers not just, regional comparisons, but a space for for similar kinds of experiences and questions from different regions to fall into conversation with one another and learn from one another. So we want to foreground research on common emerging themes. This is one of our goals. What's driving resource nationalism in the global South? What have been the responses to it? How have hybrid and useful, interesting innovations been done? We want to encourage cross-regional conversations, the sharing of findings and methodologies. We also quite selfishly want to enhance and add texture to debates and research methodologies in Southern Africa, Southern and East Africa, and bring African perspectives more to the fore in international debates and international research. Going forward, we anticipate a new volume of research come out of this. Last year when we met, we realized we had sufficient material for collective piece, but we wanted to add texture, ideas, scope, and interest to such a volume by including similarly aligned research from other parts of the global South. So going forward, we're very much looking forward to seeing fully developed papers and contributions from the research that we'll be discussing in the next 3 days. And we really hope that the conversations and engagement that we have in the next few days help to strengthen, build, and take all of it in slightly inflected and improved, stronger directions. That's the goals that we have, and happy to address any questions. So perhaps we could get going, because we have quite a full program. Get going and begin with our first panel, which is from our partnerships findings, and it's the first research cluster we're looking at, which we invested quite heavily in, partly because there's so much political and productive activity going on, partly because it's really expensive to work in rural areas. And that's on artisanal small-scale mining. We have 2 key sub-projects which were part of artisanal small-scale mining. The first was on gendered livelihoods in ASM, they'll be speaking first and addressing the materials. And the second is on a subsector of ASM, the SSM, small-scale mechanized mining, an often overlooked category which has an important role to play in improving productive efficiencies and revenues to the state. So let's get started with the first panel from Southern Africa. Then after that, we'll take a break and come back again.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the first session, the first panel. I have 4 wonderful, or 5 wonderful speakers this morning to take us through artisanal and small-scale mining in Southern Africa. And I will call them here. You have Professor Chris Huggins from the University of Ottawa. I have Agatha Siwale Mulenga from the Southern African Institute for Policy and Research, who is joining us online, and Alex Caramento from York University, and Professor Richard Saunders, and Comrade Lyman Mlambo from the University of Zimbabwe. He's a comrade. So we will hear first from Professor Chris, who will take us through in about 10 minutes, an overview on the gendered aspects of artisanal and small-scale mining in Southern Africa. And afterwards, we will hear from Professor Richard on mechanized small-scale mining in Southern Africa. And then from there, we will hear specific cases from specific countries. Professor Chris, karibu.
So thanks very much, Jacques, for the introduction. And thank you, everybody, for for the chance to present. Thank you. To present an overview of the ASM project. Essentially, there was an ASM working group which identified key themes, and out of those themes, several research projects were developed. So I'm going to start by giving a brief overview of the work of the ASM working group, the kinds of themes that came up, and then I'm just going to talk a little bit about the Gender, Livelihoods, and Community Development project. So first of all, I want to obviously thank Richard, Alex, and for their work, Shirk also for funding the project. On the ASM, so the Artisanal and Small Scale Mining ASM Working Group, we had a number of people. Lyman and I co-chaired. There was John Lungu from Zambia, Mukasiri Sibanda from the African Tax Justice Network, Amani Mahinda from Haki Madini, which is an NGO in Tanzania, and Richard and Alex were also involved. So from that working group in several meetings, we identified a number of key concerns and themes that we looked into. So as I'm sure you all know, most of the research to date on resource nationalism has really focused on the large scale mining sector, right? The LSM sector. However, I'm sure we all know the significance of ASM around the world and in Africa. So while estimates vary, some estimates suggest that maybe 40 or 45 million people globally are directly involved in ASM, and in several African countries, including Tanzania, depending on which estimates you go by, and Zimbabwe, there are more than 1 million people in these countries directly involved in some form of ASM. So why is ASM relevant for resource nationalism? Well, the states may see ASM as a means of essentially redistributing the profit, the value of minerals, metals, amongst citizens, benefiting local communities. Because in almost, I think every country that I've read about, ASM is legally reserved for citizens of those countries, right? Sometimes states are unable to completely enforce that law. I'm thinking particularly of the role of Chinese business people in Ghana, for example. I know in South Africa as well, there's a large migrant population from Zimbabwe and other places involved in ASM. But legally and formally, ASM is reserved for citizens of those countries. However, we know from a lot of research that miners themselves, and when I say miners, I include people who not just go underground, but people who do primary processing of minerals. They wash, they sort, they also transport minerals. So when I say ASM miners, I'm really talking about people working in the ASM sector more broadly. So we know that these ASM workers receive low prices for their minerals or metals, or they receive low payments, salaries if they receive salaries. And community economies, communities which are adjacent to mine sites, are often seen as either exploitative kind of microeconomies, or those communities are seen as temporary, as kind of transient and only lasting as long as the minerals themselves last. Or sometimes there's a kind of a moral judgment because of things like commercial sex work and kind of leisure activities that take place around mine sites as well. So the kind of overall value of mining for the Southern African nations in the ASM sector is sometimes disputed, shall we say. One thing which has come up, including in this idea of exploitative economies, is the role of women, specifically women and girls in the ASM sector. And I think there has been a shift over the last, shall we say, 20 years from looking at the inequalities and the exploitation of women in and around mine sites to more grounded work, more quantitative work, led, I should say, in some cases by Doris Buss and Blair Rutherford from Carleton University. I'm from Ottawa, so I can do a little bit of cheerleading for them, and many others, of course, who have looked at the role of women and the very real economic benefits that women are gaining from ASM. So more nuanced narratives coming out of that. So coming back more broadly to ASM, some of the concerns around the value of ASM to national economies and to community development have been from the lack of tax revenue and broader economic spillovers from ASM because of opacity in the sector. It's not a transparent sector. Obviously, it's highly informal, which means that a lot of the sales are on the informal economy. So royalties, various other fees and taxes are not collected by the government. So transparency and kind of revenue management as well from the ASM sector are important themes. Another issue is the actual ownership and the flows of benefits through the value chain in ASM, in the ASM sector. So, more quantitative and more detailed field work over the last 20 years has showed very clearly that pre-financing arrangements, for example, result in much of the value being captured by mine owners or pre-financers who, depending on the country, might be business people, usually in capital cities, often running jewelry stores and things like that. In many cases, I think perhaps Lyman might talk about the Zimbabwe case, political elites, business elites are also essentially the owners or the key players in the ASM sector, whereas the mine workers themselves receive relatively little for their work, and perhaps more importantly, have less kind of structural control over the future of the sector. As well, there is an apparent contradiction when we look at countries which have supported the ASM sector in, for example, Southern Africa, between efforts on the one hand to empower the ASM sector and parallel efforts to continue to attract multinational LSM companies as well. So these are some of the kind of key issues which we identified in this working group. And coming out of that were 3 research projects, which we'll draw attention to today. The ASM formalization question. What does ASM formalization mean? How can it be done in a way that actually empowers and benefits, especially kind of grassroots communities? ASM and the power balance dynamics between communities and big mining corporates. And the project I'll speak to briefly, ASM, gendered livelihood strategies and development in mining communities. So Japhis, please do keep me to time, okay? Give me a warning if I'm running out of time here. So I'll provide a brief overview of this gender, livelihoods and community development project. So it took place in each of the 3 countries, Tanzania, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. In Tanzania and Zambia, we looked at gemstones, amethyst in Zambia and tanzanite in Tanzania. We looked at gold in Zimbabwe. We tried to get as much quantitative data as we could about how men and women, mine workers, use the benefits, the proceeds of their work. Do they invest in alternative livelihoods? Because especially with the gender question, the issue of providing alternative livelihoods and exit from the ASM sector has been quite influential in policymaking. So that's one question. Or do people actually kind of reinvest, double down, and try to maximize their livelihood options within the ASM sector? So are these issues perhaps different for men and women in these different countries? So I'll be brief here, but first of all, there's a lot of variation in how people are paid in the kind of jobs that people can do. So focusing particularly on the gender dynamics here, it will surprise no one, I'm sure, in the room, that women have rather different roles. For example, in the amethyst sector in Zambia, Women tend to work in the sorting, so they sort the stones, which is less well paid than some of the other roles that men tend to take. But they are also very heavily involved in gemstone trading. So women have a lot of opportunities within gemstone trading. They're also, again, no surprises here, very engaged in support services, selling groceries, clothing, and other goods to miners. We had a small sample, so this is not statistically significant, but there seems to be a trend for women to invest part of their mining income in micro-level saving schemes, such as village banking in Zambia. And women that traded in amethyst maintained personal control over the proceeds of those sales. So at the household level, they continue to have control over their income. This increases their social status, and many women in this study in Zambia said that they feel more respected within the community because of their role. And in one case, a mining cooperative has applied for government grants under kind of women empowerment opportunity. Most ASM actors in Zambia had long-term goals to diversify their existing livelihood strategies. When we looked at the kind of community development angles in all three countries, community development mostly occurred, or the linkages between ASM and community development were very much kind of individual, market-based. There wasn't a lot of collective action and kind of planned community-led investment. In Zambia, medium-scale mining companies such as Kariba Minerals were contributing to road rehabilitation, schools, and clinics. We didn't see the same kinds of things for the small-scale mining sector. I won't talk too much about Zimbabwe because Lyman can say more, but the gender dynamics were a little bit more pronounced, more unequal in the Zimbabwe case, which was gold, as I mentioned. Women, again, were relegated to marginal roles, rewashing processed ores or seeking gold in abandoned ASM sites. This is partly due to traditional beliefs that women essentially bring kind of bad luck to mine sites, but was very clearly also due to gender norms. And it reflects other informal livelihoods like petty trade, more generally, where women are also, if you like, discriminated against and kind of controlled by men in those trades as well. Nevertheless, even given these inequalities, women did appreciate ASM as a source of livelihood, and women did also comment that working in the mining sector gave them a sense of dignity and respect. And there were some initiatives there, collective action initiatives amongst women to make business partnerships as well. I'll start to wrap up. In Tanzania, again, Tanzania is slightly different. This was very much small-scale tanzanite mining. There isn't much artisanal mining because it's hard rock mining quite deep, requiring more technology, explosives, things like that. So one key finding here is that the labor dynamics and to some extent the gender dynamics really do depend on the material realities of the commodities we're talking about and the technologies needed to exploit and extract these metals and minerals. So in the tanzanite sector, it's quite difficult for a mine worker to transition to a mine owner to kind of move up the value chain because of the immense relatively speaking, the large capital investments which has to be made. These are kind of semi-mechanized mines that we're talking about in the tanzanite sector. Workers don't get paid very well, but they do supplement their incomes by trying to essentially take tanzanite gems whenever they can, undetected, and smuggle them out, which is not easy, but they do try and do that. Mine workers are in a very weak position. There's not much kind of cooperative activity in the tanzanite sector. And there has been an attempt in the tanzanite sector by the state to build essentially a wall around the tanzanite production zone and to control the sale of tanzanite. There's much more I could say. I don't have time. This has had some positive impacts on the ability of the state to collect revenue and to reduce smuggling. It hasn't completely reduced smuggling, however, and it might have had it appears to have had some negative impacts on women's abilities to continue their kind of marginal activities within the Tanzanite sector. So it's acted as a bit of an obstacle to kind of informal women's labor in the most marginal forms. One key outcome, I think, of our research here is that the Tanzanite and the amethyst production sector is very much wrapped up in the trade as well. So many small-scale miners also trade in gemstones, and in Zambia, women have a very strong share of that gemstone trading activity. In Tanzania, not so much. And Maasai, it's a Maasai area, the Tanzanite production zone. Maasai are very much engaged in Tanzanite trading. Amongst the Maasai, it's very much a male dominated activity. For non-Maasai, women tend to be more engaged. But I think that activities to improve the livelihood outcomes for traders can also have knock-on effects for miners and vice versa. So that's one main outcome of our research in the gemstone sector. So I'll leave it there, particularly as Lyman is going to add more detail about the Zimbabwe case. There's quite a lot of data that we produced. I can only just touch upon it here. So I look forward to any questions later on in the session. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Jeffers. I'm just going to highlight some of the pertinent findings on this particular, project on gender livelihoods and SME development. In Zimbabwe, there are actually two places which are prominent for gold artisanal mining. And those are two provinces. We have Mashonaland East Province, and there is Muzi District. So we had a case study there where we collected data from a place called Makaha. And that place is basically an arid place. And the main economic activity there is really artisanal, gold artisanal, mining. And then the other site is kind of different in that it is a fertile place, but again, it is a gold, it is well endowed with gold. It is Kadoma City, and Kadoma is said to be the city of gold. It means the city of gold, or is coded the city of gold. So the difference is that the other is arid, the other one is fertile. But both places, we have, a lot of artisanal and small-scale mining of gold, taking place. So those were case study areas. I will go straight into the key findings to just supplement what Chris has already presented. We found that ASM is actually one way of enhancing participation of communities in the mining in the mining sector in terms of sharing the benefits, because of the close link between the communities and the artisanal and small scale miners. And there is some kind of automatic, social license that the artisanal and small scale miners have in the communities, because some of them actually come from the communities. Then the second point I want to highlight is that this is not specific to Zimbabwe, but artisanal and small scale mining is able to exploit marginal economic deposits and small deposits which can be exploited at a large scale. We have seen this actually happening, where the country has then managed, in those areas, has managed to fully exploit the gold resources available because of the complementary role of artisanal small-scale mining and the large-scale mining. And then one thing that is quite important for us is the contribution of ASM to employment in the country. 7% of the national labor force which translates to 500,000 people, are employed directly in the artisanal and small scale mining of gold only. That is of gold only. And another 500 are employed indirectly because of that activity. And with a dependency ratio of 1:5, you find that that comes to a livelihood impact on probably more than 5 million people. So that is quite significant. And we also found that the artisanal and small scale gold mining is more profitable than other rural livelihood alternatives in the rural areas. It's more profitable. Miners are more food secure than the farmers themselves in the rural areas because of the income, capacity, income earning capacity of that activity. And also the ASGM, that is artisanal small scale gold mining, catalyzes effectively the development of local content through local procurement of the simple implements that are used in the mining, like picks, shovels, hoes, wheelbarrows, besides the other equipment like, jackhammers, like hammer mills and so forth, which are actually imported from outside the community. But some of these other simple things, which are actually more intensively used in the activity, actually can actually be manufactured within the communities, which then actually enhances the industrial, development of the community at that level. So we find these being, positive impacts of artisanal mining in those two areas that we looked at. However, on the negative side, there's greater inequality among miners than among non-miners in terms of income. And this could be explained by the nugget effect or bonanza effect within the miners where, a miner could make a find, but the other one could struggle to make a find. And the difference then becomes extreme. But with other, income generating activities in the rural areas, basically the difference is very small in terms of income. And then the other thing we found is the existence, and this is not also, unique to Zimbabwe, the existence of extra legal and semi-autonomous, ecosystem, economic ecosystem of actors, organizations, power balances, relations, be they social trade, financial dependency, and reciprocal, political, local, and external dynamics throughout the value chain within the artisanal small scale mining sector. So it is existing as some kind of an independent, sector from the mainstream economy, which has got its own ecosystem in terms of players throughout the value chain, in terms of processes, in terms of the normal interactions of an ecosystem. So some of these actors in the artisanal small scale mining sector are visible and some of them are not visible. For example, we're talking of visible actors, you're looking at claim owners, but these claim owners are not the ones who are actually working on the claims physically. So you have claim owners, you have those we call sponsors, financiers, who actually, provide equipment, food, and other consumables required. And then you have pit supervisors. There are a number of pits within one claim. So every pit, there is a supervisor. And then you have mining syndicates going into each pit. And into each pit, you might have more than one syndicate. And these are actually the people who then actually do the mining itself. These are visible on the ground, you can see them. But they are invisible actors, and the invisible actors, these are political and financial powers on the production side that do not show themselves on the ground. Political and financial powers on the market side, inside, that also do not show themselves on the ground. These are in big offices in Zimbabwe and outside Zimbabwe. The last three negative impacts I just want to highlight is the environmental impact. I think this one is not unique to Zimbabwe, it's conventional throughout the world. Poverty, there's a poverty trap. People go into this sector to escape, poverty. It is like livelihood, poverty driven in Zimbabwe, but few escape the poverty. Those who manage to reinvest, those who manage to actually build, assets, and those who manage to actually graduate from being artisanal miners to maybe being owners of milling plants, and even being owners of claims and so forth. They end up being, we have many examples of people who have made it big, starting from the pits, and they become big, income earners in the higher levels of the value chain. But there are those who are trapped within what we call the poverty, cycle, because they are mainly, concentrated on the livelihood, aspect of it, and they start with the, low knowledge, low technology, and then that leads to low recoveries, low productivity, low income, and with that it is consumed. They are back to the low levels of knowledge, low levels of technology, and it goes on and on like that. So they don't escape unless there is some kind of intervention to try and break that cycle. So we have those people who can be actually trapped, and that is a negative, a thing. Then the gender is inequality. I think it has been highlighted by Chris. Those are the issues. I'm actually finished. Those are the issues I wanted to highlight.
Okay, the challenges of presenting remotely. My apologies, bear with me, everyone. So yes, I'm Agatha Siwale Mulenga, and yeah, we worked on this paper alongside yes, Imasa Kunyambi, and Alex is working on the most recent iterations of it. So just to quickly highlight the main questions that we handled and the key findings. In line with what has already been presented, even earlier, Chris, for instance, referenced that literature has tended to focus on large-scale mining as opposed to ASM with regards to implications and the wider debates. And so this case study also basically sought to look at power dynamics within the ASM space. And initially was targeted at power dynamics between ASM and LSM, but then kind of shifted to become a paper on community empowerment and power dynamics with regards to the state and control over mineral resources. So in terms of our key research questions, they basically are summarized on this screen. To what extent has the proliferation of ASM activities reversed or worsened the disempowerment of communities? Is the community regaining its ownership and control in the resource sector through ASM? And then in what ways has ASM specifically empowered women, the youth, elderly, disabled, and orphans in the community, so marginalized community members? And then there was the dimension of the political elites and their role in ASM, LSM disputes, and the extent to which ASM influenced or fostered community participation in decision-making in the extractive sector. So as I mentioned, there was a bit of an evolution in the research where we initially started by looking at ASM, LSM dynamics, but then what came out quite strongly and as an interesting area of research was the relationship associated the relationship associated with Black Mountain that emerged between the ASM operators and the communities. versus the Zambian government across two periods of electoral cycles. So basically looking at the dynamics of community empowerment during the time of the PF era versus that of the current government, which is the United Party for Development. Yes, and the Patriotic Front. So forgive the acronyms; they're kind of entrenched. So in terms of the main arguments of the paper, we found three key arguments. Firstly, that ASM operators and their communities experienced different levels of empowerment linked to the political party in office and the access rules selected at different times. The second key finding or key argument is that the Black Mountain case study demonstrates that ASM led to economic empowerment for communities when wider institutional roles under the former political regime, which is the Patriotic Front, permitted free access to the copper slag dump. However, communities have experienced disempowerment following the change in access rules under the new government, the UPND government, since they no longer have access to the Black Mountain. This case study also interestingly illustrates how different actors, especially the government in power and political parties, may hold conflicting views of what constitutes empowerment. So while the current UPND government views empowerment through the lens of training in alternative livelihoods, and so redirecting communities away from ASM and towards other activities, the communities themselves perceive this as disempowerment, and empowerment was perceived more strongly as being about immediate access to income and livelihoods from mining activities. In terms of methods, this was a small N study. We used a combination of semi-structured interviews and documentative analysis. We interviewed 19 artisan and small-scale miners who were directly engaged in mining at the Black Mountain. And then we introduced respondents from the 3 surrounding communities located near the mountain. So 5 respondents from each community. And then we also spoke to leaders of cooperatives and government officials, as well as the mine management. And then documentary analysis largely consisted of reviewing newspaper articles and reports from the Zambia Consolidated Copper Mines Investment Holdings, the ZCCMIH, which is the government's investment arm in the mining sector, and has been the holding company. So in terms of the theoretical approach, we sought to understand the empowerment, and we adopted the approach to empowerment as involving an aspect of agency and then also the element of opportunity struggle. So the extent to which a community can be said to be empowered depends on both agency, the agency they possess, and the community structure or institutional context in which they are embedded. Agency here is defined as an actor's ability to make meaningful choices. That is, the actor is able to envisage and purposefully choose options. But we also linked agency to asset bases, education skills, organizational capacity and information, financial and material assets that enable an actor to make the choices that they need to. Opportunities, the structure is defined as the aspects of the context within which actors operate. So we looked at these aspects of agency. To what extent can community members, ASM community members, ASM miners, make effective choices? Do they have the capabilities to make those choices? And what opportunity structures exist? And just to highlight some of the findings that existed between these two political eras, we had Edgar Lungu in power prior to 2021, and he was part of the Patriotic Front. He was the president at the time. And so looking at the dynamics of the time, we have the Nkana slag dump, which is what is referred to as the Black Mountain. So this is a huge slag dump that is located in Kitwe within Zambia's Copperbelt province. Now, this slag dump was originally part of Chambishi Metals, so a privately owned company, but then it was minority owned by the government. I won't go too deeply into the details. And in terms of the operations at the slug dump, ASM operators basically would dig for copper, cobalt, and chrome slag at the Black Mountain, then take them to processing facilities, small processing plants, which were largely owned by Chinese nationals, and then they would be smelted for export. So in terms of Lungu's Patriotic Front, in 2018, as part and parcel of the nationalist effort to empower Zambians, so the Patriotic Front came in especially and progressively moved towards the resource nationalistic stance, which was evidenced through increased state ownership of mining assets, and these attempts to get Zambian citizens to have greater participation in terms of mining assets. So they came in with promises to unemployed youth and informally employed youth that the government would support and empower these. And so ZCCMIH's 10% of 10% ownership in the Black Mountain was then given to Chapamo Mineral Processing Company. And this was basically a community-based kind of company. And this was in line with promises of empowerment. And at the same time, there was some ownership dynamics on the part of the privately owned company itself, where ownership changed. But looking particularly at the actions of the government, Chapamo was basically jointly owned, and it consisted of ASM cooperatives, but then it was also linked to groups called the Jarabos, who are criminal elements in terms of the mining space in the copper belt. And when just looking at the international media, there were questions raised around this narrative of youth or community empowerment, suggesting instead that the true motivation behind the award of the 10% stake to Chapamo was politically motivated, an effort by the former PF government to secure political dominance over the area. So indeed, especially as they moved towards 2021 and concerns around re-election, there was that popular intention to in that area. So in the 3-year period following the handover of the 10% stake to Chapamo, there was then an additional 20% aspect of Nkana Island that was taken over by the PF government, and then was later handed over to Chapamo. So the PF government sued Nkana Alloy, and the court settled in their favor. And so in total, 30% stake of the copper of the slug dump was given to the Chapamo company, which was a community-based one. And so while PF cadres and Chapamo maintained control over the Black Mountain, ASM operators and surrounding communities still felt empowered by access to the Black Mountain. ASM operators were, for instance, permitted and hindered access to Black Mountain for 3 days a week on average, and informal traders, many of whom were women, were permitted access to the site to sell goods and services to those engaged in mining activities. So there was the aspect of ownership by the communities, and also the aspect of engagement in these supporting activities that Chris and the others alluded to during the PF era. But then switching lenses to the UPND era. Hi, am I out of time?
Yes, a minute to conclude.
Okay, yes. So in conclusion, we basically find that the question of whether ASM succeeds in empowering communities is contingent on a few factors. So in one regard, just looking at the difference between these political eras, briefly touching on this UPND era, because of the way in which empowerment was envisioned by the government as alternative livelihoods, and mining defined as an enterprise for professionals, for large-scale miners, there was then disempowerment of the ASM communities during the current era, where they no longer have access to these slug dumps, and mining is largely carried out by a large-scale entity that then shares returns the cooperatives, the ASM cooperatives, who are then encouraged to engage in alternative livelihoods. So we see different approaches based on the political vision of the government in power, which either leads to greater control of assets by ASM communities or less control. And in this case, under the PF government, there was greater control of assets through ownership and trading activities, whereas when they switched over to the UPND government, the control shifted to mining companies that then distribute some of the sales revenues to the cooperatives after payment of costs. So basically, we find that resource nationalism can either have a positive or negative impact depending on access rules determined by those in power. I will stop here and maybe can elaborate with questions. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Agatha. Now to Richard.
Got a little bit of time left, 15 minutes to talk about 3 projects and or subs.
No, we'll push it because
We'll push a little bit.
Yeah.
We got a lot of material, but material we don't cover is in our papers, working papers, and we can engage in question and answers as well. The second project is in the ASM group is on formalization. And formalization is the term used to talk about the kind of the inclusion, training, codification, registration of ASM which is becoming, as Chris mentioned, an increasingly important provider of minerals, especially precious minerals like gold, diamonds, tanzanite, into revenue streams and exports. It also includes manganese in Zambia. So this project is to really query the debates around formalization, which have mostly looked at artisanal miners in artisanal small-scale mining. They've mostly looked at artisanals, those non-mechanized or very lightly mechanized, sometimes transient parts of ASM. They make up the bulk of the ASM constituency, the vast bulk. But an important component of ASM, small-scale mining, mechanized small-scale mining, is actually an extremely efficient and important contributor on a regular, stable basis, not only to the production of minerals, but to the furnishing of revenues into government. Because mechanized small-scale miners tend to be registered, licensed, business propositions with degrees of investment in capital, and therefore they're more stable, they're around land claims, they have work and work crews and skills, and often their machinery and equipment is rented out to others as well. So they also service the artisanals section of ASM. Looking at the mechanized, the SSM, small-scale mechanized miners, as opposed to ASM, even though in most countries they don't exist as a distinct legal or institutional category or regulatory category. The countries we look at, they don't. The term ASM and SSM is used interchangeably, although they actually refer to 2 quite different entities and components of the process. ASM and SSM in particular has been quite important in resource nationalism in terms of the language and vocabulary used by governments, ministries of mines, and ministries of finance. And that's one of the reasons why we're looking at it. It's often drawn on in terms of, the language of inclusion around resources and entrepreneurialism, around codification, commercialization, about improving government revenue, community and individual revenues, and bringing wealth into the rural areas. Development from below, or rural development, is seen as having generally a mechanized component to it and a reinvestment component to it. If we want to talk about real income growth and the growth of revenues for local government at local level, we're talking mostly about SSM. Much of artisanals actually fall off the grid of revenues and accumulated wealth, accumulated capital in local areas. There are elements of it, but it's much more charged and catalyzed by mechanization. There's lots of evidence as well that SSM, small-scale mechanized, is an important creator of employment, of stable, longer-term employment. When we're talking about SSM, we include shafts of up to 75, 100 meters, and work crews of up to 75, with electrified operations, proofing plants, assaying, and a range of skills hired in, including geologists and surveyors. So although it's included within ASM, it's a very different set of dynamics, outcomes, and expectations, and responses to policymaking that affect this SSM sector. In recent years, governments have specifically been looking at this kind of sector when they use language around resource nationalism. In Zimbabwe, for example, as we'll hear from Lyman, a revolving gold fund to support capitalization of small-scale gold miners was targeting SSM, not artisanals, but targeting mechanized miners. When we look at in Tanzania, the really important innovations, which we'll talk about in a minute, like the Tanzanian Mining Commission and the rural mining offices, these are targeting not just artisanals, but in the end, what we find from our evidence, the ones that mainly reach are SSM, the ones who use their services the most, gain value from them, and gain access to capital more frequently are actually the mechanized miners. And in Zambia too, the Zambia Gold Company, formed in 2020, saw as its mission to catalyze Zambia's gold industry by fostering formalization and maximizing value creation through the entire gold chain. But what they were really talking about was mechanized small-scale miners and reinvesting in that as a way of productive efficiency, environmental protection, employment creation, and bringing formal revenues into the state system. So there's a problem with ASM that we see it, and that is considered as a broad category. A lot of the talk about formalization is about making illegals legal and bringing them in and improving to some extent revenues, and it's around technical and legal issues. But these are issues which are not so important for small-scale mechanized ones. Most of them are registered. They do have land claims, they do pay taxes, and they do seek government funding on a regular basis for equipment, and successfully or not. So the formalization debate doesn't really capture them. And so for us, we're looking at the question of, well, what does capture them? What kind of policy making around ASM does recognize them and does elicit responses of a positive kind? Are there those kinds of policy making taking place? And how do we link that policy making in with the broader resource nationalist language of community empowerment, rural empowerment, inclusive citizenship through ASM participation? So that's what this project looks at. It looks at the less studied component of ASM, mechanized small-scale mining, and it asks some basic questions. If ASM is politically attuned to artisanals because it's a mass constituency, government is economically attuned to SSM because of the value that it brings on a regular, stable, expanding basis. So there's a disconnect between the populist language of resource nationalism and the economic expectations of government policymaking. How do we bring those together? So we ask a few questions in each of these countries of the SSM sector, which has been small but growing and is outsized in terms of its economic contributions as part of the ASM sector. Has resource nationalism influenced policy actually yielded transformation or productive results for the SSM sector particularly? Legalization is not the issue, it's access to finance is one of them. Have SSM actors actually been able to leverage resource nationalist language to benefit themselves in terms of policy tweaking? Do we see any evidence of that in the region? What are their obstacles not only to entry but to expansion of business? We're going to people who already are mechanized, but what are their expectations and needs? And how do they leverage resource nationalist language to get them? Is government willing to recognize them as a distinct component of a broad mass of often mobile and transitory ASM? Are there effective state strategies that capture and target SSM, and can we replicate them? Where do they come from? What is the political dynamic, the political coalition which leads to that, and is it sustainable overall? And to answer these questions, we look at two key areas for SSM development as identified by them. The first is around capitalization finance. Obviously, these are, despite the fact that they make money or businesses, they're low levels of capitalization, low levels of equipment, the ownership. They don't like to hire because it's expensive and in some cases very disadvantageous to the profit margins. And there are nonetheless a number of mechanisms available that we've seen in the region, which can be drawn upon. In other words, the portfolio of policy making around improving the capital position and capitalization, if you want, financing of SSMs, is quite large. It's not only loans and grants, but also price regulation by states, subsidies of bank loans, equipment provision by state organizations, what have you. So capitalization finance is one thing we look at. What have been the policies? What have been the mechanisms? What's driving it? Are they sustainable? What have been the impacts in terms of expanding, consolidating, and leading to reinvestment by SSM itself in their operations? The second area is extension services. A big part of actually having efficient small-scale mines is having technical capacity, geological and survey data, which is hard to come by, technical services about how to run a business, how do you create a portfolio investment to go to a bank to get money, how do you have a proven tenement with proven assets, how do you do that? These all require external training, geological and technical services, and the state is generally the one that has provided them. Have government prioritized SSMs? How does that attention get given? What are the mechanisms for that? And what do they actually produce? Has it consolidated SSM in some sectors? So those are the two areas we're looking at: finance and capitalization and extension services for this sector. We've had a few challenges in this project, and one of them was in Zimbabwe. Because, and this speaks to the political nature of ASM, because of the compromised, in some sense, captured nature of large parts of ASM gold production. We've heard about gold mafias and smuggling and the involvement of elites and various others in this sector as a form of accumulation. That got in the way of actually reaching people and in a sensitive and sometimes dangerous context for the miners themselves. That was a problem. The other problem we've had is the diverse context. We might be talking about SSM or ASM, but the minerals involved are quite different, and different minerals come with very different kinds of dynamics, financing mechanisms, and regulatory mechanisms. For example, in Tanzania, the difference between SSM gold and SSM development minerals, very different dynamics, different options for financing, different ways of regulating and extracting tax from them. And the other big issue we've had is something I mentioned at the outset. The illusion or the conflating of ASM and SSM has meant that in the field, when you're actually approaching people and trying to identify people or dealing with government officials and development officials, they often don't see the distinction and confuse the two. They just think of SSM in some cases as successful and slightly richer ASM farmers, operators. But in fact, there's very different kind of dynamics which are driving these sectors of a very wide continuum. So those are challenges that we've faced. We've come up with some interesting, quite contrasting findings, especially from Zimbabwe and Tanzania, kind of polar opposites, with Zambia somewhere in the middle. We don't have much time, but to begin with, I think we'll focus, since there's been some talk of Zambia already, let's begin with Zimbabwe and Tanzania as the two kind of polar opposites and what we can learn from them, and see how much time that we have after that. Lyman, would you like to?
Yeah.
All right, thank you. I was going to just indicate that the conflation of artisanal mining and small scale mining is actually the background, you know, to this to the focus in the research that because when we are talking of addressing that artisanal and small scale mining, we're bundling two different, you know, sectors, and the result is that there is a bias towards artisanal mining because we are talking of formalization. The result is that there is a bias towards artisanal mining to the exclusion of small scale mining. So, but we realize that the small scale mining sector has got a lot of potential. I think Richard has indicated those. I will not repeat them. It has got a lot of, you know, potentials in terms of growth, you know, revenue and other things. Yet, what we see is that there's no legal distinction between ASM and between AM, that is artisanal mining, and small scale mining, and also between small scale mining and large scale mining. In the Mines and Minerals Act of Zimbabwe, there's no legal distinction. And the Mines and Minerals Act is in the process of reform, and the bill that is reforming the act also is falling short of giving that distinction because it simply defines small-scale mining as the mining that is not large-scale mining. That is not a definition. That is not a distinction. And then what we also find is that there's lack of political will to really push the formalization agenda. And this is motivated by, you know, illegitimate accumulation interests that compounds an already complicated situation, you know, into a title management crisis. And that title management crisis actually affects the small scale mining sector because it is registered, there are titles. And if you go to the courts, most of the issues that you find at the courts are actually about, you know, overlapping titles. For small scale miners, rarely would you meet, you know, large corporates, you know, having this kind of conflicts in court. So our study, you know, as he indicated, he was looking at challenges related to capitalization, financing, and government technical services in the context of, you know, formalization. Now, the findings on capitalization and finance, the first thing is that they are not capitalized. The small-scale mining sector are not adequately capitalized. And then the second one is that whatever equipment that they have is mainly self-procured. So there are no grants, there are no like initiatives that actually enhance their equipment capitalization, but it's self-procurement, purchase arrangements, personal savings, personal assets, selling personal assets to finance the business, and diverting income from other, you know, miners' businesses to the mining, you know, business. And then there's no, you know, finance forthcoming from the banks for obvious reasons, collateral requirement, you know, high interest rates, short repayment periods. And the biggest challenge with the small-scale mining sector is the question of exploration report. You have no detailed exploration, and that translates directly into high geological risk. And high geological risk translates directly into repayment risk if you are to be given a loan. So that's a big issue. And also, the government is supposed to provide services, engineering services, supposed to provide equipment to the small-scale mining actors. But the problem is that it is not also capitalized. The government itself, it has an engineering yard which is empty. And if you apply for any equipment, you can't get it. But there is a black market, you know, set of financiers who are actually prepared to cover that gap. And the result is that if the black market financiers cover the gap, automatically the product goes to the black market. So that becomes a problem. And looking at the policy and legal reforms, there have been frequent changes in policies and also in the legal framework, which tend to disrupt future plans by these miners. For example, I'll just give an example of something that was said by one of the interviewees, that, for example, I make a 5-year plan, and within 1 year, there are 6 changes to policies and regulations. What does it mean? It means I have to fix that 1 year. That is that particular 1 year, so that I can move forward, because the plan has been disrupted just in 1 year. So I have to make that good so that I can move forward. And also this can affect the incentive to be compliant with policies. The miners have no strong relationship with the only one national gold buying agents, which is the state parastatal, the Fidelity Printers and Refineries, which is a government institution. So but they do have relations with the black market actors. So a lot of gold, as I said, is going to the black market. Some policy interventions by the state to incentivize small-scale miners have the problem that they come without a legal backing. For example, we had a reform. I mean, we had an incentive to simplify the environmental management requirements for small-scale miners from a full environmental impact assessment that will be done by consultants to just a simple format, a form that they fill, which we call the EMP, the Environmental Management Plan, where you have the potential negative impacts and you have the respective, mitigation plans, which becomes just a simple, form. But it is not backed by a legal, document. That's the problem. Then the lack of national minerals development policy. We don't have a national minerals development policy in Zimbabwe. And we also have long-drawn legal reforms on the Mines and Minerals Amendment Bill, which I've indicated already. And that has left the formalization process without strong foundation, with strong policy and legal foundation. On the government service, that is the one I was going to touch as the last one. On the government service, of course, there have been some interventions, but again, the implementation part, it has been, pronouncements, but implementation part has not been effective. And also, generally, it has been indicated too many licenses. The process of getting the license is so complicated, too many actors, departments that are also involved, and the lack of uniform charges, for example, by the local authorities, and long time to register, mning titles.
Unfortunately, we don't have time. I don't have time to address the research that was done in Zambia by Kalonde Mtuna. But Lyman and Peter Kanetsa in Zimbabwe have collected fantastic information from a number of sites, granite and gold. And in Tanzania, we had Nicholas Masawi and MTL Consulting coming up with very kind of mixed bag of data. On the one hand, we have the official view of government, and Tanzania really represents a different kind of case from Zimbabwe, which, on the face of it, looks quite remarkable in terms of the innovations that were done in the name of resource nationalism under the Magufuli administration, and with a lot of institutional and consistent investments by the state and provision, and with a keen eye to attention to capitalization and outreach to reach ASM in particular. So Tanzania stands in quite a contrast to Zimbabwe because there is a centralized authority, but used in quite a coherent and strategic way to develop a suite of institutional innovations specifically directed at ASM, and mainly, as we found in our interviews, benefiting SSM, not necessarily ASM. So we have a strong state authority used to patronize and sometimes capture in Zimbabwe, but in Tanzania, we see quite strident language, a centralized administration and implementation, and a really interesting all-government or whole-of-government coordination of strategies across different ministries, from environment to mining to finance, in linking into the private sector of banking, and this, with the state and some state technical institutions serving as mediators between ASM and corporate finance in terms of providing the technical information needed for bankable feasibility studies for small-scale miners. So there's been a real interesting, keen attention to the ASM institutional process in policy statements and legislation. And there's been quite strong cooperation with some of the ASM associations, representational associations, of which there are several in Tanzania, and at least two going back to the 1980s, one of which sits on the board of the main kind of supervisory body set up after 2017 reforms, the Mining Commission. So actually are representative, but have an institutional role in this infrastructure developed by the state around ASM. We've seen, in Tanzania's got a large and growing ASM sector. In the late 80s, it was only 100,000 ASM miners. Now it's at least 1.5 million. And most of that growth has come in the last 10 years. Part of it in response to policy interventions, but also driven by the decline of the agricultural economy and people seeking work and income subsidies, the standard proposition. But what's interesting in Tanzania is that the whole, if you want, layer of institutions which have been set up since 2017 under the Magufuli administration, those institutions have kind of sustained that momentum. This is not a failing economy of SSM and ASM. It's actually one which continues to grow and which increasingly is contributing to the revenue stream of government as it has become formalized. About 84% of ASM actors in Tanzania now are actually licensed and formalized and registered, and they are compelled to sell by law through government mineral trading hubs, which are part of the infrastructure set up to minister to SSM. So there's a flow of a formalization, not just in the legal sense of individuals and groups and co-ops, but also of the production process as well, which is in a way of, some have argued in the Tanzanian state, of financing and kind of a revolving fund within the state itself to pay for this extensive network which was set up in the late 2010s. I won't go into the history of Magufuli and his resource nationalism. It's mostly read through the conflicts that the Tanzanians had with Barrick Gold, amongst others, in the late 2010s and early 20s, which was eventually settled with some revenue gains, but also some concessions on the government's part. What's important from this period in terms of our project is the multiple institutions which were established in a fairly rapid period to minister directly to this productive process of an ASM minerals economy. So there was the Mining Commission in 2017, which streamlined licensing and tax collection and brought together functions of various ministries, kind of a super ministry in the Ministry of Mines to oversee this process, a mining commission. There were 29 resident mine offices set up in the different districts in Tanzania, which would be the hubs for the mining commission, employing professionals. There would be licensing depots, but also supervising, providing geological information, a whole range of services. And it was seen to begin with right off the bat as reducing significantly the kinds of conflicts that had existed up until then over land rights and over cadastries between small scale and large scale. Those are very much mediated at local level. Traditional authorities are part of that process. In addition to these administrative centers, there's 42 mineral trading hubs as of today. across Tanzania. And ASM, as I said, required to sell to them. So we've seen large volumes, large increases of gold production actually coming through these hubs. Recorded, point of sale, digitalized with satellite connections and a LAN to record not only mineral transactions, but the registration of new claims. We've also seen the rejuvenation of other institutions which had lapsed. The old parastatal, Stamico, the state mining company, has been rejuvenated and given a new role to provide technical, geological information, guidance, and to serve as a commercial intermediary between associations of ASM and individual mining co-ops and banks to access finance through non-state mechanisms. It's a really impressive set of institutions. On the face of it, it's quite remarkable what was achieved. And the inclusion, the gold production figures, you can see it. It's explosive. 82% of ASM are holders. Low entry fees. And other places like Zambia, where to register as an ASM or SSM can cost up to $2,500 at the outset. In Tanzania, the total cost is $56, reduced. Preferential royalty rates, all sorts of things set up as part of that. As a result, we see ASM gold sales now comprise almost 35% of the total gold delivered to the Tanzanian state in the context of large-scale productive, extremely profitable gold mines from foreign miners. So on the face of it, looks really interesting, but when we go out and start to talk to people, small-scale miners, and a mix of small-scale and artisanals, the picture looks a little bit different because around the big issues of capitalization finance and extension services, we see good access, but it's access which for the most part is benefiting mechanized miners. We see them with the greatest interest and incentive to engage, to seek out, engage in seeking geological information, other technical services. They're the ones best able to create proposals to do this. They have tenure and generally lots of training through centers of excellence, another set of institutions which are set up by the Tanzanian state to train up and provide upgraded skills to SSMs. So there's lots more to say, but in some, they have disproportionate access. They've done very well, SSMs, from this government set of institutions, extensive training and extension services. ASM's high mobility, not nomadic, but less of access to RMOs, even in their own constituencies, have actually fallen away increasingly from training centers and training provision. We see most of it being given to SSMs. Around finance, it's a similar kind of story. Most of the sources that we contacted, the interviews, say that they actually haven't had access to capital finance if they are not mechanized. A kind of a beginning entry point for getting access to provision of services to allow you to do a bankable feasibility study, for example, to get access to revolving funds from state facilities requires that you be mechanized in some way or have a proven record of delivery of gold. So kind of an interesting context of services and institutions also said to be underfunded now as funding is declining, mainly being targeted and veered towards a smaller sector, SSM sector, which, I mean, is good for them, but it tends to be falling away from those meant to be the original targets. Some have suggested that one of the ways to refinance, improve the outreach of these regional mining offices, which are short of resources in terms of personnel and in terms of infrastructure like vehicles, one of the ways to do that is to decentralize taxation further and allow retention at point collection, so that a portion of royalties and tax collections should be reinvested at local level. That's one proposal that's being discussed now. And it's certainly one that the associations of ASMs are in favor of. There's other things we could talk about in questions and answers, but generally a very interesting, rapid-fire set of developments, but with a skewed outcome in terms of consumer and client access.
Thank you very much. A big round of applause to my speakers. It's not easy speaking in the context of squeezed time. And I understand I have not done them justice. And probably I have not done justice to the listeners, the audience, but it is what it is. And probably let's hear from the floor, from you. Yeah, so we have 10 minutes, probably 2 questions, and we can take the discussion further as we still have 3 more days. Questions or comments from anyone? Yes. Thank you. Richard will respond to that. Another question? Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you. So the first one is a clarification on the Tanzanian case. A clarification. I just wanted to know regarding ownership of small scale mining. Are there like rules regarding who is able to operate a small scale mine? Whether are indigenous people only the people who are able to do that, or outsiders are also involved? If that is the case, assuming it is the former, did you guys encounter any issues of fronting when you were doing your research, where because of the economic base of any mining activity, and assuming it's just for local ownership, people he talked about the black market, people actually invest, so it's their money, but then indigenous people are the ones at the front, right? And they benefit and they get all the profits at the back. Did you guys experience any? Did you guys get any of these information from their research? Yeah.
Thanks for your questions. Let me deal with the second one first. And it really depends on the jurisdiction you're talking about in terms of who has access to claims and who can mine. In Zimbabwe, we see quite a range of local and foreign players as small-scale miners, including Russians, Chinese small-scale miners, and others. But I think that speaks to the fluidity of the licensing process and less to restrictions from resource nationalism. In Tanzania, it's very clear. One needs to be Tanzanian citizen to have a PML, primary mining license, which is the only way in which we define ASM or SSM in Tanzania. You have to be a Tanzanian citizen. The claim is not transferable. You can upscale your license if you want to turn it into a mining license, which can include joint investment partners who are not Tanzanian, but ownership must remain more than 50% Tanzanian. So that it's a very, and I think this does come from the resource nationalist kind of language and recomposition of the legal scheme in 2009 and 2017 with amendments made to it. So that's clear. In Zambia, it's a much smaller scale, but I think it's restricted to Zambians. I'm not sure. It didn't come up in our interviews. Yeah, it didn't come up in our research.
I mean, it speaks to recent policy measure in Zambia in particular, right, was to restrict, well, first it was artisanal mining, and then it went to artisanal small-scale mining. I mean, so what you end up doing, Benjamin, as you really pointed out, you kind of alluded to in your question, is you create a class of rentiers that act as a front, right? And then they'll hold the license, and they'll have foreign backers or what have you. And so what's interesting, I think, about Richard's research, and just to underline this point, is fundamentally, if you want to create a viable small-scale sector, ones that dependent on domestic actors, right? Not necessarily indigenous people, but people that are nationals, right? And so I'm talking about like the Asian minority and such and so forth, right? You have to pursue other measures like providing financial services or extension services, which allows in an open competitive without that indigenous qualification allows domestic actors to viably compete against these foreign investors, right? That's fundamentally the way to do it. I think this is what's underpinned by Richard's research.
And on the first question around what are the problems which SSM is addressing, which might be different from ASM? Certainly, ASM as a continuum is addressing a different livelihood and wealth accumulation issue than LSM, large-scale mining. That's a really interesting question. I mean, and what I suppose at the heart of it is the question of what is the political constituency and the power coalition which underpins a possible growth in SSM. And part of it, I suppose, in the case of Tanzania, which is most advanced in this regard, is kind of the strategic decision that the formalization of this sector will also involve the revenue flows, increasing revenue flows into the state treasury, and that this must be managed and redistributed. This can be managed and redistributed for local local community benefit and what have you. The mechanisms for managing of those revenues is not so clear in that regard. And if we want the redistribution or recycling of rural revenues through the mineral trading hubs into local areas. In Zimbabwe, there was an interesting advance made, which has been little taken advantage of around this issue in the 2013 Constitution, which is in one section of the Constitution designated that there were specific taxation rights of rural districts, the smallest administrative districts in Zimbabwe, which are about 55. They have specific taxation rights around resources, both minerals and wider natural resources. And that taxation can be levied, if you want, by local authorities, collected at point, and redistributed and managed at point as part of local government provision of social services. There have been problems with that because it's designated in the legislation that the taxation will be done on the basis of labor. How many people are working in that mine? And with mechanization and capitalization of large-scale mines working in these areas, of course, the labor amount is going down and the amount available in terms of taxable amount is reduced. There's calls to actually change that and make it based on the productivity and the profits of that mine. But that becomes very thorny because then it interferes with and steps on the margins of central government revenues around royalties and corporate income tax. But it's an interesting proposition. And one piece of further research I'd like to do is in Tanzania is to take those issues of revenue management and redistribution from the rural mineral trading hubs, take that forward and ask, how can this actually be used as part of community livelihoods? If ASM is being driven by the desire for wealth accumulation in communities, if SSM is more of a business proposition, how can some of those capital gains be recycled in the communities around them in the rural areas? I think that would be a really interesting further project to carry forward, and particularly around critical minerals, which is what we're going to be looking at next.
Thank you, Chris. 30 seconds.
Yeah, very, very quickly. I just wanted to say it's more of just raising other questions. I think there are gender dynamics as well to mechanization, and obviously mechanization can mean different things depending on the minerals and the context we're talking about. But in some places where mechanization is incremental, quite often it's things like primary processing and washing of minerals, which are the first things to be mechanized. And those are women's jobs quite often in these mine sites. So I think there are some interesting questions about mechanization and gender dynamics as well.
Thanks very much. Another round of applause to the panel and to the online participants. We thank you very much for giving us your ear. And thanks very much to my panelists.
Hello and welcome back. So we are ready now for the second panel in the conference. My name is Viviana Patroni. I'm going to chair the panel, and my main role will be to try to keep everybody to 15 minutes so we have time for questions, and then we all can continue the conversation over lunch. I would like to present the three presenters in the panel. And before I do so, I said I'm very happy to be here and to share this moment and this conversation with all of you. The first participant, Johanna Miraya Osco, unfortunately is not here with us. She was not able to make it back from fieldwork, I understand, but she's going to join us via Zoom. Her paper is entitled Indigenous Women Resistance in the Context of Mining Extractions in the Andes of Peru. Johanna was born and raised in a Quechua community in the Andes in Peru. She's currently a PhD candidate in the Political Science Department at the University of Toronto. She has earned a degree in geography from the University of the Universidad Nacional Mayor of San Marcos, and completed her master's degree in environmental and community at Humboldt State University. She teaches her native Quechua language at the University of Toronto and is the co-founder of Cuscala, which is an international nonprofit organization that supports the revitalization of South American native languages. Her research interests include indigenous politics, Andean politics, indigenous knowledge, mining extractivism, and political ecology. I thought I'd present the second. I do the presentations now, so we just flow after with a conversation. The second panelist is Aditi Basu, who is an independent researcher joining us, I imagine, from India, where she lives. The title of her presentation is Nationalizing Resources and Ecological Conservation in India, a Paradox of Jharkhand's Marginal Communities in the 21st Century. Aditi is an Indian-based independent researcher. She has written extensively on world affairs with a particular focus on Indian foreign policy, international relations, feminist power politics, soft power diplomacy, and climate diplomacy. Aditi has presented her research in various countries, including Austria, USA, Canada, UK, Serbia, Croatia, Spain, New Zealand, and South Africa. She completed a master's degree in political science from Jamshedpur, Women's University in India. And the third panelist is here with us, is Vivi Nguyen. She is a student, a MA candidate here in the Department of Politics at York University. Her paper is entitled Rare Earth Elements in Indigenous Self-Determination. Vivi is currently, as I mentioned, completing a master's degree in political science, and her major research paper entitled Not Rare at All, Earth Elements, analyzes the development of Canadian rare earth extraction and processing in relation to the green energy transition. She has an MA degree also from York University in 2022. And her research interests include mineral extraction and processing, the geopolitics of mining, international relations, and the role of critical minerals in new technologies. So we are going to ask then Johanna to start. And I just wanted to mention too, for those joining us online, that if you want to ask a question, please do not hesitate to raise your hand. And to Johanna and Aditi, since I don't think you can see me once you start sharing your screen, I'm going to interrupt you 5 minutes before your time is up. Sorry for that. Just to remind you then that you have this 5 minutes. Okay, great. So we are ready for Johanna.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Johanna. Originally, I had planned to be in person Toronto, but due to unforeseen circumstances, I wasn't able to travel there. However, I am excited to present virtually. So I'm going to share my slide. The socio-environmental impact of mining corporations on many peasants and indigenous communities, as well as their mobilizations against these corporations across Latin America, has been extensively documented and investigated by researchers from various interdisciplinary fields. In the case of Peru, many indigenous and peasants communities, organizations, alongside national and international organizations, play an important role in supporting the mobilization of these communities against projects such as Conga. Thanks to this mobilization, ongoing projects like Conga and Tia Maria, which is both large-scale mining projects located in Peru, were halted. However, recent news indicates that Mining Minister, Energy of Mining, Rómulo Mucho Mani advocates for the continuation of this project despite community opposition. In this context, it is crucial to consider the role of women in mobilizing and resisting multinational corporations within their communities, household, and daily lives. Understanding ongoing project also necessitates comprehension of how local community governance functions and the role played by indigenous women in their communities. I cannot continue discussing Andean indigenous women resistance without first understanding the Andean worldview of these communities and the history of their colonization. Let me briefly recapitulate how Andean indigenous women have faced various forms of oppression since colonial times up to the present day. During the colonial era, many Andean women were subjected to exploitations, abuse, and oppressions, not only by colonizers, but also within their household, experiencing double form of oppression in their house, in their territory, in which many women still face to this day. Actually, this picture I took is not the best picture, but I took when I was doing my field research just a couple months ago. Here is the mining Las Bambas, you can see here. And she is Fortunata. She was the person who told me I would like to walk and we will see how the mining project is taking place from the other side. So here I will explain about Fortunata a little bit. I met her in the province of Cotabamba. She was from Fuerabamba, and now she lives in Nueva Fuerabamba. Her community was displaced by the Las Bambas mining project in Peru through the process of land acquisition and relocation, which is now called Nueva Fuerabamba. This community is not too far from for her ancestral land. Fuerabamba, it is about 40 to 50 minutes by car. When we went for a walk close to where she lives, she could still see her sacred mountain being destroyed. With tears in her eyes, she recounted their history of living in the sacred land and described the numerous ceremonies they used to perform for the mountains that are now being destroyed. She expressed wish in her native language, Apulayawa Haredak Mikachan, which basically means one of the male mountains is still standing bravely. One of the big mountains is identified as a male, and she hopes the mining will not destroy it. However, the Las Bambas project involves open pit mining, and it is planning to do so if they find the minerals. As a part of my ongoing research, I am conducting a comparative study among communities with active mining companies, communities in the process of negotiating with mining operations, communities that reject mining corporations, and community without mining corporations. My goal is to understand how community organizations take place, how it's being disrupted by mining corporations, how organizations of the community and women's organizations resist. Surite, I'm going to share here. She is Fortunata still. We were walking. It was for me a privilege to go with her, and she speaks mostly Quechua. We were talking while she's showing me every sacred mountains and their names and how did they used to do the ceremonies. Here is Chalhuahuacho, the big city, Chalhuahuacho. And here you can see this was a river. They used to drink directly from the river. Now they can't do anymore. So this is Surite in Cusco. So Surite is one of the communities where mining companies are not present. The community is dedicated to agricultural practices. Durante the agrarian reform in Peru, many indigenous women actively participated in the liberation of their land and communities. For example, I have the privilege of meeting an elderly woman from the community of Surite, who was considered a key leader in mobilizing against large landowners. As she pointed out, despite receiving little support from their husband, women in Surite fought against the landowners. Many women continue with invisible work and of activism in their communities. In 1980, the internal army conflict also has tremendous negative effects in many Andean peasant communities, where women were subjected to rape and mistreatment and found themselves as a single mother after losing their husband in this conflict. After this conflict, many multinational companies entered Andean communities where different forms of dispossession continues until today. In the context of mining exploitations and government propaganda promoting development, indigenous lands across the Andes have been conceded by the state to mining corporations. Through the manipulated consultation process, these corporations gain access to the land, leading to exploitation in communities, like, for example, in my own community as well. After conducting several interviews across more than 4 communities in the region of Apurímac, I found that women are frequently marginalized in decision-making process. For instance, in one of the community assemblies where the decision-making process takes place in different communities, the assembly in the region of Apurímac, Delia, attempted to address the importance of the Quechua language and culture. However, she was interrupted by loud voices telling her to stop and move on the next topic, preventing her from finishing her point. Despite rejection, Delia insisted to continue to express her perspective, even in other spaces, such as meeting with elders and women in the community. Similarly, Rosa faced a similar situation in my community when she raised her hands to participate in the assemblies. So this is very common in different communities now, since the mining entrance, how it was reinforced just the men often participate in assemblies. Many indigenous and peasants women have a deep connection to the land, viewing it as a Mother Earth, Pachamama, and demanding the same respect as human. They often engage in ceremonies to honor sacred mountains, and frequently chew coca leaves considered sacred plants. However, they lament the destruction and pollution of their sacred sites. Despite being most affected by losing their connection to the land, women often receive fewer benefits from mining activities than men. While men may receive financial support and opportunities for investment and other work, women are typically confined to domestic roles and are often overlooked in their communities. Their opinions are frequently disregarded, and decision-making process where educated men dominate the discussion, for example, in the assemblies. She is still Fortunata in the community Fuera Bamba. The mining project, Las Bambas built a house, different houses in the community Nueva Fuera Bamba, and she lives in one of these houses. Fortunata resides in one of the finished houses built by the mining company Las Bambas in Apurímac. The house has 3 floors with heated water, yet she continuously expresses her discontent. She misses her kids and animals who used to be there before. She continues to cook using firewood or llama like the old times. You can see here, she has kitchen and everything, but she just built her own way to still live the way they used to do.
Johanna, you have 5 minutes now?
Okay,
thank you.
living alone and her sons, so she's living alone, her sons live far away, and one of her sons struggles with alcoholism. Similarly, many elder women share stories how their children took money to invest but rarely give back to their parents, often moving far away from these communities. Elderly people often do not have financial education necessarily and often cannot understand how much, for example, mining is giving them. In other cases, in communities with large mining companies, young women becoming moms and are relegated to domestic labor while their husband handle investments or pursue education. Women ended up educating and taking care of their children, often without recognition. In this context, how do women resist and how can we define the resistance in their own term? Despite facing rejection, many of these women persistently participate in assemblies and continues to teaching their children while engaging in discussion with other elder and women. For instance, in the community of Surite, there is an organization of entrepreneurial women who meet every Thursday. They support each other in income generation activities such as raising guinea pigs to sell the local restaurant. When I asked them if they attend to assemblies, one of the women replied to me, "We don't go to the assemblies. Our husband attend them. We have our own meeting." They have found a way to access some resources and achieve a little bit independence without relying just on men. However, this reality becomes more challenging in communities where mining activities create division and less cohesion among people who live in the community and have their organization be challenging. Still, many women often find a way to speak up and continue working in their traditional land. Well, this is ongoing ethnography research in 4 different communities, including my own community. So here I am sharing also, this is just a picture from a couple days ago. I went to my community to harvest potato and help my family and my dad. So, and is a similar situation, similarly what is happening in different other communities as well. This is my community. I think I ended up with my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Johanna, very much. So I would invite now Aditi to join us.
Okay, hello everyone. Good morning. I want to share my screen. Good evening and good morning to one and all present here. Namaste from India. I thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity to present my paper on this platform. Today, I will be analyzing how resource nationalism by the Indian government has proved to be disastrous for Jharkhand's marginalized communities in the long run. John Childs in 2016 defines resource nationalism as the tendency of people and governments to assert control over natural resources located within their territory. As an economic policy, the notion reflects authoritarian tendencies of the ruling power to realize economic and industrial motives and refutes local ownership of resources. Resource restructuring in post-liberalization India involves securing land from farmers to allow for commercial and industrial uses, including mining. Coal dependence in overall energy supplies has led to acquisition of coal from overseas, as well as the granting of mining blocks to private companies for captive coal mining. As a state inhabited largely by indigenous communities who are also known as Adivasis, Jharkhand, that is the eastern Indian state, possesses huge tracts of natural resources like coal and iron. My research presents an investigation into the environmental threats caused by resource nationalization and extraction in Jharkhand, where much of the land being put under the shovel is inalienable, Adivasi or tribal land. It examines the close relationship intertwining the marginalized communities with ecology and how ecological destruction damages their lifestyles. It concludes by saying how important the mineral resources are for the Adivasis and the ways by which their existence is being threatened due to the resulting ecological degradation. It also suggests an alternative vision, a complete overhaul of resource ownership to preserve the state's ecology. My research answers the question, does the state protect its marginal communities, if at all, through ecological conservation in the 21st century? And this is the Hindi. This is a poster written in Hindi, which says, which talks of indigenous communities' protests against the government because the lands are being taken for mining and other commercial purposes. The research is a case study analysis of Jharkhand's nationalized resource mining industry and protest movements in the 21st century. It uses qualitative research methods that involve a historical, socio, and political approach. Secondary data has been obtained through government reports, articles, research papers, journal chapters, reviews, YouTube videos, websites, and newspapers. For this, I've divided my presentation into 5 broad parts, in which the first part deals with the background, the second deals with present condition and how the public react to the environmental degradation that is going in the state, and how the government responds to it. Finally, it concludes by exploring the close relationship between environmental exploitation and the threats posed to the environment and the indigenous communities' habitats as well. Capitalism has been contested in various nationwide protest movements in India because rampant deforestation, industrialization, and capital accumulation have forced the indigenous population, or the Adivasis, to displace from the settlements that affect their livelihoods and socio-cultural lives, thereby questioning the birthrights to Jal, that is water, jungle, that is forests, and Zameen, that is land, by linking the intrinsic relationship amongst livelihood, ecology, economy, identity, power, and politics. State developmentism, as a highly debated and ambiguous term, is closely linked with a sense of subjugating the Adivasi life because it calls for carrying out development projects that alter their livelihoods against their will into homogenized, dispossessed class for utilizing natural resources and mark a departure from urban life since economy and ecology are closely intertwined. Therefore, the so-called state developmentalism calls for integrating diverse regional communities into homogenized discourse of national integration. Of late, the Adivasi communities of Jharkhand have drawn attention because of the age-old relationship with nature, from which natural resources are derived, but have been used for the state's developmental purposes. In India, developmentalism refers to a capitalist constructed economic arrangement that creates favorable conditions for itself to flourish in the name of national integration and growth, especially in resource-rich regions like Jharkhand. Therefore, natural assets, which are collectively owned by the Adivasis, are appropriated and exploited that lead to the emergence of debates on the Adivasi struggles against corporate developmentalism, everyday oppression, and resistance, since developmentalism is solely dependent on the extraction of nature's produce. This is a map of Jharkhand. The state is situated in eastern India and lies in the tropical region. It has varied topography with a plethora of minerals like iron ore, coal, metamorphic rocks, and so on, which is why it has always attracted colonizers and capitalists. Mining in Jharkhand includes coal and non-fuel mining of major minor minerals. Mining activity differs across all 24 districts. 13 districts account for about 26% of the total coal inventory in India. Between 2018 and 19, these districts produced 18.5% of the total production of coal in the country. 8 districts out of the 24 have significant mining activity. These 8 districts accounted for 34% of the state's geographical area, 40% of its population, and 87% of its mineral royalties between 2018 and 19. The Center for Science and Environment, that is the CSE, conducted a study on land degradation which revealed that the productivity of land is declining fast in Jharkhand. Some of the companies involved in captive coal mining in India operate open-cut mines that have significant ecological footprint and serious social consequences. There's a serious failure of the Jharkhand government in preventing the continued environmental lawlessness as stone crushing and mining companies indulge in indiscriminate mining without regard for environmental norms. The lands are blown up. Huge dust is generated and air-water pollution is caused to the detriment of the environment and public health. Large-scale violations are continuing and action taken is inadequate, and there's a failure of the state to discharge its obligations under the public trust doctrine to protect the environment, the state's resources, and public health. The regionalist project seems discarded since the formation of Jharkhand state in November 2000 and its unaltered repression and displacement of the Jharkhandi proletariat. Today, the working class in the mining areas has to discover and recompose itself through its own activities. The class conflicts in the area are relentless. They range from strikes in the mines to Piquetro-type blockading actions of the unemployed to protests and riots against displacement and environmental damage, attacks on mining infrastructure, and so on. The questions raised by these fragmented local struggles, united by the mines and mining work, are global questions. Over the past few years, a regionalist liberation movement developed, demanding a Jharkhand state independent from Bihar. Jharkhand's mining area used to form the part of southern Bihar. The Jharkhand movement first tried to mobilize the impoverished Adivasi population against the outsiders, but fairly quickly included the non-Adivasi Jharkhandis who had come to the area in the early 20th century and had developed local economic interests in a separate state. Though the state is recognized for its scenic beauty, lush green landscape, torrential waterfalls, forests, and immense potential for agriculture, what raises concern is that Jharkhand is among the top 3 states where over 30% of land is under degradation. It has recorded a staggering figure of 69% land degradation. The waning productivity of land is not a good omen for the farmers and those who depend on agro-based industry of the agricultural sector. Notably, agriculture and farming are the backbone of Jharkhand, and the state caters to the needs of many adjoining states as well. A study titled Livelihood Opportunities for a Just Transition in Jharkhand, concluded in 2023 in the backdrop of India's G20 presidency, revealed that 1 in every 3 co-workers in Jharkhand prefers agriculture as an alternative livelihood option once India transitions away from coal and moves towards clean energy sources to achieve its net zero goals. This study on alternative livelihoods involving 6,000 coalfield workers from various districts aimed to provide insights into how India could transition to a more sustainable economy in a way that is equitable and inclusive for all stakeholders. However, the unfettered exploitation by the government has led the Adivasis to protect against such capitalist tendencies since the 20th century. These marginalized Adivasi groups in India have led movements to maintain connections to the culture, land, and the environment, and to secure stable livelihoods during both colonial and post-colonial times. The local protest movements have thrived on the issue of natural resources management and distribution, and more importantly, governance by the people, which revolved around water, forests, and land. India's Coal Ministry in December 2022 said that it has taken various steps to mitigate the adverse impacts of coal mining and has aligned itself to sustainable environment-friendly practices for the areas affected by various coal mining activities. One such aspect is dealing with the mine closure cases of abandoned or closed and legacy mines or mines to be closed in the near future based on the principle of just transition for all. Coal India Limited, that is a CIL, has established guidelines for the scientific closure of mines since 2009, aiming to restore mined-out land and purposefully reuse it for the benefit of the local communities. However, not a single coal mine in Jharkhand, which accounts for 26% of all coal mines, has lived up to the promise. India's Coal Ministry recently announced that it has identified 299 mines as abandoned, discontinued, or closed, and that the CIL has taken proactive steps towards the closure of these mines. However, it is not known how many coal mines from Jharkhand feature in that list. Officially, India's forest cover, I'm talking about this chart which is given here. Officially, India's forest cover stands at 21.7% of the land mass, with an increase of 1,540 square kilometers in the 2021's forest assessment as compared to that of 2019. Jharkhand has 29.8% of its land under forests, which is higher than the national average. Between 2008 and 9 and 2022 and 23, India approved 305,000 hectares of forest land to be diverted for non-forest use for 17,301 projects. Around one-fifth of these forests fell prey to mining
Aditi,
projects.
sorry,
Yeah?
you have 5 minutes? Yeah.
Yeah, sure, okay.
Okay.
During this period, in the same period, compensatory afforestation was also carried out when Jharkhand did better in compensating for these chopped forests. It tops the list in forests compensated between 2022 and 23, standing at 17,600 hectares. For the years 2023 and 24, Also, Jharkhand has received a huge sum for carrying out compensatory afforestation. Experts believe that the lack of efforts from coal mining companies towards scientifically closing mines and the absence of policy regarding returning the land to its owners and tenants pose major challenges to the state's sustainable just transition efforts. Rather than adhering to scientific closure of mines upon resource depletion, experts say companies often opt to just abandon the sites. This is attributed to the considerable cost associated with the land reclamation process, a crucial step in the mine closure process. Residents have recounted incidents where land reclamation involved filling up mine pits with rainwater that have become acidic, a water source utilized by the local population. Land reclamation involves following comprehensive plan to restore the solid structure and revegetation by agriculture or forestry to improve the physical condition of the mined land. Since this involves considerable expense, companies have been prone to merely abandoning depleted mines. The land reclamation, therefore, was essential in the just transition process because it required the coal companies to rehabilitate land so that it could be used by the indigenous communities. New forests are coming up in areas traditionally used by locals for cultivation, for accessing forest produce for grazing livestock, and even burying the dead. It is a union government scheme wherein diversion of forests for a project in one place is compensated or by planting double the area of degraded land or equivalent non-forest land elsewhere. It has affected people's farming, pastoralism, and other forest-dependent activities which fall under individual or community forest rights as enshrined in the landmark scheduled tribes and other traditional forest dwellers, commonly known as the Forest Rights Act of 2006, which covers the right of forest-dwelling scheduled tribes who primarily reside in and who depend on the forests or forest lands for bona fide livelihood needs, and of other traditional forest dwellers, meaning any member or community that has for at least 3 generations prior to December 13, 2005, primarily resided in and dependent on the forest or forest land for bona fide livelihood means. The issue here is that new forests are coming up in areas that were traditionally used by locals for cultivation, for accessing forest produce for grazing livelihood, and even for burying the dead. Therein lies the problem, as the legal rights of the forest dwellers come into conflict with the Forest Department's interpretation of the law's mandate. The trenches dug prevent bullock carts or tractors from accessing local farmlands, forcing the farmers to stop cultivation, pushing them towards penury and destitution. Therefore, to conclude, it can be said that in spite of various tenancy acts and afforestation measures taken by the government, Jharkhand's indigenous population has been severely affected in the name of developmentalism. The rapid expansion of industries and mines in Jharkhand was followed by phenomenal growth in urbanization and a large-scale influx of outsiders to the area. This in turn has resulted in increased land alienation, pollution levels, and displacement of indigenous people. Critics point out how mining and resource extractivism bring about large-scale and dispossession for Adivasis and lead to the pauperization and destruction of these communities, which are traditionally reliant on access to land and forests. The narrative of taking up jobs in industries as a coveted profession has been deconstructed because people believe in returning to their traditional occupation of farming. The government efforts have proved to be of minimum benefit when compared to the ecological damages caused by mining. Therefore, it would be correct to say that resource extractivism in Jharkhand in the 21st century has led to the emergence of new social strata, which has created economic inequalities accompanied by complete exploitation of nature and the habitats of the Adivasis. With this, I end my presentation. These are few of the references which I used to conduct my research. I thank you once again for giving me the opportunity, and I look forward to answering your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Aditi, very much. And Vivi, now the floor is yours.
Okay, so hello everyone. My paper that I will be presenting today is titled Rare Earth Elements and Indigenous Self-Determination, an emphasis here on the question mark, as rare earth mining in Canada is still fairly new. Our first mine began in 2021 and is currently inactive. And for today, I hope to inform you all about what are earth elements exactly, what are their uses, and why they are considered critical minerals in terms of the green energy transition. And then in the latter half, I would like to talk about the Nechalacho Rare Earth Project in Northwest Territories, specifically the national and international context that brought about the federal and territorial government's permission or to enable this project in 2013, as well as the future of the project and the possibilities that it can provide to the Ikacho Dene First Nations in terms of self-determination in Northwest Territories. So what exactly are rare earth elements? So these refer to 17 elements on the periodic table. Perhaps it would have been best to place a photo. So of course, the element numbers are listed here, but for our purposes of the energy transition, the most important rare earth elements that are in demand are neodymium, dysprosium, and samarium, as they're used in permanent magnets that are used in green technologies. So, of course, in the case of rare earth elements and the green technologies that utilize them, their critical nature or criticality is determined by their role in achieving national goals of energy and environmental security, but also along the lines of economic benefits as well. And the specific green technologies that utilize rare earth elements would include permanent magnets, which are utilized in wind and hydropower turbines, as well as in solar panels. They're also used in catalysts used to reduce air pollution in industrial and automobile settings. And they're also used in energy efficient lighting as well, and phosphors. So the largest examples, the biggest examples of using green energy and critical minerals to attain these two goals of climate change mitigation and economic benefits would be the United States' Inflation Reduction Act, which seeks to make the United States a global leader in clean energy. And of course, this is done to reach the goal set out by the Biden administration to lower greenhouse gas emissions for the United States, but also to revitalize the America's manufacturing sectors. So the Department of Energy lists the technologies that I've mentioned earlier as one of the critical technologies required for the United States to achieve these goals. And likewise, the US Geological Survey, in its list of 50 critical minerals, has listed 13 of the rare earth elements that I've mentioned, or it lists 13 rare earth elements, and then it also lists as well samarium, dysprosium, and neodymium. Canada as well has listed rare earth elements in its critical mineral strategy. And for Canada, the Canadian government has identified the global energy transition as a generational opportunity for Canada to be the first choice supplier of green minerals for the energy transition. So what also amplifies rare earths' critical status in the energy transition is the fact that China has an overwhelming monopoly over the extraction of rare earths, the processing of rare earths, and the manufacturing of permanent magnets. So specifically in the critical minerals strategy for Canada, it lists non-market jurisdictions as a cause of supply chain distortions, which could prevent the proliferation of green energies. And of course, in the case of rare earths, any newspaper you will read regarding it will almost always mention China's monopoly with rare earth elements. So much so that in 2012, the United States, the EU, and Japan made a case against China for restricting rare earths alongside other critical minerals as well. And around in the early 2000s, there began a new search to look for new rare earth sources outside of China and outside of India. And one of these places, of course, is Canada, in the Northwest Territories with the Nechalacho Rare Earths Project. But interestingly enough, there was also other rare earth projects in Greenland, and then the reopening of another mine in the United States called Mountain Pass Mine in California. So, of course, the Nechalacho mine is the territory of the Kaicho Dene First Nations, which represents the, I cannot pronounce this properly, Deninu K First Nations, Lutso K Dene First Nations, Smith's Landing First Nation, and the Yellowknife Dene First Nations. So 3 of these communities, excluding the Smith's Landing First Nation, participated in the Mackenzie Valley Environmental Impact Review Board's consultation process in order for this project to be given consent to proceed by territorial and federal governments. And of course, they were given permission in 2013 by both the review board and by the then Minister of Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development. But what is most disturbing about the approval was that it acknowledged that the project, although it should proceed, it would likely cause the adverse effects to local water supply, wildlife, and socioeconomic conditions. What I should have mentioned earlier with rare earths is the reason why it is geologically concentrated to very few places in the world is because its extraction and processing is extremely dirty. Rare earths are often found alongside radioactive materials such as uranium and thorium. And there have been many studies indicating the adverse health, agricultural decline, and water decline, both in China and the United States with their rare earth operations. So for example, the review board mentioned that there was a lack of regulations involving protecting communities' local water supplies against the potential radioactive components. So the Fisheries Act, metal mining effluent regulations, they don't consider uranium or thorium as deleterious substances. And because these radioactive materials are naturally occurring radioactive materials with rare earths, they're also not under the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission's regulations as well. And of course, the First Nations communities of the Kaicho Dene First Nations have expressed their concerns to the review board and to the minister prior to and after the review board's decision was made. And of course, in concerns to Indigenous self-determination, that is how they choose to dictate their communities and regain the control of their lives and territories. Our rare earth development have the ability to threaten their abilities to participate in cultural activities such as hunting, fishing, and foraging, as well as accessing spaces of cultural and spiritual importance. And I would also like to note as well, where Nechalacho is, it is located near Thor Lake and also Great Slave Lake, so large bodies of water, which makes the area extremely vulnerable to the potential environmental effects of rare earths extraction and processing. So in 2021, this is when rare earth extraction began in Canada, but it wasn't for commercial processes. This was merely a demonstration project to show to people that the area was a viable place for rare earth extraction. This, of course, was done by Cheetah Resources, or Vital Metals. This is an Australian company. And although the Yellowknife Dene First Nation did not approve of the project in 2013, in 2021, it expressed its consent towards the project as its Detoncho Nahane Construction Company, which it owns, signed an $8.7 million contract with Cheetah. And throughout the project's 3-year lifespan, it's no longer active. It provided 30 people in the community with employment, which of course is not a lot. But the fact that the community, of course, changed its opinion shows the possibilities that critical minerals, rare earth extraction in Canada can allow the First Nations of Canada some form of self-determination in terms of economic benefits for its own communities. Chief Ernesta Bestina of the Yellowknife Dene First Nation noted that this move allowed their community to move from being passive witnesses to major projects and being key participants, which in the history of mineral extraction within that area, Northwest Territories, that is Treaty 8, for anyone knowledgeable in the numbered treaties of Canada. The Dene First Nations, as mentioned by Mel Watkins, and Dene Nation, a colony within, have previously not been able to not only control the pace of natural resource extraction, but they also have not been able to collect the financial benefits of such, and a construction contract of this is a change to that. However, as we finish up, many changes in the last 12 months have happened. Vital has gone through a lot of financial troubles, and they have Shanghai Resources Holding, which is a Chinese company with a small share, which Beijing partly owns, purchased 9.9 shares in Vital. So the future of Nechalacho is currently tenuous because some people are under the suspicion that they will not want to develop the mine further, which goes contrary against sort of Vital and the Canadian Rare Earths sort of beginning or purpose of starting, which was to create an alternative rare earth supply chain outside of China. But Gordy Mark, the CEO of Vital, has noted that they do intend to develop Nechalacho, particularly with the larger Tardif deposit. And yeah, we can stop there.
Okay, thank you so much, Phoebe, for that. Thank you. Now it's time for questions. We can just give it. Yes, Thomas. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much for all the presentations. I would have a question for Johanna. I found the comparative side of your study extremely stimulating to see how different communities can be impacted differently by the presence or absence of collaboration with mining companies. And my question would be, have you seen or what are the steps taken by the mining companies to make them acceptable towards those communities? Do they do something? Have you seen something that they would do in order to or do their CSR or environmental social governance share and compensate or mitigate their impact on communities? Thank you.
Yes, in communities, for example, in Fuerabamba, there is a organization that works with the mining to bring all the elder people to have, for example, meetings between each other. So to give more context about this, because the mining built different houses and give to each family and also a lot of money. And elderly people, they don't have financial education to invest. They don't even know how much money is. And often their children took and they went to different other places to invest. Some of them, they failed. But the point is, they are in the house now and they are not in their land because they are relocating different place. So they feel like we are like in the jail. They say there is nice house, but we can't go. We don't know what happened or animals, because their animals also, it was relocated to different place. So now the mining, I think because a lot elder people was dying, the mining brought different other organizations that can work just with elder people. So when I was doing interview just a couple months ago in the community of Fuerabamba, many of them we're saying like, yes, this help, at least we come each other every, there is a workshop like a Monday, Friday, like 2 days per week. So they can come together. Still they struggle so much. But that is, for example, with these large mining corporations like Las Bambas. But also they have a lot of discontent because many of these elder people, they don't have even health insurance. And they have so many problems. And who receive the money is mainly like a young generation who is actively participating in assemblies. And so that is what is happening. But in other places, like for example, in my own community, despite that there is a lot of pressure, there is little change of the mining to incorporate. Often they send people who speak their own indigenous language to just to convince and create a lot disruption between members of the community. Like, for example, in my community, in my family, will be fighting each other. Some of them, they will agree some kind of negotiation, others no. And even if we address the mining corporations, stop doing that, stop paying off to some other people just to, to have their opinion valid in the assemblies, but still they are using different mechanisms. But in other communities where there's no mining corporations, there is more cohesiveness in some way, but they are facing other problems with modern development and also different other issues. But it's in communities where it's mining project where it's a lot problems between each other, between members of the community. And I think that the way to, I guess, I will finish with this, the way to pressure. Now we have this Cuscaya podcast. We have a podcast where we do interviews in Quechua, Spanish, and while I am traveling different communities, I am trying to do interviews and share those interviews in the radios comunales or community radios, because each community, they have their radio. And so speak up between each other community, what is happening in other community. And so they can have this kind of communication, because in the Andes, it's very difficult to have communication between communities because the landscape. So those kind of work will be helpful to pressure to those to mining corporations, and also people who invest in mining corporations to not invest in corporations where destroying the land and environment.
Thank you very much, Johanna. I understand there is a question, 2 questions online, and yeah, I'm sorry.
Call Pablo.
Okay, Pablo, you are next.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. And thank you to the 3 participants, Johanna, Aditi, and Vivi, for your presentations. Your panel is called about indigenous sovereignties, and I'm just wondering, I don't know if you have to see me, but I'm just wondering if you find the framing of the discussion in terms of sovereignties and indigenous sovereignties, and I know the self-determination is amongst them, as opposed to resource nationalism. And part of that, the question has to be obviously about power and about the differences between local communities and their capacity to mobilize, let alone participate against or with the state, that determines the nature in many ways of the resourcing and the allocation of resources to local communities. So it's a conceptual question, and I think this is a question for the conference as much as it is for you. But I'd be interested in all of the 3 participants talking a little about this and about what the nature of local self-determination is in the face of the power of either capital, in this case, the miners themselves, or secondly, and perhaps even more importantly, the state itself. Just one quick comment. And of course, there's a long history to this, and probably Aditi knows this well better than anyone, which has to do with the nature of the nation state being the primary focal point and focus of the expropriation of resources for the purpose of claiming that it benefits people overall. So I'd, like to more broadly know about the continuities and discontinuities between the ways in which states have acted in historical time, but more importantly, a question for the panel about, in some ways, the nature of sovereign control over the resources that in some sense are framed by the nation, or in the case of Canada, the province. Thank you. And once again, thank you for the presentations.
Thank you for the question. Probably we should go to the next question too, and the panelists can address the two questions. Ekana? Yeah. You are, yes. Oh, yes, go ahead with your question.
Do you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. This is I am Can Ercan. I'm a PhD candidate from the University of Groningen, and I am studying the energy transition in Europe with its ramification on the role of critical raw minerals and also foreign policy and energy security. So it's a very informative panel workshop. Thank you very much. I'm based in Brussels right now. So my question is, how would you, the panelists, elaborate the role of non-state actors in the mining sector in their examples, in their research from the point of neo-colonialism, green extractivism, or green colonialism, particularly in terms of with its ramifications on resource nationalism? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your question. So I guess the two questions are for the three candidates, and probably we can start in the opposite order. Vivi, would you like to start addressing the questions? Are we?
Yeah, I can answer Ken's question. So if I understand your question correctly regarding the role of non-state actors in the mining sector. So actually in Canada, non-state actors played a role in terms of pushing the Canadian state to start the rare earths extraction. So in my MRP, I mentioned the Canada Rare Earth Elements Network, which was the Canada Rare Earths Lobby. And to the surprise of no one, it was made up of representatives of the mining companies in Canada that owned rare earth deposits in Canada. And they really pushed the narrative of rare earths that started to appear in the early 2010s regarding securing a new source of rare earth elements outside of China. And I'm, of course, no theory person, but in the US, something like this sort of green colonialism, but more towards green nationalism, both in China or both in the United States and Canada existed, where they would mention that they would be able to create some form of greener, more superior role, or some green, more superior role of rare earth elements in comparison to China. And of course, this is a bit hypocritical because for the United States with Mountain Pass Mine, they still send most of their rare earth elements to China for processing, although the United States is attempting to building new rare earth element processing plants in California as well as in Texas. And of course, Canada is also attempting as well to build its own rare earths processing center in Saskatchewan as well.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Aditi, would you like to address the questions?
Yeah. Yeah, sure. Okay, so if I got the questions correctly, the first was on sovereignty of, or that is ownership of natural resources, and the second was on the role of non-state actors. Well, I want to merge two questions so that I can respond to it accordingly. Well, actually, the concept of sovereignty of natural resources here in Jharkhand, in state of Jharkhand in India, the founding notion is that the indigenous community's relationship with nature is not something based on resources, but then the cultural beliefs are rooted in that. This is because they practice nature worship, wherein they believe that nature is the god, and sort of like animistic. It's a sort of animistic religion where they believe that if nature isn't there, the existence is at stake, and if nature is being threatened, or you can say like the trees are being cut down, the animals are hunted, that means it's a loss of their habitat. Based on which several non-state actors, based on this founding notion, several non-state actors, for example, if I focus on feminist movements, which are quite active here in the state, they're sort of, those movements are sort of like ecofeminism, based on the notion of ecofeminism, wherein the women are, they're strongly committed to protecting nature. This is carried out by various methods. For example, there are many women who have won national, you can say high civilian awards here in India by the Indian government, where these women have taken concerted efforts. Their efforts include hugging the trees and then guarding the trees the entire night, wherein if any person comes to chop the trees, the person is immediately taken care of and the person is fined. So there are many other measures or many of the steps by which eco-feminist movements have played a proactive role in conserving nature and its various elements here in Jharkhand, which is, and we all know that eco-feminist movements are important non-state actors in any political setup. So, and that is why I want to explore, through my answer, I want to just, you can say, reveal the close relationship between sovereignty and non-state actors here in the state in protecting nature from mineral extractivism. And in doing so, I want to say that protecting nature here in the state is closely related to their cultural beliefs, to their religious beliefs, and also their beliefs are totally communitarian, wherein they believe in unity, they believe in being united for a common cause. I hope I was able to answer your question correctly.
Thank you, Aditi, very much. Johanna, would you like to add to the conversation?
Yes, yes, I think non-state actors play an important role in shaping. Sorry, I'm gonna activate my video. I think that state actors played an important role in shaping and also how communities mobilizing, and that also is a pressure for the state to change and also their policies, and also even mining corporations. And in many communities through the Andes and also in the Amazon, it was a long protest and mobilizations that in 2008 was incorporated a consultation. Before it was, the mining corporation didn't even consult the communities to enter to their land. So it's thanks to all these mobilizations, also they were able now at least to do the consultation process, which means also it's just a more disruption in the community. But I think non-state actors pressure the communities. And also when it refers to self-determination and sovereignty in communities, it has to do with communal land rights, because many communities is historically fighting for the access to their lands, and when you access to your land, to your territory, is not just to access to resource, but also you can have your culture, because still in Peru, as many other countries in Latin America, there is also a lot marginalization still to indigenous people, and how now a lot mobilization for the revitalization, for example, Quechua language, and all these non-state actors or organizations are also is playing an important role to bring awareness in these communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Johanna. There is one more question, and I understand we have about a couple of minutes left now. So, David, would you like to ask your question?
Yes. All right. Thank you for the opportunity to ask a question. I have two questions, one for Aditi and another for Vivi. So Aditi first. Thanks for this interesting presentation. I just feel curious. Want you to comment about the extent to which the environmental and political agency that you have shown or do get exhibited and also deployed by the people of Jharkhand. Apologies if I'm not pronouncing the name well. So the environmental and the political agency that they exhibit in this context, to what extent does it corroborate or maybe depart from other contexts within India? And also, is there any limit to which these agencies are politicized, so that maybe we could say it's entirely eco or environmentally related and has got maybe just a limited aspect of politicization? And then my other question that goes to Vivi, sorry if I'm being a bit too futuristic here, but I just wanted to know your view in terms of what could potentially be the evolution of the interest of indigenous people within the broader context of the picture you've painted. Is there any ways in which maybe you could tell that this is how this is potentially going to unfold up to in maybe the near future? Thank you very much.
Thank you for the question. Aditi, would you like to address the question? We have very little time left, so if you can just do it briefly.
I'll just wind up in a minute or two. Okay, thank you. Thank you for your question. It was quite interesting. Well, the agencies employed are basically not political. They're actually organizations, loose organizations made by the women who organize themselves into groups, and they take the help of several NGOs, that is non-governmental organizations here, who are working for the local communities' upliftment through education, health, and providing safe drinking water and so on. So that's the key word which shows how the movements or the agencies that are employed in protecting nature. So that's nothing like political. If I speak of something like political, then this is something like I need to go back around 24 years ago, where the Jharkhand Regional Party came into power in the state. This was basically a party that was aimed towards protecting indigenous communities' rights to land, forest, and water. So I think that's a political link which we get here. And and over the years, this particular party has continued to protect indigenous communities' rights as well as religious rights. And also for securing and protecting these rights, it has always taken a stand against capitalism, wherein it believes that instead of promoting capitalism, we should all promote agriculture as a profession, which has always been the main occupation of the people over the years. So that's the narrative which I get, that the agencies are not actually directly involved with political parties, but also somehow or the other their interests are backed by the regional political party. I just hope I was able to get your question correctly.
Thank you, Aditi. Vivi, would you like to?
Thank you, David, for your question. I must say, the future aspect of your question is very daunting to me. I don't like to look into the crystal ball, and I would prefer not to speak for these communities, as I have not personally mentioned to them myself. But I have been following Ollie Williams' reporting of the Nechalacho Rare Earths Project, which you can find on Cabin Radio. And with the newest changes to the Nechalacho project, that is the Chinese company Shanghai Resources buying that small stake in the company. What is interesting is that Vital did not consult the communities regarding the project, which Ollie Williams' reporting of it noted that they were very displeased simply because there was a lack of consultation, no communication between the communities on the change of the company that is operating towards their land. So from what I've read so far from Ollie Williams, I can say that it is the communities of Akaicho Dene First Nations will remain interested in this project, of course, because it is technically has already begun. And it's sort of this, I don't want to say this situation with this community where they either have to remain sort of passive actors and just watch the mine take place, or having the choice to participate in it through the various ways that Indigenous communities can in Northwest Territories, such as in Canada, there tends to be a best practice to do impact benefit agreements or similar construction projects, sort of economic understanding between Indigenous communities and the mining companies, so that they do have some limitation of say, or they know at least what the company is planning to do. Although I will put a caveat that IBAs and of course other institutional how do I say, doors to participation are obviously limited. Yes.
Thank you
All right,
very much.
thank you.
Vivi, and thank you very much for the panelists and all the questions for this great conversation. Thank you.
Welcome back. And let me say, it gives me great pleasure to welcome our colleague, Dr. Bonnie Campbell, Professor Emerita from UQAM, University of Quebec in Montreal, as our first keynote speaker. Those of you who know Africa and CSR and mining policy, mining regulation, will know of Bonnie's work. It's been so influential for so long, and she's been a real force of nature and inspiration for many of us when it comes to mining policy reform. Bonnie was based at UQAM, and she was the founding director of GRAMA, the research group on mining activities in Africa. 1998 was when that started up into 2017. And she was also the director of CERDIS, the Center for Interdisciplinary Research on International Development and Society. Many publications, one that's on my bookshelf, should get you to sign it someday, is Regulating Mining in Africa for Whose Benefit, a really influential text. It's been many journal articles, I think 17 volumes or more, and it's been a past president of the Canadian Association of African Studies. But for me, a really important aspect of Bonnie's contribution, and that I'm interested in hearing more about in the future, is her work as part of the International Study Group for the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa on the revision of mining policies and vision for African mining, which eventually percolated in some form into the African Mining Vision 2009. That and many other contributions outside of academia on advisory boards and an advisory capacity really essential and vital. And we're so lucky to have you with us here today. Please join me in welcoming Bonnie as she speaks to access to health, mining review, and public policies in West Africa, a reflection on recent research. Wonderful to have you with us. Thank you very much. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Richard. Thank you for that very kind introduction, but you make me feel like some kind of old historical monument. So I asked you to please keep it short, but you didn't listen. I'm very pleased to be able to share a collective piece of research, and I'd like to start out by underlining the commitment of the African researchers from Mali and Senegal with whom we worked over 5 years under rather interesting circumstances. I'd also like to suggest that the kind of research I'll be sharing, which is about policy implementation and the policy process, got us involved in policy change. And I want to share the very stimulating nature when academics can actually get involved with local researchers in policy processes. Quickly about this program, it was funded by the Social Science Research Council. It just ended in 2023. As an introduction, I'd like to mention briefly its origin, objectives, and how it relates to the theme of the conference. Origins, a group of us were interested in policy change, policy paradigms. We'd already worked on the health mining nexus, and we started reading, and we came across people who'd also worked on policy changes. And we wanted to see what we could learn from specific experiences in policy change in Africa that might provide insights in explaining the conditions under which changes in policy paradigms take place and identifying obstacles to such changes. The example we chose with African Mining Vision, the health people were going to work on user fees, but they got shunted aside by the international financial institutions. So it's actually the work on the AMV, which is rather emblematic of what we tried to do. And our focus on changes of paradigm started with the work of Peter Hall, 1993, and we found working on the mining sector, we had to enrich, if you like, the work of Hall in 3 ways, suggesting if you're interested in policy change, you need to take into account relationships between transnational and national actors. We also needed to take into account very critically important asymmetrical power relations, and finally, the whole issue of implementation. Objectives, it was to explore the potential of mining revenue to cover the social spending, and for this we took the example of excuse me, maybe I could ask for your help. We took a sector, it could have been education, it could have been agriculture. We used the issue of universal health coverage in the 2 countries where the research was carried out. And the project, and it has to be underlined, it was in no way prescriptive. We were not suggesting that money from the mining sector should go. This was just merely an example, illustrative. The project wanted to draw attention to the specific context and strategies which favor mobilization of increased revenue from the mining sector, yes, but also to go beyond that, to identify conditions which broaden or, on the contrary, impede the broadening of decision-making space. Before I go on, just a word about the AMV. As you know, it was accepted by the heads of government, but I'd like to stress in relation to what Richard said earlier this morning, in the end of the 90s and beginning of the 2000s, there was a great deal of contestation of the neoliberal mining model. So the AMV just didn't come out of the sky. It came out of all sorts of levels of different contestation, which were translated, for example, in the riots where students were killed in Guinea because they wanted to reopen the contracts, or in the request or demand for countries like Tanzania, Liberia, the DRC to change the mining codes. So there is a context. So when people sort of come and say, you know, externally driven, no, there were very important local forces which explain what was happening at another level. So the AMV called for the mining sector to play a different role in development, rather than being what it had been in the neoliberal model of investment-led, extroverted, monosectoral, a colonial, if you want, vision. The idea was to say, if we're going to have mining, it has to be a catalyst. It has to be transformative. So something comes out of the mining sector. And at the ECA discussions, people would get up and say, if you can't build something that's going to be sustainable in the long term, respectful of the environment, leave it in the ground. That was the mot d'ordre. It implied important changes. Institutional capacities had to be reinforced. Development strategies strategically had to be thought through. Renewal of relations, obviously, power relations were at the core of this. And the strategies, which we all know, were about linkages, local transformation, local employment, diversification, et cetera, and thinking very much on a regional perspective. For example, if there were going to be regional corridors, one was able to think about using the extractive sector and linking it with infrastructure and energy to do things on a regional basis. And this was the thinking that was going on at the time of the discussions when the AMV was being finalized. But one last point about the AMV, it was a vision. It was no more than a vision. It was not a blueprint. Where it went from there was to be seen. It had to be grounded, domesticated, and that's what we'll be talking about. But the United Nations Economic Commission set up a working group, the International Studies Group, which I had the enormous privilege to participate in the work of 7 to 11, 4 years, to spell out not how it should be implemented, but what it might look like in various sectors, what it meant for CSR, taxation, etc. And that was a very exciting exercise. How this relates to the theme of the conference? Well, the focus of the project was on transformation of public policies. And this led us to study specific strategies which contribute, as I mentioned, to broadening, or on the contrary, impeding public decision-making space. And the research provides, in this way, a very concrete illustration of obstacles and possibilities of reclaiming national control over the management of natural resources in the mining sector. It sought to understand the potential of mining revenues to facilitate access to a social service. Example was health coverage. And given this objective of better understanding current patterns of where does the money go, what happens to mining revenue? And it raises issues clearly about transparency and accountability. More broader relevance of the project, it comes in answer to an obligation of African states, which signed on to the Abuja Declaration 2001, to use 15% of their revenue, of their budget each year to go to health. And this is not happening. So it points a finger at a number of problems. It comes as a response to calls from the health professionals, civil society organizations, whom we met, who were very, very interested in what we were bringing light on. And it comes at last as a response to official policy commitments taken by governments towards their populations. The research was carried out from 2018 to 2021. Then there was COVID, then there was the coup d'etat in Mali, and many other things happened. But the research was followed by an important process of dissemination of results. In each of the two countries, Mali and Senegal, there were two teams, one which was specialized in health and the other in mining. I won't go into the details to save time now. In Senegal as well. But what I'd like to point out is teams of incredibly interesting researchers, extremely committed, who went through this process, which was a difficult process. But the teams were accompanied by people in Europe and in Canada, specialized in public policies, including Daniel Bellan of University of McGill, who was one of the key thinkers of this area of policy paradigm changes. But also, apart from the fact that the academic people represented 9 disciplines, I think it's really important to stress, as it will come become evident that we work very closely and our results were informed by people who are directly involved in decisions, the local authorities in the regions or people in civil society organizations. So it's more than academic knowledge that was brought forward. In terms of what I'll present rapidly, first of all, a word about methodology, then a snapshot of what the two industrial sectors look like in Mali and Senegal, key findings, then an important part of what were the challenges which were discovered in terms of mobilizing public funding for ensuring better access to universal health coverage. And here, what's important is to see throughout this process the interaction between internal processes and transnational factors and how these are in interconnection and articulated. So on the internal national responsibilities, we look at institutional impediments, management, communication issues. And what's interesting to see in the next step is how the role of transnational actors intervenes and illustrates what I mentioned at the beginning, the role of asymmetrical power relations, in how these condition the framework, which is the guiding principle for implementing the regulatory framework, and it feeds into the internal domestic process. And lastly, summarizing 3 areas of the recommendations which came out of our 5 years of work. The starting point is what the government said they were going to do. So the starting point in Mali is a public position paper, which was a 10-year plan about what health and social development should look like, and a law establishing the principle of universal health insurance, a regime. Despite this very clear political commitment, or political will, if you like, more than 75% of the population of Mali, when the research was carried out, and to this day, still does not have health coverage. According to figures available at the time of research conducted between 2018 and 21, in Mali, healthcare is primarily funded by external sources, which depends, it's very volatile in this way, households, and the government finances 28% of healthcare, accounting for a very marginal portion of the national budget, 5%. In Senegal, again, there's a public declaration, the Plan Sénégalais Émergent Horizon 2035, which has at its very center the issue of access to universal health care. There's a specialized agency, etc. But this, despite this political will put forward, more than half the Senegalese population still does not have access to health coverage. Senegal, at the time of research, healthcare was primarily funded by households, 56%. In comparison, the government pays only about a quarter of the health expenditure budget. And this represents a minor 4% of government spending, not the 15% they've committed to. And all recognize, whether it's in Mali, but here Senegal, health expenditure will increase more rapidly than the allocation of state revenue. This was a starting point of our work. So there's a real problem. And although it was never said very loudly, because certain financial institutions don't like to hear this, people were also looking at the possibility among innovative financing strategies of the use of mining revenue as a possibility. In terms of what we did, yes, it's a shirk academic piece of research, but it's, as I think, as important, it was also about what happens to the results. So the aim right from the start was to produce, like your program, policy papers, research policy papers, which would then be submitted to decision makers. So we did official launches with key people in the governments in both countries in early 2022. There were, of course, and getting the response of people from the various ministries, mining, finance, health, etc., and seeing the different responses, and trying to get a debate going on a national scale. This was also, it was led by not Canadians, but the national teams, obviously. There were academic webinars to get researchers responding to what we had been doing and correcting if we were not seeing well. But a very important emphasis was with civil society organizations in Senegal. There's a very important network of called ENDA. And there was a big discussion, and with ENDA and the civil society organizations present then picked up the research. In Montreal, we organized at l'École nationale d'administration publique, a webinar which reached over 200 people. Apparently 90% of them were in Africa. Maybe two other events which were important in dissemination. One was a seminar held in Kédougou, which is in 700 kilometers to the southeast of Dakar, with local authorities who were very, very sympathetic to what we were doing because they raised their hand about where does the money go, but nobody has the spotlight on them. Finally, Third World Network in Ghana organized very kindly a bilingual regional seminar which allowed dissemination. And what I think I should share with you, a comment they made about the results is that they participate in ECOWAS and other discussions, and there the discussions about implementation of the African Mining Vision are all kind of very nice and very, very abstract. And we, as you will see, our recommendations are very, very down to ground, terre à terre. So this is just to underline the regional dissemination with the local authorities in Kédougou. The mayor of the commune is in the center, researchers on each side, but just to illustrate that when we brought the results to people like that, we had very, very interesting, favorable responses and learned a lot from them. Also, just when we had these dissemination activities, the local press picked things up. One example, in Mali, in March 2023, as you will see from the title, La contribution des recettes minières à la couverture sociale at the heart of debates, au cœur des débats. And this is what the researchers in the countries concerned also wanted there to be a debate about what was going on. The strategy which was followed, three methods. First, conducting a literature search of what is happening with regard to mobilization strategies of mining revenue in other countries of sub-Saharan Africa. We didn't work very much on Southern Africa. The team, as you gather, and everything we did was in French. Second, studying in depth the regulatory and institutional frameworks of the mining and health sectors in Mali and Senegal. And then rather extensive interviews, luckily, which happened before COVID, in Bamako and Kai for Mali, 77 interviews with people at all sorts of levels, administrators, representative non-governmental organizations, technical and financial, that's foreign experts, researchers, etc. Senegal, again, Dakar, and in the region with local authorities, and again, also with agents who are responsible for the implementation of this. Now, a snapshot of what the industrial mining sector looks like in both countries. Mali, 22% of government revenue comes from industrial mining, almost 80% of exports, 9% of GDP, and 1 or 2% of local employment. These are the figures. The most recent ones have been updated. They come from EITI. I updated the EITI figures so that we are comparable, because I'm starting and trying to be very true to what the researchers had in the policy papers. And when I diverge or update, I'll let you know. Mali is one of Africa's leading countries. It could be second or third, depending on what the other countries involved, like Ghana, Burkina Faso, and South, where their production figures. It also should be analyzed that, pointed out that Mali is one of the countries where Canadian mining interests are very present. There are 13 large mining operations at present, and one has companies, huge companies like Barrick Gold or the B2 Gold or Resolute Mining are present there. The government of Mali, this is obviously before the coup, has sought over the years to, as all other governments, to redefine its approach and harmonize it with the AMV. And also it has harmonized its policies with those of the economic community provisions. This process has led to the adoption of various new pieces of legislation before we undertook the research, which concern mining and the petroleum, and a new code was issued in 2019. As you probably know, there has been a new mining code adopted in August of 2023. During the question period, if people are interested, this mining code is extremely interesting. I think it's a precursor of what we're going to see in a new generation of codes. As far as Senegal's a snapshot of the sector, Senegal's extractive sector only accounts for 7% of government revenue. It contributes 32% of exports, 4 to 5% of GDP, and less than 1% of employment. The country has also apart from gold, natural gas, phosphates, construction materials. In the case of Senegal, as in Mali, these figures bring out one thing, the little transformative impact of industrial mining, as we know, and the economies of both of these countries. Now, key findings, Mali. There was a Plan d'Action du Mali for the last 10-year period for the way to better health, it was called, and the government acknowledges that an increased mobilization of local resources is going to be necessary. They talk about taxes, it's rather vague. On the basis of these figures, or the figures available when the research was going on about 2018 and 2019, and this is a very key piece of information, mining revenue from 1 year would be sufficient to fund universal health care access for the entire population of Mali for 13 years. Considering that mining revenue, which contributed at that time 227 billion to the national budget, could in fact be increased. There's a lot that could be increased. We see here in one sentence the enormous potential of the sector to fund public services, whether it's health or education. Nonetheless, when interviews were undertaken with decision makers and notably foreign experts, representatives interviewed were of the opinion that it was unrealistic and difficult to tax mining companies more. That is, there was an enormous reticence. Why were we picking on mining companies, etc.? It's very interesting to see that people were defending the rights of mining companies. Senegal, there is a national health financing strategy adopted in 2017, and it expresses a political will to promote more funding to cover health coverage in Senegal. At the time of the research, the state's contribution, as I noted, remained very, very marginal, 4.2% of public expenditure. This explains why more than half of the population of Senegal still does not have access to health coverage, and health expenditure is largely covered, 56%, by households. I've checked with the researchers of the team over the last month, and these figures remained for both countries about the same. Now we move on to what are the obstacles to challenging more mining funding for ensuring better coverage to access to health. And here, this is not in the policy papers, it's the framework I'll propose to try and understand a little bit in a more theoretical way how such results are possible. And it's to draw attention to the notion of structural power relations at both the national and transnational level, which is helpful in systemizing these different multiple levels and forms of power, and reflect on the ways they intervene to transform public policies, blocking processes which seek to transform public policies. The notion, drawing from international political economy, refers to the ability to create essential rules, norms, modes of operation for the various dimensions of particular systems. This notion draws attention to the importance of different actors in shaping, it is writing the rules which they're going to be governed by. It's kind of interesting. It's like the free mining regime in Canada. And here it's useful, it sheds lights in our particular case on the interaction and articulation of transnational actors and certain national actors and how this plays out in decision-making processes. Impediments. I'll go through 4 types of impediments. First, looking at those of national responsibility, institutional, management, and communication issues. First, Mali. In Mali, there's this heritage of silo management. There have been different mining codes, one after another, 91, 99, 2012, 2019. What do companies do, mining companies? They're legislated or regulated by one mining code, and they will pick and choose. When a new one comes in, they don't follow that. They pick the one that is most suitable and most incentive for them. Similarly, there's poor coordination on the social security side, and so it's fragmented. And what comes out is a problem of communication between people in different aspects of the social security regimes. Lack of communication between ministries involved in the health sector, whether it's the Ministry of Solidarity and Human Action or the Ministry of Health and Public Hygiene. Both have their own view of what health coverage should look like. Both have been modified and reformed because each time there's a new bailleur, a donor comes in. The French have their way to reform the health sector. The Americans, Bill Gates, everybody has their you'll get my funds if you change your structures. So you have this confusion of multiple levels of systems, which very, very hard to imagine the coherence. Lack of a comprehensive system of information on which to base interventions, lack of communication amongst the Ministry of Mines, the Ministry of Taxation, and the director responsible for customs. So there's no designated particular lieu for consultation from which could emerge a shared vision of how mining revenue could be used for development. This is very down to ground. It's not very, what's the word, sophisticated, but this is a reality that the researchers found, and this is how they saw their role. Senegal, here again, and it echoed what was said about Zimbabwe. There's lack of a mining policy, a mining governance tailored to national development. There's an interesting group of parliamentarians in the Senegalese parliament who are specialized. It's this network of good governance and mineral resources who are specialized, and they want to participate in these decisions, but they're sidelined and sidetracked, and they don't have the information. But they expressed very clearly the regret that there's no mining policy with a long-term vision incorporating fiscal, environmental, and developmental issues. Here in Senegal again, poor transparency and lack of a guiding principle in the allocation for one very interesting reason. The majority of revenue is attributed to the national budget. And so it goes into a common pot. So it's impossible to know if and how these funds are going to be used. Incredible lack of transparency in the use. The terms in which the financing and the use of funds is made is unknown to the extent that mining contracts in the past in Senegal have not been made available. Gradually they have, but there's a key problem that local authorities are not included in the negotiation of contracts, so they don't know what's going on, so they don't know what they can expect. And here we come to the main problem. How does the government see its way of redistributing mining revenue? Mining companies. Major problem that makes access to health dependent on the presence of a company and a viability of a company. And the way the company sees its allocation of its revenue does not necessarily at all coincide with public policy orientations defined by the state. And also, it's very difficult, as we know, companies are very interested in the legitimacy of their operations in the catchment of the mine. So this is a very different kind of view of the more longer term, also the focus on equality of access and building social cohesion of public funding strategies. Finally, no designated site for intersectoral or interministerial coordination. Now, looking, I think, about the national responsibilities. Now, how do transnational actors and their policies and their strategies interact with this to create these obstacles? First of all, transnational actors are very important in shaping decision-making spaces, and they can do this in indirect ways. Indirectly, industry surveys, of which Canada is a great producer, like the Fraser Institute, or again, the Investment Attractive Index or the EY Top business risk facing, contribute to self-censorship, of course, on the part of governments who are going to be given good marks or bad marks, depending on if their policies are seen as good or risky for investment climate. And hence the scope of reform of things that might go ahead is circumvented or preempted by the judgment which is made. You might be interested in knowing that the last EY Top, they call it Business Risk Index 2023, moved geopolitical risk up from number 4 in 2022 to number 2 in terms of that's the way the companies see it. And 72% of the companies interviewed considered what was the most risky aspect or problematic problem about the geopolitical risk, resource nationalism. So I thought that would be an interesting to note for this conference. Direct influences on the regulatory framework or shaping can be, we know all this, when the negotiations, for example, of new mining codes, different people around the table, chambers of mines, companies, embassies, have a much stronger say in these discussions than civil society organizations or artisanal miners associations or unions, obviously. So the result is a perpetuation of a highly attractive fiscal regulatory framework that deprives the state of significant sources of revenue. And in what follows, I'll give illustrations of the specific ways in which this happens. Again, on the role of transnational actors, and now looking at the role of specific companies, how do specific companies negotiate in such a way as to preserve their privileges? When we were doing research in looking at the companies in operation in 2018 in Mali, 13 of these companies, of the 13, 11 were regulated by codes prior to the one at the time, 2012, which granted more favorable tax exemptions. So this is what I was illustrating before, that they pick and choose what is best for them. In Senegal, even though the 2016 mining code increased mining revenue royalties and removed several fiscal exemptions of the previous codes, it remained very interesting for companies because it exempted them from customs duties during the research and investment phases, which goes completely against any kind of strategy of local content, as we all know. Again, in Senegal, of the 25 operating permits at the time of research, only one was subject to the provisions of the 2016 code, and some permits were regulated by that of 2018, which had validity periods which would go stability of tax systems until 2016. According to the IMF, customs duties and value-added tax exemptions granted by the Malian state to mining companies accounted for 21% of total tax expenditure in 2016. Again, on the role of particular specific actions of companies which serve as obstacles, the Malian government, the previous one, had attempted to bring in changes, like in the 2019 code, Article 107 aligns the duration of a stability, the stability clause, of fiscal stability, on the operating permit, which was shorter, 12 years. Mining companies have what the French call a ruse, a trick, a way to get around this, and they insist on aligning their regulations concerning fiscal stability on the permit, which is shorter than the convention or the agreement as they should. So it's an illustration very clearly of the power relationships of companies as they negotiate the rules under which they are going to be guided. Fourth, and lastly, for this type of illustration of the role of transnational actors, issues of transparency. With regard to Mali, there are discrepancies between the data disclosed by mining companies on the one hand, and on the other, the Direction des Douanes, the customs, and the mining ministry concerning company payments, exports, and production volumes. In 2016, the Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative reported that several companies in Mali exported gold without a mining permit. Senegal, joining EITI, a lot of improvement and significant progress has been made in terms of traceability. However, similarly to Mali, transparency issues remain concerning the redistribution of revenue, because the majority of revenue is attributed to the national budget, a single coffer. As I mentioned, there's a problem of knowing how much has been paid and how these funds are going to be used. So if you're interested how much goes to health or whatever, it's completely impossible to know. There's no guiding principle, which would be something to try and measure up what happens to the funding. Now, recommendations, 3 areas of recommendations. How's the time? Good. Okay. Obviously, fiscal regimes are a key aspect of where changes should come from. And I'll start with an illustration of what countries have attempted to do, and an illustration of an attempt to eliminate discriminatory and non-essential exemptions, a step taken in 2015 by the Malian government, who passed a law to eliminate exemptions which were not completely essential for economic policy reasons. In other words, which was not essential, should not happen. So there are attempts to be much more discriminating in terms of allowing these exemptions. But then what happens? Are they respected or not? Another thing that could happen is to favor fiscal regimes regulating mining activities as a whole, rather than allowing what happens. Companies negotiate a particular individual contract with the government, as opposed to being, they ask for their own privileges, and therefore they circumvent laws like the Malian law. They can circumvent things because they negotiate a particular individual agreement, a bilateral agreement, rather than falling under the mining code. If there was an obligation for all companies to be regulated by the mining code, which would seem logical, this would help in the predictability and the transparency of where mining revenue goes. But in the past, there have been these practices which have gone on and were still very much in place when the research was taken out. Second area is improving transparency and also increasing participation. I mentioned in Senegal, there's a group of parliamentarians, this Réseau des Parlementaires, who's extremely interested in following and getting more transparency. And obviously, we were talking about the link between national resource nationalism and democratic space, but the ways of making these processes much more transparent, obviously bringing parliamentarians into discussions, and as well bringing in at the local level, local authorities in the negotiations and knowing what's happening. So the only reason that is held, the situation goes on, is because of the lack of transparency and making sure that people who want to be more informed and about knowing where the money is going are kept dans le noir, out of the loop. The issue of mining contracts being published and disclosure of payment flows is a key issue. The Senegalese government has a plan to publish all mining contracts and to make those which are not available to the public. This has gradually been done, but what's also quite interesting, the governments have set up various funds, equalization fund and support of local communities funds in Senegal, but it's not operative. So that it's really interesting to see how things which would make the transfer to local authorities much more transparent, they're on the books. But when the research was going on, I kept saying this equalization fund and other funds are going to come into effect, but they never did. And to this date, according to the research colleagues I spoke to this month, they still have not. Recommendations, dividing guiding principles for the use of mining revenue. Botswana has a very interesting illustration. It's not to say these countries should do like Botswana, but it's interesting to see that there are ways of having principles to guide the use of mining revenue. In Botswana, the Sustainable Budget Index suggests that mining revenue should go to what the government calls investment expenditure, and education and health are considered investment expenditure, investing in future generations. From 1983 to 2016, 87% of mining revenue was used for physical and capital investment, that is, went to health and education. Another area where changes could happen is to encourage those in charge of local development plans to focus on funding health. We're not wanting to say, do this, but when there was research, researchers interviewed people, people were saying there's so much that could be done with local development funds if the local authorities and also people responsible for CSR initiatives had public health funding goals in mind and keeping in mind the public goals. Reinforcing capacities and harmonizing government interventions, Senegal has adopted a mining policy which has as its objective reaching the development goals of the National Health Financing Strategy. However, as I mentioned, this has not been implemented. In Mali, reinforcing the technical and human financial capacities of the ministries associated, encouraging companies to finance what was set up as a Fonds de financement de la recherche géologique. That is, there are lots of ideas, but a lot of these ideas were not implemented. And on the last area, encourage inter-ministerial initiatives involving mining and health sectors. And this is to obviously overcome the fact that there's not discussions. Senegal reinforcing the capabilities of existing ministries. There's discussion among ministries about the environment, but no discussion about health issues. In Mali, contrary to Senegal, there is not this interministerial possibility yet for initiatives. So there needs to be created this type of interministerial initiative. Creating a national health support fund in Senegal was one of the ideas that kept coming up. Now, these are very, very down-to-earth ideas. They came out of what the researchers found when they did their interviews. I'll end with these conclusions, underlining that we didn't invent anything. We started from what the government said they were going to do in the policy declarations. The situation in both countries is sort of paradoxical because there is something going on, but at a very slow pace. And the slow pace has to be explained. There's obviously institutional impediments on the inside, that is internal resistance to these changes. And the whole idea is to understand why this resistance. One should not conclude that there is nothing going on, that there is somehow elites at the top that don't want to know. There's incredible complexity within these decisions, a step forward, a step back. So there's not a stalemate. And we can give examples as I did. For example, Mali in 2007, this law that attempts to eliminate exemptions that the legislation does not authorize. Or again, Mali, which tried to limit stability clauses, but there it's the companies that sidestep that. Or again, seeing the progress that Senegal has made through the various initiatives to bring greater transparency, using EITI to build different institutions. So to conclude, what we found echoes what other studies, a study which looks at local content, Bellon, or which also echoes what the more Kaplinski and Kaplan study said about local content, documenting that obstacles to implement such policy and paradigm changes extend well beyond the domain of domestic institutions, including the complex multi-level influences resulting from relations between external actors and internal actors. And our research points to one thing, the need for more work, better information, continuing analysis at the policy decision level of specific ways in which external pressures and sources of influence, which have their origin in external transnational actors, interact with certain national actors and internal processes of resistance to redefining the current mining model, even though this resistance goes clearly against the key aspects of the official declarations of the countries. The research program illustrates one last but important point, the potential for academics to be involved in projects which emphasize disseminating research results with obviously local partners driving the process to raise awareness, stimulate debate in specific areas of public policy formulation. Thank you.
That was really wonderful. What a tour de force. So really interesting walk through the complexities, looking at the engagement power relations between mining sector, transnational, national, and local actors around what to do about these mining revenues, how to manage them, issues of transparency and governance. It was really fascinating. Thank you for that. What an interesting project. It's time for questions. If we could take one question at a time, that would be great. Does anybody have their hand up? Any questions to begin with?
Thank you very much for such an insightful presentation. Really, I mean, it's an overview of a research that obviously I've gone into very detailed analysis of what is happening in the policymaking process. I was wondering if you had paid specific attention throughout this research process to how the local elites in both Mali and Senegal. Yeah, maybe it's because from here the speaker is kind of loud, so I have the impression that it's super loud, but maybe it's not for you. Sorry for everybody at the back of the room. So thank you very much for this. Have you paid attention to how the economic elites are reacting to the possibility of the state engaging more with taxing the extractive sector? Although they are transnational, what I found in a lot of the research that I have done in Latin America is that local economic elites would react to like taxing more, even the mining sector, because what they see is the state is gaining power, the state is gaining taxation power. Therefore, this will eventually come back on them and charging them more taxes. Therefore, they oppose the possibility of the consolidation of the state. Is this something that come out as like economic elites getting organized to try and block those processes of taxing more, of having a resource nationalist process going in that direction?
In terms of the frustration of the mining sector's lack of well, its opacity and that it's very well very extensive in society. I'm speaking intuitively because we didn't look at that aspect. So I think the context is really very different. The fact that in the two countries where we were working, very significant changes. Look what happened in the election in March of last year in Senegal. Okay, because at one level, if you were somebody in French political science, you say the country is very stable with Macky Sall. So, but behind that are the cracks of the very widespread. And it wasn't just students who voted in the government, which was a fundamental change. You know, people were literally taken out of prison because there was such a desire for very fundamental change. So I'm answering in very general terms about political context. I was thinking this morning, the context in which these discussions about what resource nationalism means compared to India, elsewhere, it's very context specific, right? And these changes, I think it's very important to resituate what we're addressing within a historical context of what's the heritage of the mining regime, mining experience, to understand how we're going to be using the term of resource nationalism, because it means such different things to different people. And in the cases of the two countries, I think the fact that it doesn't make it easy to work in these areas where when you have a coup as well, but and nothing is simple. We can go back. Perhaps in another question, I can talk about the new mining code, which has been brought into Mali, which says something about the need for change in this area. I didn't answer your question, but I circumvented.
Thank you. Thank you very much for a very interesting presentation. You mentioned the EITI, and in terms of your, international or kind of global versus national conceptual framework, I'd invite you to say a bit more about how you would classify the EITI within this kind of, global versus national conceptual framework, because it seems to me that on the one hand, of course, the EITI is very much an international, very much a kind of Western-oriented mechanism, but I haven't studied it, but I have visited EITI offices in at least one African country, and they have these small kind of secretariats. It's like technocrats who are putting together reports and things like that. And they are, the EITI country offices really are meant to be owned by the countries, right? So, you mentioned the importance of transparency. Of course, mining revenues and statistics in general around the mining industry are very prone to cooking the books a little bit. They're very subjective, right? Depending on how they're calculated and things like that. So again, maybe it wasn't a major focus of your research, but in general, how would you see the EITI in terms of the national versus kind of international monitoring and those kind of power dynamics that you talked about? Thank you.
Can I just give a quick follow-up to that question, because mine's tied to this issue of transparency in EITI. If you would, okay. So just very quickly, I mean, to speak to the Zambian experience, Bonnie, EITI has been quite extensive, not to the level of publishing mining contracts, but it's been able to publish quite a bit of information related to the source of mineral revenues, their distribution, and so forth. But the question then becomes, how does that information get turned into policy reform? And here's the issue. I know some people use the term civil society. I'd prefer the existence or the absence of a social movement. Now, do you see that in the case of West Africa, and specifically the cases of Mali and Senegal?
Interesting questions. There was a time when, I won't go into EITI, it's evolved, and EITI Plus, that's not what I've been looking at all recently. But in terms of its extremely useful role in making information available, it's extremely appreciated by nationals. It's really, really important for their work. It gives a great deal of legitimacy, obviously, to people who are trying to say a certain number of things. So it's clearly extremely important. And that's to Chris's point really quickly. But in terms of the more fundamental question, where does the process go from there? And obviously, these are very country specific, and well, we were directly part of a process in which we were hoping with our research partners that some of these ideas would be go forward. So to see the political changes in both cases, we know that people picked up on what we were saying, and it became very clear that there was a place for this. What is interesting, I mean, where do social movements come from? What was very interesting was, and I stressed it at the beginning, the resonance for what we were saying in civil society organizations like ENDA, which then use our information, can we go and do in their own seminars. And in the same way, local authorities, people know what we were saying. We weren't saying, but we were putting in a shape and a form and giving it legitimacy because it had Social Science Research Council or whatever. If we're useful for that, that's good. But in terms of the processes, we have no illusion about the very modest role we have. But we're giving a lot more, I think, we're helping legitimize what the researchers with whom we work wanted to hear, and also giving them a chance to speak internationally of what's going on. And they've traveled with this, whether it's elsewhere in Africa or in Europe.
Nope. Yep. Thank you for the presentation and really interesting discussion we're having today. I don't want to make all of our questions about EITI, but I think it does come out of your presentation, obviously was playing something of a catalytic role in improving the transparency of a sector that's notoriously terrible for sharing information about contracts and pricing and investment, et cetera. I guess sort of the historical institutionalist question would be, do you have a sense of why Mali and Senegal chose to join EITI in the first place, if it is having this catalytic role? Do you have a set, like, I'm not sure if you were looking at this in your study, but even just from your conversations, what was the motivation for joining? Because we're going to be presenting on the next panel our work on Chile, which is the world's largest copper exporter, second world's largest lithium exporter, and is not a member of EITI, does not publish anything. And so rolling the clock back, so to speak, really, I think it's quite interesting to know why countries choose to perhaps sacrifice some of their sovereignty. That might be pushing it a bit, but at the very least, agreeing to be more transparent than they once were.
Interesting question I had not thought about, but and I can only, and therefore not researched, and it wasn't part of what we were doing. In a way, those in power who don't want it to change are very close to strong, powerful external interests. So that remains. When something like EI comes along, there's a kind of a, I don't like the bandwagon idea, but the idea that everybody's going to get on it, you can't not be on it. But life, I'm extrapolating. Things can continue much as they have been in a certain way. That is, it's been so opaque that there's probably an understanding, and it's quite unbelievable to see the attempts by countries to bring in and the imagination of companies to work around them. So I suspect that leaders, well, they can't avoid being on it, but maybe life was going to continue, which it's completely out of order, but I'm just thinking about why things do not change. I don't know if some of you saw the Globe and Mail, May the 2nd, when there was discussion of Mali and Barrack. Did anyone see that? And the journalists from the Globe and Mail used Barrack as the main interlocuteur to understand what was going on in Mali. So Mr. Brislow, I think his name is, suggested, first of all, no access to what's in the new mining code, which is false. It's the articles about it, it's on the website. He also said the people in the mining ministry are incompetent. I know them, they're not at all incompetent. They also point out in discussing what's going on in Mali, a really key factor was the Russians were there with 1,000. Has nothing to do with the actual, but what was really interesting is that before bringing in the new mining code, Mali had an audit of what the companies were doing, but Barrack had to do the audit, but it won't make it public. So the information we get about Mali comes from Barrack. And in terms of why it doesn't change, why our government, why our ombudsman, why it works here, we're talking about over there, but it's really about what's happening here. And that's one thing I was wondering in your project, where that discussion is. And that's why we were interested in doing the thing with l'Institut National d'Administration Publique, to sort of say, okay, that's over there, but what is the resonance for Canadian and Quebec mining interest of what's going on there? Because the opacity is not somebody out there, it's not the Russians, it's our companies. And also the fact that there's no, we also have a whole system of bilateral trade agreements, which are very, very key ways of locking things in impeding local content policies. But the whole disconnect between the discourse we have about what's going on there and the Russians, the lack of transparency, and what's our role, I don't hear that very often. But I'm really struck by the Globe and Mail's choice of interlocuteur to understand what's going on in Mali.
I just had a very general question or just some thoughts around this. The context of the fiscal pressures. I mean, this was kind of the presentation. I didn't see like what are the conjunctures going on economically in these countries and at what point do they make certain decisions? And with the whole increase of the debt crisis, there's a response in mineral taxation responding to those fiscal pressures that are coming up, and the lack of access to capital. I mean, even Chinese capital is no longer accessible. So you see regimes responding to those fiscal pressure and how that they adapt their fiscal regime. So I thought that element, historicizing the kind of economic developments in the background, is an important factor. And then also at the same time thinking about the health sector, because again, that's very influenced by the external actors. And you could see from the figures how important a role they play. And therefore less pressure or political pressure of, on government to fulfill that role. So that was some of my thoughts around, bringing in some figures about health budgets, the external element of it, and what James Ferguson calls a depoliticization by donors, where you take away the pressure by providing those kind of services.
Completely. I don't hear a question. I hear a very, very, very relevant comment. And of course, the fact that mining companies are seen as the provider of access to health, which goes completely against what the access to health means, building social cohesion and having universal. It's contradictory with the name. So it's very, very paradoxical. And very interesting that it should continue.
Thanks, Bonnie, for such an interesting research project. I guess as you were describing it in those two West African countries, what struck me was that you had to kind of assume a level of acting in good faith, both on the part of the government involved and the mining companies involved in those discussions. I mean, for it to work, both had to be coming from a place of relative truth in terms of what the conversation was about. And I kept being haunted by memories of the work I had been doing up in northern Mozambique, where the coal mining boom was flourishing, and where the mining companies were effectively the state up there. I mean, there was a common phrase, Maputo que manda. All marching orders come from Maputo. The provincial government played no role, and Maputo was totally believing, a la David Harvey, that its role was to propitiate and make every condition available to the mining companies because they were the creative ones. They were the ones that were the actors who would do something wonderful with Mozambique's coal. So people in the provinces, I had a memorable evening with the provincial director of agriculture when we were waiting for a plane that never came. And he just said that actually, for all of the frontline services, be it health or agriculture or education in that province, as these coal mines emerged and surged and created havoc on every side, that the provincial services to the local people, they were actually told by Maputo, do nothing, because anything you do in resettlements, for example, it was the mining companies that determined who got resettled. It was the mining companies that decided some needed an urban resettlement, some needed a rural one. It was the mining companies that sent trucks with their employees in them to tell people, tomorrow's your day, we'll be coming to pick you up, pack your things. And the provincial state was told by the national state, do nothing, because anything you do could be seen as a criticism of the mining companies. So I'm trying to think, how much is that totally out of control context of Mozambique with mining companies ravaging however they chose to do? Was it, how different were Senegal or Mali from that situation? So it's not exactly a question, but maybe a cry of anguish.
Well, very briefly, our point of entry regulatory frameworks was a way of looking at that question in terms of where do the rules come from and what is the capacity to implement the new regulations, and when you have situations where you have good things on paper in terms of environmental protection, but as elsewhere is the case, in Burkina, for example, the country doesn't have the vehicles to have its specialists go in, so that's the mining who takes the people in to go inspect them. That's the kind of thing that makes it joins exactly what you're saying, not to the same, maybe the same degree, but we have always found that looking where do the rules come, who's at the table about making those rules, to what extent are they being circumvented? That's a way of raising, I think, the certain questions about the incredible consequences of what the World Bank wanted to do. It wanted to get the state completely out of mining, and it was transferring state responsibilities to, it was in the mining World Bank documents in the 1990s, that's what they wanted to do, that the companies should become owner and operator, and the states were regulators. But in terms, there was an incredible, a lack of clarity into who was going to do what, and a governance gap, which has allowed for all these different dérapage, or all sorts of accidents which have happened because whether it's cyanide spills, which continue on, the lack of capacity to follow up, it's all been put in place. And the incredible anger and anguish that this has happened. And when mining responsible company heads of Canadian mining companies get kidnapped in the countries we've been working in, there seems to be a kind of disbelief about why this is happening. And I think to myself, that people are just worlds away from the reality of what the violence with which these mining companies have been acting without any kind of regulatory possibility of rectifying, and companies have just gone ahead. So in a way, what is happening in terms of the area is not that surprising. It's tragic. But in terms of my French colleagues, the Russians. Well, why are the Russians there? Why is it so bad? What is the heritage? What is the legacy of the extractive industries under Western control?
I think that's should wrap us up. If there are any other outstanding questions, we can address them over tea. Thanks again, Bonnie. That was a really fascinating walk through your research. Thanks for your advice.
I would like to thank you, Richard, for inviting me to be part of this great workshop and to share some of our Latin American expertise here. And I think I speak for all of us in the panel that we really learn a lot from these cross-regional discussions. And so, yeah, it's amazing to be part of this. I'm going to be introducing all of our panelists first, and then we're going to jump right in to hear their presentations. And yeah, I'll be kind of strict about the 15 minutes so that we can go on to our next lecture and a meeting in political science. Okay, so this is going to be the Latin Americanist panel, and it's going to be bilingual as well. Our panel is titled Neo-Extractivist Models in Latin America and the Caribbean. My name is Antulio Rosales, and I am a faculty member at the Social Science Department here at York. Our first presenter will be Thomas Chesson-Lebel from Université de l'Ontario Français. And his presentation is titled, I roughly translated it as From Resource Nationalism to Extractivism of Disaster, the Dream Turned Nightmare in Ecuador. Thomas is an assistant professor at Université de l'Ontario Français and member of Extractivism and Society Research Group at the University of California, Santa Cruz. His transdisciplinary research aims to understand the strategies of different actors to influence innovation and development policies and their results in countries that have significant non-renewable resource extractive sectors. And he's worked on Latin America overall, particularly Venezuela, Ecuador, and Bolivia. And his work engages with critical political economy perspectives to better understand the battles waged by economic elites and conglomerates, to have their practices accepted despite opposition from local communities. We will later have online Pablo Alarcón from CICEPA. His presentation will be the Latin American Developmental State, Trajectories of Natural Resource Nationalism. Alarcón holds a visiting professorship in Latin American Studies at the University of Vienna this summer, and he's also a postdoctoral researcher at the Centro de Investigaciones Sociológicas, Económicas, Políticas y Antropológicas, CICEPA, at the Pontificia Universidad Católica del Perú. That's the Catholic University of Peru. And then we'll have Tamanisha John from New York University, Department of Political Science. Her paper is titled Guyana, Myth of Capitalist Resource Extraction as Development. Tamanisha John joined the Department of Politics at York as an assistant professor in Black politics in July 2023. Her research interests include Caribbean development, sovereignty and politics, as well as Canadian foreign policy, economic imperialism, financial exclusion, and corporate power. And lastly, we will have these two at the end who promise to end with a bang, and they are Araceli Clavijo and Greg Johnson and other authors who will also, but are not present, but are co-authors. And their paper is titled Pathologies of Extraction, Lithium Dilemmas in Latin America. So Araceli is a biologist. She holds a master's degree in environmental engineering from Universidad de Granada and a PhD in agricultural sciences, and is currently a researcher in the National Research Council, CONICET, in Argentina. And then we have Greg, who is a professor of political science and global development at the University of Guelph in Canada, here in Ontario. He holds a PhD in international development from the LSE, London School of Economics and Political Science. So let's start with Thomas. Are you ready? Yes. Awesome. Thank you so much, everyone.
Alors, bonjour tout le monde. Hello, everybody. I'm going to try to do something here, which is to share my screen. Je vais essayer de partager mon écran. And if it works, yes. Donc, ça fonctionne. Alors, my presentation title is From Resource Nationalism to Disaster Extractivism, Dreams and Nightmares in Ecuador. Cependant, je vous fais un avertissement, je vais faire ma présentation en français. Mais les diapositives sont en anglais. So those who cannot understand when I speak, you might be able to read something on those slides. Alors, ce dont je vais vous parler aujourd'hui, c'est de ce qui s'est passé un peu en Équateur au cours des 20 dernières années et de comment un projet de nationalisme des ressources a échoué ou s'est dirigé vers autre chose dont on va discuter. Et puis, donc, je vais commencer par discuter du nationalisme des ressources et de l'extractivisme. Ensuite, je vais vous parler de l'Équateur à travers 4 périodes. 4 périodes qui nous permettent de voir comment la relation de l'État aux ressources naturelles s'est transformée, pour ensuite développer plus sur la période du nationalisme des ressources qui nous intéresse d'abord, et ensuite voir la période actuelle, la 4e période, qui est celle de l'extractivisme du désastre. C'est un concept que je vais expliquer aussi pour que vous puissiez saisir comment je vois l'échec de la tentative de nationalisme des ressources, et je vais faire des conclusions avec les hypothèses d'explication de comment on est passé d'un nationalisme des ressources à un extractivisme du désastre. Alors, quand on parle de nationalisme des ressources, les définitions qui ont été données fonctionnent très bien pour parler de ce qui s'est passé en Amérique du Sud dans la période 2000-2015. On a parlé d'une vague de gouvernements de gauche, de la vague rose, des gouvernements de gauche post-néolibéraux, donc plusieurs expressions qui cherchaient à décrire une transformation politique où on essayait de mobiliser la rente des ressources pour faire des investissements qui allaient soutenir le développement et qui allaient également soutenir la redistribution. Grande partie du débat à cette époque, s'est centré sur est-ce que c'est une gauche bonne ou mauvaise, ou social-démocrate ou révolutionnaire. Et dans tout ce débat, il y a quelque chose qui était intéressant, c'est qu'on essayait de voir si l'utilisation et la façon dont on interagissait avec les ressources naturelles était illibérale ou allait mener à une dérive autoritaire. Et donc, il y avait quelque chose qui organisait la réflexion autour des ressources naturelles. Durant cette période, dans cette partie du monde, cependant, on ne parlait pas de nationalisme des ressources, mais on parlait d'extractivisme. Et donc, quand on parlait d'extractivisme, c'est qu'on essayait de penser aux ressources naturelles dans la critique, en s'inspirant des critiques des théories de la dépendance, pour voir que la dépendance aux ressources naturelles conduisait au maintien d'une subordination à l'ordre international, à la chaîne des valeurs globales. Et donc, avec les critiques de l'extractivisme et du néo-extractivisme, s'est ajoutée la critique environnementaliste dans laquelle la surexploitation contribue à la crise climatique, à la perte de biodiversité et à tous les mouvements sociaux il y avait toute une série de mouvements sociaux qui se plaignaient que la perpétuation de l'extractivisme détruisait leur mode de vie, détruisait leur mode de reproduction. Et donc, on a parlé également dans ces pays du consensus des commodités, des marchandises, où les gouvernements et de droite et de gauche étaient d'accord pour dire il faut extraire plus. Et donc, dans ce contexte-là, il y avait une forte critique, même vis-à-vis des projets de nationalisme des ressources, en les accusant d'être néo-extractivistes, pour reproduire cette dépendance internationale. Alors, en Équateur, qui est le cas d'étude de ma présentation d'aujourd'hui, eh bien, il y avait la promesse faite par le gouvernement de Correa, de Rafael Correa, qui a été élu en 2007, de mobiliser les ressources non renouvelables pour faire le développement et la redistribution. Et les mouvements autochtones essayaient et environnementalistes, justement, reprenaient cette critique en disant ça va détruire des territoires d'une façon qui n'est pas réversible, ça va contaminer les bassins hydrographiques et les bassins hydrographiques, ça va détruire l'Amazone qui a déjà été très affectée par l'exploitation pétrolière et surtout, selon moi, ça va être très difficile d'utiliser les ressources naturelles comme levier de développement parce que les élites locales, justement, comme j'en parlais avec Bonnie Campbell plus tôt, n'accepteront pas qu'on utilise les ressources pour rendre l'État plus puissant, étant elle-même très baignée par le discours nationaliste. Et d'autant plus que ces mouvements disaient il y a des alternatives à l'extraction des ressources naturelles. On peut faire l'agriculture paysanne dans les territoires qui vont être sinon creusés par des mines à ciel ouvert. On peut développer l'écotourisme, on peut mobiliser la communauté internationale pour nous payer pour ne pas extraire. C'est un des projets dont il sera question. Et donc, pour comprendre le propos que je tiens aujourd'hui, j'ai fait une division en 4 périodes. Donc, ce que vous voyez, je vais vous parler seulement de la période numéro 1 et de la période numéro 4. Donc, dans la période numéro 1, on parle de la période du nationalisme des ressources. C'est celle qui va de 2007 à 2014. Et là, ce que vous voyez, la ligne rouge vous indique les investissements en capital fixe du gouvernement central. Et ce qu'on voit, c'est qu'en utilisant la rente des ressources, le gouvernement a réussi à augmenter ses investissements dans l'économie pour stimuler le développement. Et ce qu'on voit ensuite, c'est la ligne bleue par-dessus, c'est que ça a eu un certain effet de levier qui a fait en sorte que les capitaux privés se sont aussi mis à investir de plus en plus dans l'économie. Et là, on voit dans la période suivante, dans cette première période, il y a aussi un moment anti-extractiviste du gouvernement qui faisait le nationalisme des ressources. Je vais entrer un peu plus en détail là-dessus. Combien il me reste de temps? Dans la deuxième période, il y a l'érosion du nationalisme des ressources et l'abandon de l'anti-extractivisme. Et on voit la courbe des investissements privés s'aplanit. Et elle commence à diminuer dans la troisième période où il y a un abandon du nationalisme des ressources et un retour des élites économiques au pouvoir politique. Donc, c'est un peu ce portrait-là que je vais vous faire. Dans la première période, pour voir clairement qu'il est question d'une période de nationalisme des ressources, on peut regarder quelle est la part du gouvernement du budget du gouvernement qui est issu des ressources naturelles. Et ici, on voit très bien quelque chose qui nous montre les revenus du public qui proviennent des ressources naturelles et comment l'attitude du gouvernement a changé le volume de ressources qu'il était capable de mobiliser pour agir. Et donc, on voit entre les deux lignes vertes, 2007 et 2014, cette période, le cercle vert, où la part du PIB, ce graphique est en part de PIB, donc c'est en proportion de l'économie nationale, qui a vraiment une augmentation très, très importante qui va bien au-delà de l'augmentation des prix du pétrole, qui était, elle, liée au supercycle dont on a parlé. Cependant, on aurait raison de remarquer qu'à partir de 2014, avec la chute des prix des ressources, bien, la capacité de mobiliser la rente pétrolière pour faire le développement a diminué de façon importante et c'est ce qui a entraîné l'érosion du régime de nationalisme des ressources. Et donc, on parle de nationalisme des ressources parce que cette rente pétrolière supplémentaire, elle était utilisée pour différentes choses. D'une part, il y a toutes sortes d'investissements dans des projets d'infrastructures très, très importants. On parle d'autoroutes, on parle de barrages hydroélectriques, on parle d'un réseau d'universités nouvelles qui essayaient de réorienter l'économie vers une économie du savoir en attirant des professeurs internationaux pour faire des universités technologiques. Il y a plusieurs projets, 3 universités emblématiques à cet égard, dont une construite en Amazonie pour axer sur le développement de connaissances liées à la biodiversité. Il y en a une autre, Yachai Tech, dans les Andes, où on essayait d'être plus sur le modèle des universités technologiques. Mais en parallèle de ça, il y avait toutes sortes de programmes de redistribution, de soutien aux services sociaux, la santé et ainsi de suite, et aussi une partie, un moment anti-extractiviste dans ce gouvernement autour du projet Yasuni ITT. Yasuni, c'est un parc national dans lequel on avait décidé de réserver, et sous le parc, il y a des réserves pétrolières. Et on avait décidé de réserver une certaine section, ITT, pour qu'il n'y ait pas d'exploitation supplémentaire alors que ça aurait pu se développer. Et on a fait un projet international avec le PNUD pour demander à la communauté internationale de payer la moitié de la valeur du pétrole qu'il y avait sous terre pour que l'Équateur ne l'exploite pas. Et donc, un moment où, dans la mobilisation des ressources, on essayait de faire plusieurs initiatives pour se déplacer de la dépendance aux ressources naturelles. Alors, maintenant, ça, à un moment donné, ça a pris fin. Et je ne veux pas vous dire tout de suite, on va revenir à la fin de la présentation sur pourquoi tout cela a pris fin. Mais en ce moment, de ce nationalisme des ressources, on est passé à un autre régime qui est celui de l'extractivisme du désastre. C'est un concept que j'ai développé avec les gens mes collègues de Extractivism and Society Research Cluster pour décrire, inspiré du concept de Naomi Klein, de Disaster Capitalism, c'est le sous-titre de son livre The Shock Doctrine, et c'est l'idée que, en fait, les crises sont mobilisées pour justifier une expansion de l'extractivisme, quelle qu'en soit l'utilité, la nécessité, ou la raison d'être. Et donc, ce qu'on a remarqué c'est un concept qu'on a développé pendant la pandémie, c'est que tout d'un coup, alors que l'économie équatorienne, comme bien des économies de la planète, était fermée pour pouvoir, par mesure sanitaire, eh bien, on disait le secteur extractif, lui, peut continuer à extraire. Et pourquoi il peut continuer à extraire? Parce que la richesse qu'il va produire va nous aider à redémarrer l'économie au lendemain de la pandémie. Et en même temps, les gens qui protestent contre la poursuite de l'extraction, ben, eux, on leur interdit parce que ça, c'est contre les mesures sanitaires. En même temps, les compagnies extractivistes, elles, distribuent du matériel médical dans les hôpitaux en disant, nous, on fait ça pour le bien de la population, mais en ce faisant, elles font compétition avec les États qui essaient d'acheter du matériel médical dans les différents hôpitaux. Donc, il y a vraiment une mobilisation d'un discours et d'une action des compagnies extractives pour profiter de la crise pandémique et étendre leur activité. Et donc, dans ce contexte, on a remarqué cette activité-là cet extractivisme du désastre pendant la pandémie. Et ce qu'on voit, c'est que en Équateur, ce phénomène d'extractivisme du désastre continue à se produire, mais dans une crise qui a complètement changé de nature, et c'est une crise sécuritaire. Alors, depuis 4 ans, il y a en Équateur 2 gouvernements qui sont liés très, très intimement aux élites économiques. Un banquier et le fils du plus grand exportateur de bananes sont les 2 derniers présidents de l'Équateur. Et il y a une crise sécuritaire qui a explosé. Alors que c'est un pays très, très sécuritaire, on parle maintenant d'un des pays où il y a un taux de meurtre le plus élevé de la région. On parle de 25,5 meurtres par 100 000 habitants. C'est 10 fois plus qu'au Canada pour une population qui est la moitié moindre. 12 états d'urgence déclarés depuis 2021, c'est-à-dire une suspension des libertés civiles. Et parce que le trafic de la drogue autour et les gangs criminalisés qui y sont liés ont vraiment augmenté. Bien, ce que j'essaie de dire dans l'article, c'est que cette crise sécuritaire a été mobilisée pour étendre l'extractivisme, et je vais y aller rapidement avec le moment où tout ça s'articule. Le président parle du complexe minier comme étant la solution pour les investissements miniers privés, comme étant la solution pour résoudre la crise sécuritaire. Et ce faisant, il est venu au Canada pour essayer de négocier un accord de libre-échange et le Canada exige en contrepartie l'ouverture de mécanismes de règlement des différends, des ISDS, Investor State Dispute Settlement Mechanism. Ce faisant, il a profité d'un référendum qui a été organisé en avril dernier où il y avait des questions pour solidifier la capacité de l'État à faire face à la crise, pour mettre au milieu de ce référendum une question où l'interdiction constitutionnelle des mécanismes de résolution des différends investisseurs-États soit retirée de la Constitution. Et pendant tout ce temps-là, pour faire la relance économique, le président est venu à la conférence des producteurs et développeurs miniers pour recueillir des promesses d'investissement. Il en a eu pour 4,8 milliards. C'était en mars dernier. Donc, on voit que la crise sécuritaire est devenue le principal moteur pour justifier le retour à un extractivisme qui n'a rien à voir avec un nationalisme des ressources, mais qui est tout fait pour faire plaire aux élites économiques. Et donc, comment on en est venu de l'un à l'autre? C'est une articulation de plusieurs phénomènes complexes. Il y a évidemment des facteurs internationaux, mais l'argument central, c'est qu'il y a au cœur de ça, qui articule tout ça, une action des élites économiques nationales qui ont toujours refusé que l'État puisse se retrouver plus structuré, en meilleure capacité de taxation, en meilleure capacité d'articuler les revenus générés par le secteur extractif parce qu'ils sentent que ça menace leur capacité à avoir de l'influence sur le pays, ça donne trop d'autonomie à l'État. Et donc, c'est dans cette tension-là qu'on voit la difficulté, le principal obstacle à un nationalisme des ressources. Et c'est dans cette tension-là qu'on voit comment le fait d'avoir fait un nationalisme des ressources, finalement, a aussi servi à alimenter l'extractivisme du désastre qu'on voit aujourd'hui. Merci beaucoup.
Merci, Thomas. Now we have Pedro online. I'm not connected here. So, Pedro, you're welcome to talk for 15 minutes, and I will interrupt you when you're 3 minutes out from your time.
Yeah, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes, we can hear you well. Yeah, and we are going to open your presentation here. Yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
Very nice. Thanks for that. Nice greetings from Vienna. It's 10 in the evening in Vienna, so it's already my bedtime. Well, my beer time, but it's Tuesday, so I have my bedtime, so I will try to do this very, very quickly and go to sleep. When I'm talking to you about the trajectories, yeah, such is like maybe a historical perspective. Please, next slide. And I have divided, next slide, please. I've divided my presentation in 4 parts. The first part is I'm going to talk about a developmental state, or rather desarrollista state with some characteristics of Latin America. Then try to understand what was resource nationalism in certain period of time before. Then I will argue that there is some world conditions that changed forever and compel us to rethink natural resource extractivism now. So next slide, please. I will be very quickly with that, and I will rather skip this slide. Next, please. I would rather say that, yeah, if you talk about the next slide, please. The developmental state, you're rather thinking about Southeast Asia and this plausible explanation of the rise of the Asian tigers. But you focus on the bureaucracies. So it's a Bavarian approach. And I will, for the next slides that I will be talking about, I will rather understand the states, the national state, but not from the bureaucracies. I will stick to the neo-Marxist tradition, and after this manifest of the Communist Party, I will, next slide, please. I will talk about Pulanzas, who rather rationalizes the fact that the political elites can be detached of the economic elites. So the state would not be so captured by economic elites, but there's the possibility of political elites pushing for a national developmental project with a certain autonomy of social classes. But this has also this, say, kind of state has other characteristics, which could be populism, rentierism, or authoritarianism. But I will not explain this. I would rather stick with Pulanzas definition of the state, a state that is rather managed by political elites and not saturated by economic elites. Please, the next slide. So that's the point of departure for explaining nationalism. I didn't say explicit the date, the period of time, but I will. This is the year 1956, and this is this mural, this artwork in Bolivia, which was already analyzed by Pellegrini in a very, very nice work of 2018. So this is this artwork depicts the history of Bolivian petroleum, and here I will try to describe the points in which nationalism is important. Please, next slide. This mural is in the La Paz, in the building of the state-owned company, Yacimientos Petrolíferos Fiscales Bolivianos. And there is 6 parts of this mural, and this is the 3rd part. And I will begin here. And there is a very important year. There's a worker holding, and that's the year 1937, which the oil nationalization took place in Bolivia. Oil was extracted by the Standard Oil Company. Maybe you've heard about it, Mr. Rockefeller. And these 3 persons there, these 2 military and 1 civilian, they were active in creating one state-owned company in 1936 and nationalizing the oil operations, oil activities. So there is an indigenous people holding the banner of the national oil company. It's like saying, okay, now the oil is for us. This is the oil recovery for the nation. And there's also this angry bird in the left, my left. This angry bird is a condor. Yeah, it's a symbol you find in many seals of Latin America, and which stands for the defense of the national interests. And there is something like machine between the indigenous person and the three presidents, or the two presidents and the congressman, which is always the relation to industrialization. Please, next slide. And this is the explicit mention of industrialization. There was, after the Second World War, there was a period in which ISI was the epitome of industrialization, of successful economic diversification, import substitution industrialization. So the debate is of adding value, in this case, adding value for oil, instead of exporting crude oil, exporting gasoline, diesel, gas, and liquefied petroleum gas. And that's a refinery. So the epitome of industrialization, which would accompany other types of industrialization. Please, next slide. And this will trigger, of course, modernization, as we know it, with maybe there's mentions of social welfare with a mother and a child, education with a child, maybe another child playing, but economic diversification. There is the fisheries and also agriculture, but with machines, and of course there's planes and ships, and of course cars. Next slide, please. And this was a mural I emphasized 1965, and I have here the examples of Peru, General Juan Velasco Alvarado, 1965, 1987, who indeed undertook nationalization of oil in Peru. Also, oil has been instructed by the Standard Oil Company, and this is a monument where I lived near Pueblo Libre. With the recovery of our oil, Peru initiated the takeoff to infinite greatness. So this must be a rocket. And well, this is the example in Peru of the attempt of the materialization of this ideal, depicted in the mural, of recovering the oil rent and triggering industrialization. Please, next slide. There is also a counterpart. In the next slide, please, as a counterpart, Ecuador, General Guillermo Rodriguez Lara, 1972, 1976, also oil nationalism. There was no nationalization of the company operating during that time, was Texaco. There was no nationalization, but indeed it was a struggle for the appropriation of a larger portion of oil rent. Also with the mechanism of the state oil company establishing a public company and renegotiating contracts and concessions. And also Ecuador integrated OPEC, the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries. And this is maybe a repeating image of the leader, the dictator or the president, in bringing the oil to the harbor to be exported and filling this first barrel of oil, which was received with a parade in the city of Quito. This both military dictatorships, these progressive dictatorships, called themselves the revolutionary nationalist government of the armed forces. First revolutionary, then nationalists. Please, next slide. So if we can maybe summarize what the idea of Swiss nationalism was, as capturing, of course, a larger portion of rent with nationalizations of state oil companies. You can also and always use export taxes, the renegotiation of concessions, in which you address the royalties. Next slide, please. Another possibility of capturing a larger portion of oil rent would be also establishing contracts or signing contracts instead of concessions. And what's very interesting in the case of Ecuador is this integration of OPEC, can be discussed as an effective measure to capture a larger portion of oil rent, or a rather symbolic measure. And of course, OPEC addresses the quotas of quantitative restrictions with the idea of influencing the price. But there is an interrogation mark there, because Some of us believe the price of oil is rather determined by geopolitical circumstances and a little bit less by the macroeconomic laws of supply and demand. And next slide, please. But as I said, there comes a watershed that. And what do we do with this recovery of oil rent? Yeah, so the oil trigger industrialization. This is the epitome of successful development, domestic industrialization. Next slide, please. But so there comes a watershed which changes the scenarios, and this is the lost decade, la década perdida. So you can see the figures of the external debt indicators and even private debt. And the third column is a very important. You can see in the mid-1970s, for every $10 you exported as a Latin American natural resource exporting country, about 4 out of the 10 you had to pay debt. You have to service the debt. But only a couple of years later, in the 80s decade, every $2,
Pedro, sorry, you have 3 minutes.
Yeah, okay, let's, one of the dollars you have to do service of the debt. Please, next slide. And next slide. So there is in this framework of crisis, everything changes for free trade, and we return to the Ricardian theory of comparative advantages, and you cannot protect the domestic industry that is banned. So please, next slide. There are some provisions of the WTO, which is the new regime of free trade. Please, next slide. And there is other conditions of the world, of the evolving, ever-changing world that we must take into account to rethink resource nationalism now. And this is the next slide. Next slide, please. So in the next slide, I propose to rethink this natural resource nationalism. Therefore, I took the model of before this watershed of the neoliberal period. So the thing of capturing a larger portion of oil rent, like nationalizations or renegotiating concessions, now it is solved in international tribunals, such as the International Center for Settlements of Investment Disputes. And as we know, countries like Ecuador always lose, so spoiler alert. And every time Ecuador pays, so there's less room for maneuver for the resource nationalism in this slide is what I want to say. Next slide, please. And then maybe as the mentality or the possibilities are so shifted that now a priority of national states is attracting foreign investment. But therefore, you have to lower export taxes, reduce labor codes, and also environmental costs to attract this foreign investment, which is, as we know, we can be very critical about it. And the next slide, please. Yeah, and in this new world, in this new scenario, what rather replaces, that's my proposal of we can discuss, what rather replaces the idea of sounding oil and forcing industrialization, domestic industrialization, is the idea of rather integrating as possible the global value
Pedro,
chain.
if you can wrap up, that would be great. Your time is up.
Okay, that's it. Thank you very much. All right, Tamanisha.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Tomanisha, and I will preface by saying that I'm not a resource nationalism expert, and neither do I frequently write on extraction. But today I will be talking about a paper that I published earlier this year called Guyana Myth of Capitalist Resource Extraction as Development in the Extractive Industries and Society Journal. And I will thank the helper that will be pressing next for my slide. I only have 4 slides here, but you can start off at this first one. And very briefly, I will say that talking about this today is actually bittersweet for me. I just came back from Guyana on Sunday because my cousin, he passed away in a car accident. And when I wrote this paper, he helped to inspire a lot of the observations that I made to help me write this paper. But as you all may have heard by now, Guyana has found a lot of oil, or more so, Exxon has found a lot of oil. And then, as you probably may have not heard, but today a merger was approved for Hess and Chevron so that they could have a bigger share of the oil that is in Guyana. Ever since ExxonMobil found oil in Guyana in 2015, it increased hostilities and tensions between Guyana and its neighbors. If you don't know where Guyana is, it is a Caribbean country located on the South American continent. On the west of it, you have Venezuela. To the south, you have Brazil. And then to the east, you have Suriname. A lot of the oil that's being dug out of Guyana, we say it's from the Starbrook Block. It's crude oil, so it's offshore drilling of the oil, about less than 100 miles off of the coast of Guyana. But ever since oil was found in 2015, people in Guyana have been very wary and skeptical of the oil find, precisely because Guyana has seen sorts of immense types of natural disasters that we haven't seen before. So as far as I remember, from 2015 and even before then and on, every single time or every single year I visited Guyana, they've had to build up the seawall in the capital due to rain just coming in and washing out mangroves and other things that you need. And so when the oil was found, even though it was celebrated in international media, within Guyana, people were saying, well, what do we need oil for? We already have all of these problems with the water, and now they're going to be drilling, doing this offshore drilling. And so when we talk about protest movements and all of these negative reactions by Guyanese against the oil find, we're talking about the fact that Guyana was already experiencing quite a number of natural disasters even before this oil find. The second slide. So as I mentioned in how this research began, in 2022, I was finally able to visit Guyana after the COVID-19 shutdowns. And when I visited Guyana, there was something that I noticed that I had never noticed before. And that was I was taking a flight from the United States to Guyana, and over half of the people on that flight were white Americans or looked white European. And it shocked me because as someone who goes to Guyana every year, I was like, this is a drastic change, what is happening? And it wasn't only an observation that I made, but my seatmate, who was an Indian man, he made a sort of jest to me saying, is it sure? Or I'm not going to say it, but he's basically saying, you sure is Guyana we're going? Like, are we on the plane to Guyana given the makeup of this plane? And we had a couple gaffes about it. And when I landed, there were 3 immigration officers handling the foreigner line and 1 immigration officer handling the Guyanese line, because if you're Guyanese, you go in and they say, Guyanese, go, 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 go. And then you have the foreigners with 3 immigration officers complaining that our line was going so fast. But what stood out to me was that a lot of people in that line kept saying that they're there for business, business, business. And I'm like, how much business could they be doing in Guyana after COVID? Like, why are they all here? And when I got out of the airport, my cousin, who always gets me from the airport, I told him, I was like, wow, I was shocked that I'm coming to Guyana. And he was saying, yeah, they're all here for the oil. And he started talking to me, and this is someone who is not political, about all of these issues that he's seeing with oil. He started telling me about how they're building all of these ugly square buildings that look like the gentrification buildings you see in Canada and the US. And they stick out because in Guyana, we have a lot of old Dutch and English architecture made of wood. So when you see these just square buildings, it's like, what are they doing here? But he told me that they're renting them out for between $5,000 to $10,000 US a month. And I thought that he was lying, and he couldn't be serious since most Guyanese are making like 40 to 60 US a month, and $1 US is over 200 Guyanese dollars. And when he took me to those locations, sure enough, it was 5,000 to 10,000 US dollars a month, which isn't even the cost of rent in the United States. And so the clearest signal was that these were for oil people, oil executives, and their families to live. They were gated, guarded, and it just sticks out in Guyana. So they look very different. And so the research really began from that initial observation, my cousin who's not political talking about it, and then just I saw so many people protesting against oil while I was there. I was like, wow, this issue really has a lot of people riled up. And not only that, but I also found out people saying like, oh, they're going to kick us off of our land. They want people to move out of Georgetown. There was just all of these conspiracy theories that you would hear from normal Guyanese people all the time. So I started to ask myself, well, there has to be something to this. And people just don't become riled up, especially in Guyana, over something like this. Next slide. And so in doing this research, I simply had 3 arguments. The first being that it is unlikely that oil will develop Guyana. Guyana is a very rich resource country, and we've always had foreign corporations come to exploit resources in our country. My family, we live 6 hours out of the capital down south into Guyana, and we have a single road in our parish or village or whatever you want to call it. But you can walk that road down for about 3 hours and it takes you to a mine. And so you go down that single road, you collect what you need to collect from the mine, and you leave out. And that hasn't developed Guyana. Guyana was also one of the richest sugar plantation economies on South America. It's also a country with a lot of gold. It's a country with a lot of bauxite. And so we already know natural resources doesn't technically mean development will happen. However, what's different from mining or sugar or bauxite is that oil, to me, presented a new opportunity in Guyana for a reignited and transformed movement for racial and national unity, not previously present in other extractive industries. And this is because in sugar and in mining, you have small and local producers that are Guyanese that are able to tap into those sectors. But given the types of technical equipment and specializations needed for offshore oil drilling, it's a lot harder for Guyanese in Guyana to actually get into that market. And not only that, but it's also very capital intensive, that there's even diaspora Guyanese complaining about the fact that nothing that comes of oil will help Guyanese or be local to Guyanese or could even help them benefit. And so when I talk about protests in Guyana against oil, you had Afro-Guyanese protesting, you had Indo or Indian Guyanese protesting. You also had a lot of Amerindian Guyanese communities protesting, and you even had Maroon communities protesting. And I'm going to say Amerindian and Maroons. And so if you hear me saying indigenous, sometimes I'm referring to both groups, just because. And then the other observation that I made was that successful legal mobilizations in Guyana against oil corporations and the government makes it unlikely that you'll have sort of a revolution or violent political mobilization against Exxon or the government. And so what I mean by this is that when I had written this research, and now there are more, 6 cases were levied against ExxonMobil and the government of Guyana, saying that they're infringing on people's rights with the deal with Exxon and the disasters that they're causing to the government. And by the time that I had finished writing this paper, 2 of those cases had concluded on the side of the people. And so as long as Guyanese continue to win legally, you won't necessarily see massive revolts or revolutions. And a lot of the legal successes and a lot of the rhetoric around the lack of development and stuff has a lot to do with the fact that historically Guyana it was a cooperative socialist republic. And you'll see that come up because I would say that in the next coming years, land tenure in Guyana is going to be one of the biggest issues. And so you can go to the next slide. So I have this slide up here mostly because I want people to be able to see what I'm talking about when I reference Exxon and these different blocks. The reason why I focus on Exxon is because by the time I'd written this project, Exxon controlled 45% of the oil extractive or oil extraction in Guyana. And not only that, but Guyanese were being told that Exxon will help to develop Guyana. But as Guyanese and other indigenous scholars point out, there is this sort of tendency to view development as a neutral term that's inherently progressive. And understood in this way, people don't really interrogate how, because capitalism is exploitative, any development under capitalism will be exploitative, especially to countries like Guyana that tend to accommodate foreign capital and become dependent on it, given histories of colonialism, imperialism, etc. And so what we have in Guyana is that we have a long history of foreign corporations, including those in the oil and gas sector, given free rein to determine the socioeconomic context in which they want to develop in. And this context will be one in which the costs are borne on the Guyanese people, and development will be eluded when all is said and done. And this was made super clear for a lot of people when the details of the Exxon contract got leaked in 2019 and 2020, where the deal itself would cost Guyana $55 billion US, and it's, the deal with Exxon was labeled in environmental press as the worst deal an oil producing country could sign with any sort of oil contractor. And then the second thing was that Exxon had no liability coverage at all. So it was made public that in the event of an oil spill, ExxonMobil's first offshore development, at least the one that did have an oil spill, did not have insurance to cover the cost of cleanup or any of the damage costs. Something that the government tried to do is institute toll taxes and car taxes in the capital for people to cover that. But this oversight occurred even though it's a legal constitutional requirement in Guyana for oil corporations to have insurance, but Exxon had none. Not only that, but in 2022, when they surveyed Guyanese people after oil production 2 years out had already begun, 90% of 200 Guyanese found that oil would not develop Guyana, and they were dissatisfied with how international media was talking about Guyana and what oil could or could not do to it. And also, they found that a lot of people believe that those involved with oil will repatriate profits, and then costs would continue to be borne by Guyanese. You also had local Guyanese producers who were interviewed, and they pointed out that the import bill in Guyana has increased because the demand by people who are in the industry of oil are not for local goods, but for these external goods. And a large portion of these new increased import bills were due to ExxonMobil importing necessary machinery, because again, Guyana doesn't have that know-how. Because I have 3 minutes left, what I will say is that what ExxonMobil has really done in Guyana, and this goes back to something that Tomas mentioned in his presentation, is bring to the forefront these security issues. So in Guyana, you have massive protests and court cases against ExxonMobil. At the same time, ExxonMobil has been saying we need the US to come and defend us from Venezuela, who's claiming Guyanese territory. But it should also be pointed out that in 2022, it was revealed that Exxon would be returning 20% of the acreage it owns back to the Guyanese government to allow the Guyanese government to diversify its foreign corporate oil exporters. But what was not said was that Exxon had a 6.6 million acre claim in Guyana, but had been operating at almost 9 million acres. And what was contentious was the Starbrick Block. And when you look at Venezuela's renewed claims to the Essequibo, a big part of that now includes this sort of marine or water portion of the Starbrick Block that if you look at it, you could say it's technically off the coast of Venezuela. And so even then, you had a lot of people who were downplaying sort of Venezuela's security concerns, even in the United States, pretending that, oh, Venezuela is just this erratic actor. But what you have is that US Guyana state military collaborations have been used to suppress protests, ignite flames with Venezuela. And one of the things that they've done is attack journalists in Guyana critical of oil, many of them who have been women who have also been at the forefront of these protests. And so in the pictures before, I showed the Kaitur News editorial board, mostly men, coming out to protest to also show that no, we also, men, support these women and our journalists in calling out sort of the shady deals that the government have with Exxon. Of the 6 court cases levied, all of them in Guyana have been the fact that Exxon, in conjunction with the Guyanese government and the Guyanese Protection Agency, have been violating Guyana's own constitution to sign shady deals with Exxon as they rob the Guyanese people. And I'll end there.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm conscious of the fact that ours is the last presentation before you go on to a reception. So I'll try to make it as snappy and fast and interesting as we possibly can. Great. Do you want me to advance this slide? Okay, so the paper we're presenting today is a co-authored article that's currently under review. It's also the product of research that I've been doing with a team that's also funded by SSHRC that can be found at the website lithiumfrontiers.com. But in this article, we're looking specifically at varieties of resource nationalism, I think you could call it, around lithium. And so lithium is one of the most non-substitutable components of the lithium-ion batteries that you have in your cell phones, your laptops, if you drive them, EVs. Next slide, please. So today, I promised Ara that I'm going to go as quickly as I can to leave her enough time at the end. We're going to go over, I'm going to start the talk by talking a little bit about the materiality in the global political economy of lithium extraction, then relate it and talk about how it looks, how it's unfolding in Latin America, and then hand over to Ara, who will talk about the politics of lithium extraction and also the social and environmental impacts of extraction in Argentina, and then I'll let her conclude. Next slide. Okay, just to start with the basics, this is a fairly recent illustration of where most of the world's lithium comes from and how. Over 75% of the world's lithium comes from 3 countries, from Chile, Argentina, and Australia. Australia is #1 and Chile is #2. I'm not sure if you can see it very well on this graphic, but there are 2 main types of lithium extraction. One is open pit mining, which is the variety that you find in Australia, parts of Canada, China. And then in the so-called lithium triangle that we're focusing on in this paper, it's mainly brine extraction. So essentially evaporating lithium out of the salt brine in the salt flats of Latin America. Next slide. Although Chile represents the largest exporter and producer of lithium in Latin America, we are seeing other jurisdictions, I guess you could say, entering the political economy. And so Argentina is notable in the sense that it has 64 projects currently in the works and has a number of large salt flats where lithium extraction is possible. But only 3 of those are so far operational. Bolivia, on the other hand, sits on the world's largest deposit of lithium, and has so far produced next to no lithium carbonate on world markets. And I'll offer a brief explanation for why that's the case in a few minutes. Next slide. This might be self-evident, but certainly in the critical mineral space, if we're talking about global supply chains and the production of lithium-ion batteries, electric vehicles, computer components, most of the production and processing of all of these critical minerals takes place in China. And next slide, I'm going to go quickly here. For Latin American producer states, this creates a double-edged sword, so to speak, in that it's created all sorts of new forms of investment and productive linkages to both backward linkages to new forms of technology, forward linkages to downstream markets, obviously in the battery sector. But at the same time, it's becoming increasingly caught between this bipolar struggle between the United States and its allies and China. This is very quickly just a list of the 6 largest lithium companies in the world. I think one thing that I find striking about this list is that very few of them are well-known mining companies. In fact, almost all of them are chemical companies that have moved into mining. And there is a debate that goes on about whether brine extraction actually is a form of mining at all, as opposed to a form of quite high-tech processing. So you find really no artisanal mining, small-scale mining at all to speak of in this sector. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, one issue that's serves as context, but is also driving, I think, some of the resource nationalist processes that we find in Latin America is this conflict between being extremely dependent on China for both investment and resources, but also these new forms of legislation that are emerging. Vivi was talking in the morning about the Inflation Reduction Act in the United States. I would add to that list the Critical Raw Materials Act in the European Union, which is now law. According to the IAEA, there are nearly 200 critical minerals policies and regulations around the world. Most of these were only passed as of 2020. Next slide, please. So real questions about whether the window of opportunity is opening or closing and how long it's going to remain open. Between 2019 and 2022, Chinese companies invested roughly $4.5 billion in lithium projects in Mexico and South America. China's share of Latin American mineral exports grew from 1% in 2000 to 34% in 2020, reflecting again the super cycle, but also the ability of Chinese companies like CATL and others to extend production networks into Latin America. Within the current context, and this is not all that new, the point I'll make on the next slide, we're seeing that concerns are being raised about the volatility of markets. The last slide was showing that the price of lithium, the floor fell out from the price last year, much of this being attributed to the Chinese government deciding to reduce subsidies for the purchase of EVs and that having knock-on effects on the price of lithium carbonate. Also concerns about the social and environmental impacts that Ada will talk about in a minute. But this isn't a new story. This is a long history of resource dependence and struggling to avoid the resource curse in Latin America. Next slide, please. And what we argue in the paper that this is very central to political discourses that are driving policy in the three countries of the lithium triangle. But what we see is that state capacity to develop effective forms of resource nationalism really varies enormously, reflecting both the temporality and the timing of their intervention, the materiality of extracting lithium from the brine. So one of the reasons why Bolivia is not producing anything in the form of lithium carbonate is it's very difficult to extract lithium from a salt brine that doesn't have as much sunshine, has more magnesium, has more rainfall than is the case in northern Chile and northern Argentina. We also argue that it relates to the historical conditions under which states intervene in the sector. Next slide. I won't talk about this at all. We theorize also the role of productive linkages in the sector. There's something known as direct lithium extraction, which is a way of avoiding having to evaporate lithium out of the brine. Totally experimental, though, and very expensive. Next slide. Okay, and finally, my last word here is that the kinds of resource nationalism you see reflects the political legacy of state intervention in the mining sector. So Argentina is relatively new to mining, has its political economy has historically been highly dependent on export markets and primary commodities. And no surprise here that certainly within a context of spiraling inflation and macroeconomic crisis, you see the state creating all sorts of opportunities for foreign companies to extract lithium, but also value out of the sector. In Chile, it was the military initially in the 1970s that established control over the copper sector under the company Codelco. And under the current resource nationalist policy of Boric, who was elected in 2019 in Chile, the authority to extract lithium has now been handed over to Codelco, who's now sharing power with SQM, the main private sector firm in the country, and Chinese and American partners. Finally, Bolivia, apart from the geology being unfavorable, you also have there, I think, the strongest forms of subnational kind of resource nationalism presenting themselves. So Potosí which is the historic site of extractivism in all of Latin America, you could argue. That's also where the Uyuni salt flat is located, and one of the reasons why it's been so difficult to attract foreign investment and for the national company ILB to produce lithium is that there's been a lot of conflict between Potosi and La Paz over the distribution of rent. And so I'll hand it over then to Ara, who will talk about Argentina.
Thank you, Craig. So, as Craig said, 70% of the world's lithium comes from brine, from salt flats. Mostly is located in the lithium triangle in South America. And the triangle has the largest identified deposit in continental brines all over the world. And here we can see the aerial views of lithium industrial plants in Puna region, in the Andes. And here we can see also the extraction drill in the Carachipampa salt flat in province of Salta and Catamarca in the north of Argentina. And these pools for evaporation have a size of 10 to 3 kilometers approximately. In Argentina, where I live, there is no specific regulatory framework for the exploitation of lithium, and it's regulated by the general mining activity, which is based on national constitution that say that the province are the owners of the natural resources in a federal framework. And in the mining law and the mining code, that here is the strategy to attract investors. So we have fiscal stability, guarantee of fiscal stability, tax benefits, unlimited concession period, with a modest mining royalty. We have a 3% to the regalias, royalties, and it is the 3% of the value extracted at the mine mouth. So it's the total that the companies say that they extract. So market dictates the development of the industry nowadays. And the main problem is that the revenues go to the national coffers, not to the provincial ones, which undermines the transforming potential of the activity at the local level. Now with the new government of Milei, there is a huge strategy aimed at attracting foreign investment by removing any obligation on the part of companies to generate employment, build capacity, or invest in technological innovation. In Argentina, 41 companies are developing 64 different projects. However, only 3 of these are operational, these 3. Arcadium is one of the world's largest lithium producers, and this year has consolidated its position in Argentina and around the world. But Ganfeng, Chinese capital, controls 7 lithium projects in Salta. But although energy transition are presented as something sustainable compared to fossil-based energy system, these transitions are significantly more metal intensive. There are studies that highlight the extractive character of energy transition. The main socio-ecological concern is related to water. In fact, lithium mining is considered water mining, but also the change in flora, fauna, loss of biodiversity, waste generation, etc. In the case of lithium, depending on the type of resource, the extraction technique is different. Here in the triangle, we have brine extraction, and the technology used is the evaporation process. So brine is pumped from the aquifer, from wells, and then is concentrated by evaporation in these large pools using sand and wind without energy. And in the first part, to concentrate lithium, there is an estimated use of 500,000 liters of water per ton of lithium carbonate. And in the second part, for desalinization and purification, 50,000 liters of fresh water are used per ton, fresh water. So water that is in competition with the water that use the communities. So we can see that the total evaporative process performance is low, so low, and governance and management of water resources are being compromised. Now the companies are promoting the development of new direct extraction and non-evaporative extraction, but they are not proved in an industrial level, and the environmental impact of this technique is in the industrial process has not yet been proved. And we have not only environmental impact, but also social impact. 2 minutes more? Okay. There are competition with the traditional activities, conflict with the spiritual and religious meaning of the ecosystem. There are a lack of information related to the project, so the communities cannot know what are the impacts in their territories. Sometimes this information is presented with a very technical languages, and they cannot understand the situation. There is also a lack of consultation, the free, prior, and informed consent that is a specific right of the indigenous communities, but it is not being implemented. That all these situations results in conflicts focused on the territorial control of natural resources. In fact, the central challenge that are facing destructive projects nowadays is the legitimization. For example, in Jujuy last year, the provincial government changed the regulation to have more freedom to repress communities when they protest against companies in their territories, and also to put an end to social protest. And also the modification of this law privilege the areas where the lithium deposits are located. In fact, in Jujuy, the conflicts have been from the beginning, and the main problem is not generated by economical situation. It's generated for the demand, for the community's demand for the implementation of a prior consultation regarding the use of their salt flats and the territorial self-determination. So looking to the future, we have 3 countries signed new investment deals with Chinese companies, and this is a risk of destabilization of economic relations with Europe and the United States. Argentina is totally dependent nowadays of Chinese capital, and the president is fight with the Chinese all the time. And also the window of opportunity is very short because they are already developing sodium batteries, and that could replace lithium batteries. And also recent crash in the price of lithium carbonate illustrate the volatility of international demand. There is a contradiction of converting a high-value ecosystems into a technology that might be used for a global transition, for whom. Regarding environmental impact, energy transition should be addressed with a strategic environmental assessment. We need to have a discussion on the use of water and the socio-environmental impact, because energy transition will not be possible without an appropriate governance at the local level. A just transition to electromobility should include more transparency, participation of the communities, a critical analysis of corporate social responsibility. Supply chains must be responsible and sustainable. That the benefits associated with mineral production, such as income and employment, flow back to the producing countries and communities. So thank you. Sorry for this.
Thank you for a great set of presentations. My question's for Tamanisha. I was wondering, have you ever thought about the parallels between Exxon's relationship with the Guyanese state now and Forbes Burnham's relationship with Alcan and bauxite mining in general back in the 70s and 80s? Obviously, there's differences between experiences, but there might be some similarities. I wonder if you thought about that in your own research.
So I will say that while I don't believe that Forbes Burnham was a socialist as he tried to brand himself as one, the government today, they don't really keep up that sort of facade. And what I mean by this is that whereas Forbes Burnham had all of this nationalist rhetoric that sort of inflamed people to then say nationalize these resource extractive companies, so then you had to have some sort of nationalization and bringing in Guyanese stakeholders into the equation. Today, I would say that the power of the government to do that is very small since, again, it is not that the government of Guyana is involved at all in these oil processes. They have no technology, they have no know-how, so it's a 100% dominated by Exxon. And this is why you have the government and the Environmental Protection Agency being listed as co-defendants with Exxon when they're being sued by people in Guyana. In fact, the government, the president, he went on a tirade at the end of 2022, and he said that the people in Guyana who are protesting are mischaracterizing the constitutional provision because even though the provision requires the state to secure sustainable development and the use of natural resources, it also notes that the government must do this while promoting justifiable economic and social development. So again, he's using Burnham's cooperative socialist laws, which said, hey, you have to make sure that you're doing sustainable development with natural resources. And he's saying, or this president said, by not allowing ExxonMobil to exploit Guyana's natural resources, Guyanese citizens raising these lawsuits are bringing unwarranted economic and social costs given that they are undermining potential development. And so it's like weaponizing these clauses that were to protect or ensure some localization of development, basically saying, by you protesting, saying that it's not bringing development, you're doing bad for the country. It's sort of like what Ara just said in her presentation, like the Exxon being there has given the government more power to repress freedoms of people who are protesting, even though their communities are being destroyed.
Right. My name is Aishwarya. I just wanted to take a minute and thank the organizers and thank you for the great presentations. My question's to Tamanisha, but it might occur a little bit tangential. Bear with me. It's interesting that you mentioned Chevron, and I am thinking in terms of parallels, and I'm immediately thinking about Chevron and Ecuador's relationship, and especially because you mentioned how it's the legalities that come into work, and that means that there'll be less political involvement and mobilization because the legal frameworks will take take up the legal activities will take up more space in the daily routine of how resource extraction happens. I was wondering if there are preventive measures, like state-mediated preventive measures, because I'm looking at legality in terms of something that happens post facto. In your research, did you come across preventive measures where you would not have to go into the legal frameworks?
Okay, and I would also like to congratulate the panel for the great presentations. I'll try to formulate a question, although I'm not sure I will be able to successfully, but I will try. I can certainly see, and it's easy to kind of understand the dynamics of domestic context in terms of resource extraction and attempts to control some of that what we call resource nationalism. I wonder how will we kind of factor in some of the international factors too, like some of the pressures that come from global economy at particular moments in terms of the restrictions but opportunities that it might afford some of these countries and that might make more enticing some form of control over others, like whether you see a way of addressing that. And another question that I find of interest in all the presentations, but in this panel clearly, because you're talking about very different resources, is the resource we consider particularly also something that needs to be taken into account? right? In terms of markets for it, major players, technology, for example, whether that is also another restriction. So those are the two things. How do we kind of think about this, and whether, in terms of establishing some comparisons? And finally, whether we should start thinking of whatever it is what we are experiencing now as the green transition. I mean, you are talking about the enormous environmental costs that this will have on the global south. So whether we should start pushing back though also on the idea that these new technologies are an opportunity for cleaner ways of energy production.
Of the arbitration referendum that was denied, but before that, in Moreno as well, that was also denied, the expansion of the extractive frontier. My question is, do you think that this transition to a disaster form, or this kind of securitized mechanism to justify extraction, will it be more successful, or will it be imposed more by the barrel of the gun, even more upfront than it was ever done in Ecuador?
Hi, everyone. Hi again, Craig, after all these years. Thanks to everyone for really interesting, although somewhat depressing panel. What I was multiply struck by was just a variation, in a sense, of the different kinds of extractivism. One through time by Pedro, who identified, in some sense, the kind of history of nationalism, development, and extractivism in different parts of Latin America, across different kinds of regimes, which is in some sense fast forwarding to the four panelists who are live, about the kind of embedded nature of the different ways in which extractivism has played itself out, but also the different ways in which, in a sense, the national has played a role in characterizing the ways that extractivism, in some sense, is represented by the different states, by the different governments. And I have to say governments because through time, you've got these shifts in the ways in which Latin American and Caribbean governments have presented themselves. So, you talk about the disaster, rightly so, it seems to me, Thomas, and Craig, and I'm sorry, Ara, I guess, point out the currency of the nature of the curse that everyone knows, and yet it persists, right? And yet it persists. And so, in some sense, the prize is too much for the elites through time, whether it's Burnham and bauxite, or whether it's the current government in Guyana and oil. So the question is, and this follows from what Viviana is saying, is in a sense the current architecture, which changes, allows for this outward orientated development, which still retains its luster, but which nonetheless leads to the kinds of disasters that we historically know about. So can someone give me an answer to the retention of the choices that global South governments persist in, yet nonetheless they know what the possible outcome might be? I know that's a very, very broad question for everyone, but it seems to me that this is the fundamental trajectory of resource nationalism and extractivism. So I know it's a very, very broad question, but again, that's why I find in some sense, the panel both exciting and depressing at the same time. Thank you.
Okay, so should we go backwards?
You decide. You're the boss.
Yeah, let's go backwards.
It's the last panel.
But this time, stick to
final words.
Just a few minutes.
Fine.
1 minute. So I think that in the energy transition, we must discuss the role of the energy transition, in which mode we need transform one system for another system. And mostly we must think about the consumption, the governance of all these systems. For For example, could we declare the lithium a global common good, for example, like the oceans? It could be a way of governance. Also, we must think this situation, and we must think at 3 scales. At the global level, for all the planets, which transition we need. At the regional and national level, this is very important. The countries need to make a better governance. At the local level, we must see the local impacts. This is an urgent thing. It's essential that the communities in their territories can have a say on issues related to their territories. Also, because they are the people that fighting most for protect the resources, but in the reality are the most excluded from the decision, the final decision. This position at the global, national, and local levels, we must take in account for thinking about the lithium position and also all the critical minerals position, production, and the geopolitical situation of them.
Okay, I'll try to respond to Pablo's question and I think Viviana's. One, I think, relating to Viviana's question about the international forces that are driving these processes. And in the case of lithium, the word driving is very appropriate because I think the IEA produced this report that everyone cites now on critical minerals, and I think both the existing and future projected end use of critical minerals is going into light and semi-heavy kind of individual automobiles. So if we're thinking about elite projects and the structure of the international political economy at this point in time, the transition that's happening on the ground in the lithium triangle is very much being driven by a consumer culture that wants to have electromobility, either to feel better about the environment or whatever reason, status symbol, what have you. And that's the dog wagging the tail, I think, in many cases. With respect to resource nationalism and breaking out of the curse, so to speak, that Pablo was alluding to, I think it's really interesting looking at some of the commonalities, despite the differences among the 3 lithium-producing or potentially lithium-producing states in Latin America. And all 3 engage in discourses about forward and backward linkages that are more the stuff of myth than they are of reality. So the backward linkage that is both being used to legitimize and attract considerable investment now from China, from Russia, from the United States, from many different parts of the world, is this technology of direct lithium extraction that Otto was describing. And in theory, this could revolutionize the production of lithium. It wouldn't require then having to wait 18 months, 2 years to evaporate lithium from the brine. Very expensive, though, and still untested. So it's still a form of what my colleague Javiera Barandiaran calls an imaginary. It's an imagination that is being used quite consciously by political leaders in Bolivia, Argentina, and Chile to legitimize this transition. The forward linkage is battery plants, gigafactories. All 3 countries, including Bolivia, have plans to develop battery plants. Yep, and again, very much in the realm of myths and imagination, but for all sorts of historic and demographic reasons, not at all likely to occur anytime soon. Thank you.
So I will answer the question from the person who asked the first question in the back. Sorry, I forgot your name. And then also a bit of Pablo's question as to why do countries keep doing these same choices. I think that a lot of times it has to deal with the fact that there's a lot of historical amnesia that happens. Even when you talk about left governance or the pink tide, or just the history of envisioning your society and how the economy is structured, a lot of people don't learn that history, or when they do learn that history, it's a very caricaturized or mythologized history where it was bad, so we should never try something else. Let's just try what doesn't work for some reason. Because I've also thought about why isn't it that in Guyana, obviously people are frustrated with the government, even though the government is being heralded as, progressive in the international media. People living there know that to be not true, just as they did when Forbes Burnham, when he, was instrumental in assassinating Walter Rodney as well. And what I think about it today, it's that a lot of Guyanese people don't know history. Sometimes I go to Guyana and my young cousins ask me, how do we talk about race in Guyana? We've never had that. And I'm like, you have Walter Rodney right there. And they go, oh, but we don't learn about him in school. And that's like, wow, not a lot has come from Guyana internationally, but that's someone you think that they would learn about. But I think a lot of what reinforces this historical amnesia is the fact that you have a constitution that is very left in Guyana. It's left for indigenous people, left for the environment. Yet at the same time, that constitution allows you in the name of cooperative socialism to expropriate Amerindian land if you need to for development. And today that's being used to lay down pipelines for oil extraction in Guyana, right? And so people use the legal route because the Constitution and a lot of laws in Guyana are progressive. It's progressive for workers' rights, for workers who are protesting, saying Exxon isn't paying them well or isn't giving them permanent jobs. And it's also important because indigenous people say, yeah, you're appropriating our lands for this, but it's for these harmful environmental stuff. And so we'll use the environmental laws since you're using the Constitution to expropriate lands. And so because of that, it's a back and forth. Something else that I see in Guyana, even though you have all of this talk of democracy, is for the first time, when I've been there, seen on the news, the government officials going to different communities and handing people money and recording it. It's about 5-10 years ago, people would say they're obviously bribing them off. It's nepotism, it's clientelism, it's this, and this. And now it's, oh no, we're getting all this money from oil, so it's only fair that they're giving back to the people. And so I think that because people sort of forget recent histories, you have those things that often repeat. And I'll end there.
Thank you. Pedro?
Yes, thank you. I will just do an observation because we are talking about the energy transition. There is no energy transition by now. This new inputs of renewable energy to the global energy mix, which are indeed important, are not replacing anything. They are covering growing global demand of energy. It's apparently paradoxical, but the consumption of fossil fuels, coal, oil, and natural gas is rising, is increasing. And also the consumption of the minerals and metals needed to develop green technologies is increasing. So there is an overall growth of the consumption of energy. So but now there is no transition. And this intended transition, which might be understood as the epitome of the quest for sustainability, imposes at least 3 imperatives in global southern countries or in countries that are dependent of natural resources exports. Number 1, the imperative of course, decarbonizing the energy mix, which is stop, for example, stop generating electricity with coal and do that with wind or solar. But some countries, like South Africa, for example, do not have the technology. Every global southern country has to purchase the technology, buy the technology, solar technology and wind technology abroad. And with that money, how can the natural resource rich countries afford that? By exporting natural resources, of course. So we are stuck in this dynamics, in this dependence dynamics of buying technology and selling natural resources that was explained 70 years before by Teoría de la Dependencia, dependency theory, the dependentistas. Another imperative that the energy transition imposes is decarbonizing the economy, but some countries depend on oil, or on exporting oil. Some countries depend on other fossil fuels. Another imperative is that of decarbonizing culture. Yeah, not only fossil fuels are embedded in a social imaginary of development, but oil products are subsidized and are essential for reproduction of social life, for the everyday life of peoples. Ecuador, Colombia, Peru, these countries.
Sorry, Pedro, we have to wrap up because we have to vacate the room.
Cook with fossil fuels. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, Thomas.
Everybody's kind of tired, so I'll be extremely short. But of course, the international factor is central. All those commodities we're talking about are circulated on the international markets. But the whole thing that happens with those resources, that it requires that the mobilization locally be made for them to be useful locally. And this can, because they are international, their price will fluctuate in ways that are not controllable inside the country. Therefore, there needs to be something else for anything sustainable to happen. And the only thing that can do that for a state to work for resource nationalism or whatever kind of nationalism you want, you need income tax paid by the people that live there. And this is what the resource nationalism is undermining itself, is by making the dream that you can have an efficient state that has resources without people inside of the country paying taxes. And that is where it never works. So you need to be able to use those resources and tax the rich at the same time. Otherwise, all what you're going to build is going to, at the next down, price drop, will be threatened. So that's the only comment I could have said. A lot of other things, and why does this not happen? It's because economic elites, when they see that the state has access to resources, they don't want to pay tax, and then they mobilize. And this was central in Ecuador in 2015. The government, when he saw the price of oil drop, tried to tax the inheritances and increase the tax on capital. And then you had mobilization of the rich. They were in the street and they were saying, no to tax. They blocked the airport and they were like extremely active. And this is the kind of tension that you have with this kind of dynamic. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.